Chu Qing fell into a strange space, his whole body covered in golden light. He was surprised to feel a strange power weaving through his body. In that light, the image of a woman with long black hair, wearing a dark purple nightgown, appeared and coldly picked up the phone. Her voice was sharp and cold, warning Chu Qing that this was a message from Aunt Tang. Without hesitation, Chu Qing jumped up, his face full of worry. That woman was his mother, currently in danger. At Chu Qing's mother's company office, a seductive long-haired female employee with a sly look approached, smiling mischievously upon seeing the young man. She deliberately tried to seduce Chu Qing with ambiguous words, unaware that the person in front of her was the son of Chairman Chu. Shortly after, a male employee came to announce a meeting with Chairman Chu. Chu Qing glanced cautiously, while the long-haired girl continued to tease relentlessly. In the meeting room, Chairman Chu, Chu Qing's mother, appeared. She was an authoritative, sharp woman exuding leadership aura that immediately silenced the room. When she learned that Chu Qing was the chairman's son, the female employee became fearful and tried to deny her guilt. But Chairman Chu did not overlook it and immediately fired her in front of all employees. Chu Qing tried to stay calm, seeing his mother still as firm as before. He understood that the company's current situation was very bad, and he needed to stand up and share the burden. After the meeting ended, once again Yi Chengxi suddenly appeared. The sharp, jealous, and bold, long, black-haired girl looked at Chu Qing with suspicious eyes. Trouble was starting again. The old woman Grandma Ju angrily braced herself to counterattack, emitting a terrifying aura, her eyes full of killing intent, as if preparing to deliver a fatal blow. From the sky, a series of light swords created by the male lead rained down. Grandma Ju hurriedly erected a defensive barrier. But just as Grandma Ju breathed a sigh of relief, the male lead suddenly appeared from behind at the speed of light, leaving her no time to react. Chu Qing launched a continuous attack with the glowing golden sword, pushing Grandma Ju backward. A powerful slash from the sword plunged into the ground, creating a deep crack with force that shook the entire space. Chu Qing collapsed, blood spurting from his mouth and hands, a sign that the skill he used consumed a great deal of internal energy. A young man with purple hair appeared from behind, shouting gleefully and ordering Grandma Ju to finish off Chu Qing as he saw him exhausted. However, Grandma Ju silently turned her back and left. Her eyes were pensive, showing a strange expression. Suddenly, a sword pierced through Grandma Ju's back from behind, blood gushing out. It was Chu Qing's unexpected counterattack. Grandma Ju glared, blood flowing from her eyes and mouth. Her body trembled and gradually lost consciousness, a master defeated in a moment of carelessness. The horrific scene stunned the two men standing behind. Grandma Ju collapsed in a pool of blood, her body lifeless. The purple-haired young man, the mastermind's subordinate, panicked and urged the black-suited female bodyguard to quickly eliminate Chu Qing. Without hesitation, the female bodyguard drew her gun, her cold eyes aiming straight at the target. The bullet left the barrel, piercing through the brilliant light like a declaration of war. But Chu Qing was ready. He slowly lifted the silenced rifle, his eyes determined beside the golden sword stuck in the ground. Chu Qing activated a special technique, shooting the bullet back with a surrounding light, drawing a line of fate across the night sky. In an instant, an explosive blast shook the sky, light tearing through the darkness, covering the entire battlefield. The ground was devastated, dust and smoke thick, creating a gap between life and death. Amidst the smoke, Chu Qing stepped forward, gun in hand lowered. His gaze was calm but cold. In front of him was a long shadow and the bloodied, silent body of the enemy. A bouquet fell to the ground, marking the end of a battle. Chu Qing picked up the white bouquet that had been thrown from Grandma Ju's body, his gaze serious. He pondered the complex situation forming around the Li family. Li Yaowei personally showed up, even bringing along the elder, indicating that a big prey was about to appear. The shimmering cityscape at night gradually quieted down, signaling a new change approaching. A group of purple-haired women, including Yi Qingmei, had just finished fighting, exhaustion clearly visible on their faces. While everyone was still tense, a figure approached, an overwhelming aura immediately drawing attention from both sides. The newcomer was Li Yan, the current head of the Li family, accompanied by the clan elder. Both appeared with absolute authority. Yi Qingmei and another girl watched the two newcomers. Despite being injured, they maintained a resilient attitude. Yi Qingmei stepped forward to face Li Yan, both entering a standoff in the cold late night. Li Yan coldly ordered, "Yi Qingmei, get lost, I might spare your life tonight." Yi Qingmei showed no fear, proudly retorting, "What if I don't want to leave?" The battle between two powerful forces officially began. Li Yan angrily unleashed energy from his palm, declaring with killing intent, "If my son dies, the Yi family will surely pay with their lives." As the battle energy between the two sides was about to erupt, the clear sound of high heels echoed, signaling the arrival of a new character. A woman with long curled hair wearing a dark purple thigh-slit dress gently stepped between the two forces. She smiled softly, her voice teasing. Yi family, Tang family, and Li family, the three great clans of Jinmen all gathered. How lively. A close-up of the new woman's face, sharp eyes, seductive red lips, and absolute confidence. Her appearance suddenly reversed the situation that seemed about to explode. A shadow was suddenly thrown far away in the dark night, blood splattering in the air. Two men in black suits watched in astonishment. The purple-haired man shouted in panic, ordering, "Kill Chu Qing immediately." The curly-haired woman wearing black glasses drew her gun, her cold eyes squeezing the trigger without hesitation. The gun fired. The bullet whistled through the air, tearing through the night with a dazzling light. Chu Qing appeared from afar with a sniper rifle, sitting firmly. He counterattacked, aiming precisely at the enemy. The bullet fired by Chu Qing glowed, soaring high with maximum power, swirling with bright white energy. The bullet exploded midair, creating a terrible blast that lit up the entire night sky. Dust and smoke filled the air, the ground cracked open after the explosion. The atmosphere was filled with aftershocks from the attack. Chu Qing stepped out from the smoke, his sneakers lightly touching the ground. In his hand was the gun that had just finished off the target. Chu Qing stood silently before the bloodied body of the opponent. Beside him, a bouquet of flowers fell to the ground, a sign of a fierce battle. The gray-haired woman in a purple dress maintained her confident demeanor. She declared that she lived alone in this city, indifferent to power or disputes, as long as she was not provoked. Yi Qingmei coldly questioned, wanting to know what exactly the woman's purpose was here, her gaze wary and angry. Without beating around the bush, the mysterious woman replied seriously, she came to kill someone. Yi Qingmei pressed further, asking where the target was. The woman calmly answered, the airport. Yi Qingmei and Li Yan were stunned by the answer, their eyes showing clear unease. The elderly matriarch of the Li family bowed with worry. Li Yan spoke up, suggesting that she also intended to go to the airport and offered to accompany for support. The woman in the purple dress smiled indifferently, showing amusement at the proposal. She exclaimed, I wonder what will happen. Li Yan, still holding the injured elder, proposed a trade. She would provide 3 advanced healing pills specially for soldiers. The woman in the purple dress did not hesitate to give a thumbs up, smiling brightly and immediately agreeing. Agreed. She cast a seductive glance and gave a mysterious smile, confidently taking control of the entire negotiation. Under the late moonlight, the male lead Chu Qing stood at the airport, holding a bouquet of white flowers, his face full of doubt. A close-up of a t-shirt printed with a cat image highlighted the alluring figure of a girl who just arrived at the airport. The short brown-haired girl wore a cat-printed t-shirt and tight jeans, walking confidently with a suitcase, radiating a perfect aura. The girl approached Chu Qing, surprised, asking, "Are you from the Li family?" She bit her lip, looking at the bouquet in Chu Qing's hand, confirming, "It really is you." However, she quickly doubted. "But who are you? Isn't Mr. Li supposed to pick me up?" She angrily said, "You're not Li Yao, you don't look like the picture. What is the Li family doing?" Chu Qing whispered inwardly, suspecting, "She's neither from Quanjin nor from the underworld. What does she have to do with the Li family?" He thought. Li Yao is dead, so he can't come to pick her up. The girl was shocked and stepped closer, doubting, how could he be dead? Chu Qing smiled eerily and confessed, "Because I killed him." The brown-haired girl, after hearing the boy admit he killed Li Yao, was stunned beyond belief and exclaimed, "What?" Shocked to the point of losing balance, she dropped her pink backpack onto the floor. She collapsed forward, but the boy timely reached out to catch her. The incident startled those around at the airport. All eyes turned toward them. In the crowd, a long black-haired girl and a gray-haired boy also showed worried expressions. Calmly responding, the young man carried the unconscious girl on his shoulder and pulled the suitcase, explaining to everyone, "Sorry, my girlfriend is just tired." He thought to himself, if he took her along and left the city, he might escape the fate of being killed. He suddenly noticed 2 people dressed in black standing next to a black car, looking like bodyguards. One of the 2 older women with silver hair reported over the phone, "Dear head of the family, we have just found the body of the Jew family matriarch." Watching from afar, the young man was delighted to spot the car. "There's a car." Without hesitation, he immediately drove the car away from the scene, accelerating through the night. Chu Qing sat inside the car, sensing something unusual as he looked out into the night. His hand gripped the gun tightly, his eyes serious. The brown-haired girl just met at the airport was still unconscious in the back seat. From afar, 2 cars rushed forward as if aiming to ram Chu Qing's car, creating a bright light cutting through the darkness. The woman dressed in black with purple hair tied to one side, a subordinate who had appeared earlier, screamed wildly from inside the car, "Chu Qing, go to hell!" She was full of murderous intent and was driving the chase herself. Chu Qing calmly kicked through the windshield, threw his gun out to prepare for counterattack. The situation was escalating intensely. At the same time, Gong Yue, the blonde woman with curly hair, suddenly jumped from the adjacent car onto Chu Qing's hood. Blue-white energy burst from the landing, creating a huge shockwave between the two speeding cars. Chu Qing was extremely surprised to discover something unusual outside the car. He immediately pulled out his gun from the driver's seat and prepared to respond, while the brown-haired girl remained unconscious in the back seat. Two cars sped through the night, their headlights piercing the darkness, signaling an intense confrontation approaching. A short-haired, purple-haired woman with a fierce appearance was driving angrily. She shouted loudly, "Chu Qing, go to hell," confirming she was a new enemy targeting Chu Qing. Chu Qing immediately fired his gun. The bullet shattered the windshield, the gun raised ready for a fierce counterattack. From Chu Qing's car, a dazzling white energy beam shot straight into the sky, creating the effect of a sudden and powerful counterattack. The enemy was shocked, eyes wide in disbelief at the overwhelming power Chu Qing had just unleashed. The assassin's car exploded violently. Bright golden light and swirling smoke engulfed the entire highway scene. The female assassin tried to escape the explosion with agile movement skills, sliding through the air between the light and the fire. She landed after the long jump, maintaining her balance but clearly seriously injured after Chu Qing's counterattack. A bloodstain spread across the assassin's chest. She clutched the wound, crying out in pain. Although not completely defeated, she was seriously injured. The mysterious, long, purple-haired girl appeared, surrounded by sparkling purple light like a mystical energy just activated. Immediately after, a violent explosion erupted where she had just stepped, shaking the surrounding space. She gently landed on the ground, calmly watching Chu Qing's car being thrown into the air amid a wave of energy. Chu Qing's car flew backward from the strong shockwave, enveloped by swirling red air around it. The purple-haired girl slowly touched her lips lightly. Blood oozed out, but her smile was cold and mocking. Heartless man. Chu Qing continued driving, accelerating away from danger without looking back. Inside the car, Chu Qing glanced at the still unconscious girl beside him. He took her phone and called a contact named Yi Chengxi. When Yi Chengxi answered the phone, her worried voice asked, "Chu Qing, are you okay?" Chu Qing replied briefly and asked her to help pick up his parents and sister to hide temporarily at her place. The scene shifted to the Yi family mansion, brightly lit in the middle of the night. Yi Chengxi was sitting with her mother. Both faces still bore wounds from the previous battle. Yi Chengxi held the phone, pleading, "Mom," as if asking permission to fulfill Chu Qing's request. Yi Chengxi received a call from Chu Qing. She smiled, made an okay sign, and happily agreed to help despite still being injured. Yi Chengxi's mother stood thoughtfully, showing deep trust in Chu Qing, hoping he would keep his promise and help the Yi family gain status in Jinmen. She ordered Yi Chengxi to send people to pick up Chu Qing's family, affirming her determination to support him to the end. On the bridge, the purple-haired woman who had attempted to assassinate Chu Qing faced the long-haired woman in a purple dress, the girl who had appeared with a seductive look and teasing expression. The atmosphere was tense. The purple-haired girl questioned, "Is the person you want to kill him?" showing lingering hatred and anger after her failure. The long-haired woman responded indifferently, asking back, "Do you want to kill him too?" showing provocation and contempt. The defeated one grew impatient, suggesting they quickly chase before losing track. The long-haired girl mocked, "First take care of that wound on your face, or you might end up with a broken face." The purple-haired woman ignored the sarcasm and firmly demanded to continue. "Don't worry about me, get out of the way." The long-haired woman smiled in agreement, replying softly, "No problem," then quietly stepped aside, showing a carefree attitude. Both looked toward the empty road ahead. Chu Qing's car had completely disappeared into the night, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere. The woman dressed in black, a subordinate of Gong Yue, showed clear murderous intent, so angry that a deep purple killing aura enveloped her entire body. She drew a knife, gritting her teeth as she threw the weapon forward, the cold steel flashing to show her determination to kill. The dagger plunged straight into the ground in front of Gong Yue, creating a fiery red crack full of provocation and threat. The subordinate angrily questioned Gong Yue, "Aren't you really going to kill him? Are you protecting him?" Gong Yue smiled arrogantly and calmly replied, "If someone wants to kill him, they can only die by my hand." Rising anger made the subordinate spit out a mouthful of blood, her expression stunned and extremely furious. Despite being injured, she still threatened, "Better not forget the previous deal, don't get in my way." Her voice turned icy cold. "I will not let him go. Anyone related to him, parents, sister, I will kill them all." Gong Yue turned away, still maintaining a calm demeanor. Relaxed Tilda, seemingly unconcerned by the recent threat. She walked leisurely into the night, leaving her subordinate standing silently behind, full of inner conflict and turmoil. The purple-haired woman, blood still staining her clothes, bowed her head quietly after being blocked by Gong Yue. Her eyes revealed confusion mixed with anger. She took out a vial labeled Cheyenne Reagents Cures from her person, a specialized healing medicine. Without hesitation, she opened the cap and poured the medicine directly onto the wounded cheek. Her facial expression showed the wound was still painful. The medicine quickly took effect, beginning to harden into a healing scab. Though still in pain, she tried to maintain a cold expression. In her mind, this woman silently judged Cheyenne medicine as far inferior to the Tang family's pharmaceutical. To destroy them, she needed a special figure from the capital to assist. A luxurious black car quietly stopped under the streetlights at night, signaling the arrival of a new force. The woman in black with purple hair, who was injured in the clash with Gong Yue, stood silently, gazing into the distance as if waiting for important news. She whispered bitterly about the lost child, then shifted her worried gaze to the important person from the capital she once awaited. A woman wearing dark glasses, a close assistant, stepped forward to report. She was brought here by Chu Qing. Hearing the name Chu Qing, the woman immediately clenched her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. She growled angrily, "Chu Qing, until I kill you, I will never give up." Another car quietly rolled through the night, carrying the main character who was retreating from a dangerous whirlpool. Inside the car, Chu Qing thought carefully. The GPS system was too easy to track, especially with Tang Xian's tracking ability. Chu Qing turned to check the unconscious woman beside him. He guessed she might also be carrying a tracking device. Chu Qing quickly searched the girl's backpack, dropping a series of items, including a phone, something that needed to be removed immediately to ensure safety. Chu Qing bent down to check the pile of items taken from the strange girl's bag. A suspicion arose in his mind. No phone was seen. Could there be another hiding place? Looking toward the car, Chu Qing frowned thoughtfully. He found it strange, who nowadays doesn't carry a phone. Chu Qing stood silently, quietly watching the unconscious girl in the back seat. The moonlight shone down, making the atmosphere even gloomier. His gaze stopped on the girl's chest, where a cute orange cat image was. Something was hidden beneath the fabric. Chu Qing gently lifted the collar and pulled out a concealed red phone, which surprised him. He raised the phone with a sarcastic expression. "That's quite a unique hiding spot." Without hesitation, Chu Qing threw the phone onto the car floor to avoid the risk of being tracked. Then he gently carried the girl out of the car, heading toward the distant forest in the dark night. At that moment, a powerful burst of light exploded behind them. Chu Qing hurriedly shielded the girl as the fiery scene unfolded terrifyingly. The scene shifted to Yunchen Mountain and Yunjiang River, a secluded place shrouded in mist. It seemed to be Chu Qing's next destination. Chu Qing held the unconscious brown-haired girl in his arms, walking deeper into the forest under the dim moonlight. He stopped by the stream, thoughtfully contemplating Kim Moan's future. After tonight, everything would change. Without hesitation, Chu Qing threw the girl into the cold water to wake her up. The girl panicked and sat up coughing violently. Chu Qing calmly watched, telling himself, "If I soften, I will be the one who dies." The girl's face was terrified, her eyes vague and extremely confused after the cold shock. A piercing scream echoed through the night. The girl crouched by the stream crying loudly while Chu Qing just stood and watched. Chu Qing frowned, covered his ears, and casually asked, "Can you be quiet?" The girl curled up, screamed in horror, thinking Chu Qing was a ghost coming to capture her soul. Against the mystical dark background, Chu Qing's shadow appeared with a mischievous expression. Guess what? The girl burst into tears, thinking she was dead, mumbling about the afterlife and blaming the Li family for causing everything. The male lead observed the girl crying by the stream, thinking silently, "Women nowadays are so strong that they rarely cry like this." Between sobs, the girl looked up trembling and asked, "Can I be reborn?" Leaves fell in the quiet night, and the moon silently illuminated this strange moment. Suddenly, the girl sneezed loudly, her whole body trembling from the cold. She looked at the male lead in surprise and asked seriously, "Can ghosts sneeze?" which almost made him laugh. She burst out, raising her hand joyfully and shouting, "I'm not dead. The dead don't sneeze or feel cold." The male lead couldn't hold back anymore, laughing heartily as if he hadn't laughed all day. The girl looked at him with eyes full of anger and embarrassment, her cheeks puffed up as if ready to start a fight. Unable to contain herself, she shouted loudly, "Bastard, you tricked me," then jumped up and kicked him in the face. But the kick was easily blocked by the male lead with one hand, his eyes still holding a smile. The girl struggled fiercely, angrily shouting, "Let me go, you bastard!" But Chu Qing still held her legs firmly, his expression calm. Chu Qing coldly asked, if she wanted to live, she had to answer a few questions. The first question, "What is your name?" The girl angrily refused. "I won't tell. If you want to kill me, then kill me, bastard." Chu Qing slightly curled his lips in a smile. "As expected, you don't dare to really challenge me." Immediately after, he easily lifted her up with one hand, preparing to throw her as if she were a light toy. The girl screamed loudly as she was thrown into the water again, her head hitting hard on the river's surface. Chu Qing remained unmoved, continuing to press her head mercilessly underwater. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the girl cried and confessed her name. Cairo Wei. My name is Cairo Wei. Cairo Wei crawled to the shore, coughing violently from swallowing too much water, while Chu Qing just stood there coldly watching. Chu Qing smirked mockingly. If you don't want to be drowned again, call me Grandpa Kid. After being drowned many times, Cairo Wei angrily stood up, soaking wet. Though trembling with anger and tears welling up, she still tried to keep a stubborn look, puffing her cheeks, refusing to submit. The resentment was clear on her face, as if swearing to repay this humiliation at any cost. The brown-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes, startled and confused about what was happening. She looked around in panic, realizing she was in a completely unfamiliar place, cold and damp. Amid the cold water, the girl tried to crawl ashore, trembling and gasping in fear. Before she could compose herself, she screamed loudly when she saw a stranger appear right in front of her. That person was Chu Qing, who calmly stood watching the trembling girl in the water with a suspicious gaze. The girl suddenly stood up, blushing, angry and embarrassed, shouting, "Who are you?" Chu Qing coldly pressed, "How old are you? Where are you from? Why are you here? Do you have any connection to the Li family?" The girl puffed her cheeks in anger, refused to answer, called him a liar and a damned man. Chu Qing casually grabbed her, preparing to do something that made her scream in surprise. She angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Chu Qing bluntly replied, "I'm helping you cool down, or do you want me to rape you before killing you?" Cairo Wei angrily puffed her cheeks, declaring she would no longer talk to the male lead. He remained silent, his eyes showing indifference. The male lead coldly pushed Cairo Wei's head underwater, causing her to panic and beg him to stop, agreeing to confess. She struggled desperately, her shoe flying off her foot amid the thrashing. Cairo Wei tearfully admitted she had just graduated and came to Jinmen to find a job at Li Yan's invitation, Li Yaowei's mother. She doubted whether Li Yaowei was really killed. The male lead calmly confirmed he had killed Li Yaowei, then asked about the real purpose of Li Yan hearing her. She trembled as she answered. The job was related to drug development because she studied pharmacy. The male lead looked doubtful. He didn't believe a big family like the Lis would entrust important work to a student like Cairo Wei and even send their son to pick her up. He continued questioning if she was hiding anything. Cairo Wei shook her head in panic, denying everything. The male lead smiled slightly, his eyes cold as if he had guessed some dark secret behind her words. Without another word, he lifted Cairo Wei onto his shoulder. She screamed in protest, struggling desperately. Under the faint moonlight reflecting on the river, a wooden bridge quietly stretched over the water, leading toward a distant boat approaching. Cairo Wei was suddenly dropped onto the bridge surface. She screamed in pain, completely helpless in the strange situation. The male lead stood coldly on the dock, his gaze fixed on the river. He said to Cairo Wei, "This river is called Yunjiang." He continued, his eyes still distant. "Some say there are Shenjiang fish in Yunjiang, man-eating fish." Hearing this, Cairo Wei was terrified, stammering, "Are you going to feed me to the fish? No way, you're a martial artist." The young man smiled faintly, his voice calm. "I don't kill people recklessly. I usually put them in gasoline barrels filled with cement and drop them into the river. We call it planting lotus flowers." In Cairo Wei's mind appeared a horrifying image, bodies floating in barrels, making her dizzy with fear. The male lead didn't stop. "Or maybe tie iron weights to someone and throw them into the water. We call it sinking with objects. Which do you choose?" Cairo Wei panicked and shouted. "Don't kill me, I'll talk." He asked sternly, "Why does the Li family treat you so well?" Cairo Wei burst into tears, choking out, I am an NUS student." The male lead looked surprised when she admitted she was a national university student. He thought he had just found a treasure. The girl cried, expressing her fear. Alone, with no support, abandoned by the school, she felt life had no way out if exploited by bad people. The male lead asked why she revealed her education now. His eyes were serious, mixed with curiosity. The girl shouted in fury, emotionally cursing out of fear. She did not want to die, especially not to be killed while she still had family. The male lead calmly denied killing her, but coldly said he would imprison her. The girl imagined the scene of being held captive. The girl cried out like a child, blaming her unlucky fate for encountering a demon like the male lead. He only softly replied, "Enough crying, go change your clothes." The girl whimpered that her legs were numb and she couldn't stand up. The male lead remained silent. Without a word, the male lead stepped forward and pulled the girl's hand to help her stand. The movement was decisive but without malice. The girl's eyes suddenly became sharp. A flash of determination appeared. She seemed to be preparing for a sudden action. Without hesitation, the girl counterattacked. With a quick move, she locked the male lead's hand tightly, surprising him and leaving him no time to react. Luke Min squinted at the girl before him with a determined expression, as if preparing for a sudden move. Caught off guard by Luke Min's action, Lam Du reacted too late, her eyes filled with panic. Both suddenly fell into the river, Lam Du's scream echoing through the silent night. Lam Du flailed in the water, panicked and begging, "Save me! If I die, I'm worthless." Contrasting her panic, Luke Min floated calmly on the water, telling her to relax a little more. After surfacing on the shore, Luke Min sat silently alone, gazing distantly at the still water. Lam Du, soaking wet, clung to the pier post, tears streaming down in bitterness and sorrow. She looked up and proposed to Luke Min, "I can work for you, but I need to be paid. I have to support my parents." When asked about the price, Lam Du did not hesitate. "Li Yan once paid me 50 million. You can decide the price." Luke Min pondered for a moment, then replied, "Depends on performance. Do well, more than 50 million. Do poorly, nothing." Lam Du cried and gritted her teeth, swearing fiercely with eyes full of hatred. She was so angry that she cursed if she could develop medicine in the future. She would create a poison that would make Luke Min suffer so much he could neither live nor die. In the cold water, the small girl showed a mix of helplessness and fury, astonishing those who faced her with her resilience. After an argument, Cairo Wei struggled in the lake, filled with anger and resentment. She declared that if one day she could create medicine, she would definitely concoct a terrible poison to punish Chu Qing. Chu Qing pulled Cairo Wei ashore and laid her on the wooden floor. She was motionless, soaking wet, eyes wide open in shock and coldness. Without hesitation, Chu Qing immediately pressed the water out of Cairo Wei's body. Although he appeared calm, he was quietly worried about her survival. When Cairo Wei regained consciousness, Chu Qing casually asked her name. He introduced himself as Chu Qing and even asked her to call him boss, which infuriated Cairo Wei, causing her to curse him harshly. In a quiet moment gazing at the lake, Cairo Wei asked about the feud between Chu Qing and the Li family, fearing that one day she might be implicated. Chu Qing coldly replied that as long as she was still valuable to exploit, the Li family would not kill her. The only thing to worry about was how to maintain that value. Cairo Wei narrowed her eyes with deep malice, thinking silently that she would not die, but Chu Qing would definitely be poisoned by her. Chu Qing smiled lightly, his eyes briefly showing amusement at Cairo Wei's childish but fierce resistance. He declared that before she died, she could drag him down with her, but he certainly would not let it go easily. Hearing this, Cairo Wei could only shout and call him a devil. Seeing that Cairo Wei still had the strength to scream, Chu Qing turned his head coldly and said, "Looks like you're still strong." His words stunned Cairo Wei. Cairo Wei sat curled up alone, tears welling in her eyes, both scared and hurt. Chu Qing lay nearby, glancing at her with curiosity. Chu Qing broke the silence, teasing, "Why are you hiding so far away? I'm not going to eat you." His words made Cairo Wei even more upset. Seeing Cairo Wei silent and unresponsive, Chu Qing coldly warned, "Don't make me say it again." The girl quietly teared up, not daring to reply. Reluctantly, Cairo Wei reached out and moved closer to Chu Qing, seemingly trying to avoid his anger. Finally, Cairo Wei lay down beside Chu Qing. Though her body was tired, she kept just enough distance to feel safe. Chu Qing tilted his head to look at the sky, his gaze distant but still holding a faint smile, making his true thoughts hard to read. A warm light spread around Cairo Wei, making her feel at ease. For the first time that night, she seemed able to sleep peacefully. Cairo Wei's face showed peace. She smiled softly in her sleep, no longer tense as before. Another scene appeared. A luxury car crushed by a collision lay by the roadside, black smoke billowing. A girl in a purple dress approached calmly. This was Li Yan. Li Yan stood before Yunshan Mountain, her gaze stern. She muttered, "Looking for someone here is like searching for a needle in a haystack." Li Yan stood under the moonlight, laughing coldly, affirming that Chu Qing could not escape her grasp. She made a call ordering the kidnapping of Chu Xiao, emphasizing that no one else should get involved. Chu Xiao, a young girl with a carefree appearance, was walking under the streetlights, unaware that she was becoming a target. Suddenly, a group of female assassins in uniforms appeared, rushing at high speed, startling Chu Xiao. Panicked and surprised, Chu Xiao stepped back and asked, "Who are you?" One of the assassins replied coldly, "We are the ones who will kill you." Just as the assassin was about to strike, a group of people dressed in black appeared, blocking in front of Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao anxiously asked, "Who are you?" One of the newcomers answered, "We are the ones who will save you." Before Chu Xiao could understand what was happening, she was pulled away amid chaos, crying out in panic. One of the bodyguards reassured her, "Calm down, miss. We were sent to protect you." Chu Xiao was restrained by 3 women dressed in black, one of whom drew a gun, introduced herself as from the Tang family, and demanded that she remain silent. A sudden dazzling blue light burst forth, creating a thunderous electric explosion in the night. After the flash of light, the 3 women in black were knocked out, lying motionless at Chu Xiao's feet. 3 other women appeared, standing before Chu Xiao with an overwhelming presence. One of them stood out, Tang Nan. Chu Xiao recognized Tang Nan and asked in surprise why she was here. Tang Nan smiled coldly, saying she came on the orders of the boss, demanding Chu Xiao return to work overtime. Chu Xiao smiled awkwardly, saying that a single call would have sufficed, no need to make such a big deal. Tang Nan coldly asked back, "Do you have any objections?" which frightened Chu Zio, who stammered a denial. The quiet night sky covered a high-rise building, the place where the next incident was about to occur. Inside a room with broken furniture, a woman dressed in dark clothes sat cross-legged, her eyes full of arrogance, with a female subordinate standing behind waiting for orders. In the twilight, a woman with long purple hair tied high, half her face hidden by hair, with medical tape on her cheek. She was the leader of a mysterious force. Her cold eyes and serious expression showed she was contemplating something important. A subordinate respectfully reported, "Madam, we have searched everywhere but could not find Chu Qing's parents." Tang Nan showed no emotion, but the atmosphere grew even tenser. Chu Qing just pulled Cairo Wei out of the water, and both lay drenched on the wooden floor by the lake. Cairo Wei was unconscious, and Chu Qing hurriedly checked her breathing. He immediately began artificial respiration. After a while of chest compressions, Cairo Wei suddenly spat out water and opened her eyes. When she regained consciousness, Cairo Wei irritably asked his name. Chu Qing calmly introduced himself. "Chu Qing, you can also call me boss." Cairo Wei angrily cursed, but he just smiled indifferently. Sitting by the lake edge, Cairo Wei anxiously asked about the feud between Chu Qing and the Li family. She feared being implicated. Chu Qing coldly replied, "Only when she is no longer valuable will they kill her." Cairo Wei gave a dangerous smile, warning Chu Qing, "I won't die, but I will poison you." Chu Qing gave a faint smile. He was not afraid of that threat at all, even responding, "Before you die, I will definitely take you down with me. Trust me, I can do it." Chu Qing noticed Cairo Wei still had strength, so he teased her, making her so angry that it dispelled her fear. The long night seemed far from over. Chu Qing lay on his back gazing at the sky, sighing, "Tonight definitely won't be a peaceful sleep." Meanwhile, Cairo Wei sat curled up in a corner, trembling from cold, exhausted, and shocked by the recent events. In the darkness, Chu Qing accidentally heard Cairo Wei sniffling. He sat up and realized she was quietly crying. Chu Qing and Cairo Wei arrived at the apartment complex, both stunned as they stood before the apartment. The atmosphere fell into silence. The apartment before them was a mess. Furniture was smashed to pieces. The scene looked like a raid had just occurred. Cairo Wei asked suspiciously in disbelief, "Is this really your home?" Meanwhile, Chu Qing remained silent, gripping a fork tightly. Warm memories of family flooded Chu Qing's mind. Gentle parents, moments of reunion from childhood. Chu Qing clenched the fork until it bent, his cold gaze and suppressed pain rising up. He burst into loud laughter, but it was not joyful. It was full of sorrow, causing Cairo Wei to step back worriedly. Cairo Wei shivered slightly, reminding him, "Don't laugh like that, it's scary." Chu Qing gritted his teeth, vowing with hatred, "What the Li family did today, I will repay tenfold." Without hesitation, he turned and walked away, decisively ordering, "Let's go." Cairo Wei panicked. "Go where again? Do you have another home?" Chu Qing turned his head, his voice calm but determined. "To the Yi family's house." Chu Qing and Cairo Wei arrived at the Yi family's villa, magnificent and splendid amid the golden autumn scenery. Cairo Wei couldn't help but be amazed by the vastness and grandeur of the Yi family home as a female housekeeper led them inside. A beautiful, radiant girl appeared with a joyful expression. She was Yi Chengxi, the young lady of the Yi family. Yi Chengxi rushed to hug Chu Qing tightly, relieved to see him safe and sound, which surprised and embarrassed Cairo Wei. Cairo Wei blushed and muttered angrily that a girl not yet mature having a boyfriend was really embarrassing. Seeing Cairo Wei's reaction, Yi Chengxi teased, "Are you jealous?" causing Cairo Wei to angrily retort unconsciously. A slender white hand reached out. Yi Chengxi was about to officially introduce herself. With a confident smile, Yi Chengxi introduced herself. "I am Yi Chengxi." This girl seemed to always attract attention from all directions. Chu Qing told Yi Chengxi that Cairo Wei was just a servant he hired, making Cairo Wei so furious she trembled. Chu Qing whispered to Yi Chengxi that Cairo Wei had another identity and asked her to find someone trustworthy to watch over her. Absolutely no letting her attract attention or escape. Yi Chengxi ordered 2 maids to take Cairo Wei to rest after learning that her true identity needed to be kept secret. Chu Qing took the opportunity to ask about the situation of his parents. Yi Chengxi reassured him that they were safe, but reported that his younger sister had been taken by Meng Zhui's people. Chu Qing immediately pressed for details about what had happened. Yi Chengxi revealed that Chu Qing's younger sister had worked as a bartender under Meng Zhui and was captured during the Yi family's clash with the Li family last night. Chu Qing was furious, thinking about how his sister disobeyed and chose to leave the parent company to follow Meng Zhui, an act that made him feel trampled upon. Chu Qing asked Yi Chengxi to keep his existence within the Yi family a secret, even from Aunt Yi. If Meng Zhui came looking, say that he had disappeared. Yi Chengxi worried that if Meng Zhui couldn't find Chu Qing, she might harm his sister. Chu Qing affirmed that Meng Zhui was only using his sister as a threat and would not actually harm her. He then shifted to ask about the Yi family's situation. Yi Chengxi said that the battle with the Li family last night caused both sides to lose at least 30% of their fighting strength, even though they used elixirs provided by Chu Qing. Without them, the losses would have been worse. Yi Chengxi continued, saying that members of the clan kept complaining and questioning her mother's decisions. Yi Mei was the first to speak up, and Aunt 3 was also angry, making her mother very worried. Chu Qing pondered Yi Mei's actions. She kept causing trouble while the Yi family was weakening. He suspected Yi Mei held some secret to threaten the family. Chu Qing took a strange mask. It seemed to be an item to help him conceal his identity. A transition scene showed Chu Qing's hair beginning to turn white, signaling a major change was underway. Yi Chengxi was surprised to see Chu Qing now had a completely different appearance, white hair, and an unusually calm expression. Yi Chengxi was stunned by Chu Qing's new look. He now seemed like a completely different person. Chu Qing asked Yi Chengxi to take him to meet Miss Yi, but without revealing his true identity. He wanted to hide behind his new role. Putting on the mask, Chu Qing declared, "From now on, Chu Qing has disappeared. Call me Master Jian, the one who comes to help Chu Qing." Yi Chengxi looked at him, now Master Jian, with eyes full of both surprise and admiration. Yi Chengxi happily accepted, calling him Master Jian with a bright smile, beginning a journey with Chu Qing's new identity. Chu Qing and Cairo Wei returned to the apartment. Both were stunned when they saw the condition inside. Inside the house was a scene of ruin, broken furniture, as if it had just experienced a violent break-in. Cairo Wei anxiously asked Chu Qing if this was really his home. Chu Qing remained silent, staring thoughtfully, recalling the peaceful days with his parents and younger sister in childhood. His eyes turned cold, his hand clenched so tightly it bent the metal fork. Chu Qing suddenly burst into a loud, sinister laugh, frightening Cairo Wei. Cairo Wei horrifiedly told him to stop laughing like that because it looked really scary. Chu Qing clenched his fists tightly, vowing to repay the Li family tenfold for what they had done to his family. He decided to leave immediately, ordering Cairo Wei to come along. Cairo Wei asked in confusion if Chu Qing had another house, but he only coldly said, "To the Yi family's house." Yi Chengxi appeared happy when looking at Zhao Lair, and asked Master Jian if their future child would be as cute as this boy. Master Jian bluntly replied that if his child looked like Zhao Lair, he would beat it to death, causing the atmosphere to humorously drop. Yi Chengxi sarcastically said Master Jian must prefer daughters, then took the opportunity to criticize the family's preference for daughters over sons, making Master Jian embarrassed. Master Jian awkwardly didn't understand why the conversation shifted like that, and asked Chengxi what she really meant. He began to explain that Zhao Lair's behavior was very suspicious. Although the boy talked to Chengxi, his eyes always followed Master Jian, especially when mentioning the mask. Master Jian suspected the boy was sent by someone to probe his identity. Since Yi Chengxi is the heir of the Yi family, a stranger appearing beside her would easily arouse suspicion. Yi Chengxi was stunned by the sharp and profound analysis, realizing something more serious was behind the matter. She silently thought that Zhao Lair's mother was very close to Yi Mei, the third aunt, who was opposing her own mother. Master Jian suddenly admitted that at first he only thought Chengxi was kind-hearted, but now he felt she was even more than that. Chengxi blushed angrily, called him a wicked schemer, and said he was talking nonsense. The two continued their playful yet meaningful verbal sparring full of affection. Chu Qing, in his new identity as Master Jian, along with Yi Chengxi, entered the luxurious living room of the Yi family's house, where two women were waiting. Yi Chengxi introduced to her mother and aunt that the person beside her was Master Chu Qing, now called Master Jian. The two women reacted with surprise. The black-haired woman was Yi Chengxi's mother, and the blonde woman was her aunt, a newly appeared character. The blonde aunt turned to scrutinize and seemed to want to assess the situation, while Yi Chengxi's mother remained calm but clearly cautious. Aunt Yi stood up, smiled politely, and extended her hand to greet Chu Qing with a meaningful hello. Chu Qing, Master Jian, kept a calm expression, preparing to return the greeting with a handshake. Their hands clasped tightly under an eerie light, clearly showing this meeting was far from ordinary. A burst of aura exploded from the handshake, creating a powerful energy between them, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Immediately, Aunt Yi launched a very strong kick at Chu Qing, indicating this was a disguised test of strength. Yi Chengxi's mother looked calm, but her eyes showed high alertness. Aunt Yi, though trying to keep a cold appearance, also sweated from surprise at the opponent's reaction. Under the clear sky, Yi Chengxi and Chu Qing, disguised as Master Jian, entered the Yi family's main hall, where her mother and aunt were waiting. Yi Chengxi introduced, "Mother Aunt, this is Master Chu Qing, Lord Jian." She showed respect and pride when mentioning his identity. The aunt wearing a black dress, the head of the Yi family, appeared suspicious, repeating the name Mr. Jian with a scrutinizing look. Yi Chengxi's mother and aunt exchanged serious glances, clearly not easily trusting this mysterious man. Yi Chengxi's mother stepped forward, proactively greeting Master Jian with politeness but unable to hide her caution. Master Jian stood silently observing, then calmly responded to the greeting with a courteous handshake. When their hands touched, a sudden powerful aura burst forth, creating a bright energy in the space. They continued shaking hands, a purple-blue light swirling around them like an aura confrontation, indicating equal strength. Immediately after, Yi Chengxi's mother unexpectedly launched a strong kick toward Master Jian, clearly showing suspicion and readiness to challenge. Yi Chengxi suddenly asked an imaginary question. If they have children in the future, would the child be as adorable as little Xiao Lair? Master Jian bluntly refuted that thought, declaring that if their child resembled Xiao Lair, he would beat him to death. Yi Chengxi unexpectedly accused Master Jian of gender discrimination, emphasizing the role of women as heirs in the family. Master Jian was puzzled, not understanding why the conversation shifted to the topic of gender. He explained that Xiao Lair's actions were not simply innocent, but calculated, as the boy paid attention to him, not Yi Chengxi. Master Jian pointed out that a mysterious swordsman like himself suddenly appearing beside Yi Chengxi, the Yi family heir, would surely arouse suspicion and prompt investigation. Yi Chengxi was shocked to realize that Xiao Lair's mother had a close relationship with Yi Mei, her third aunt. Master Jian looked at Yi Chengxi and gently confessed that he once thought she was a good person, but now she was even more than that. Yi Chengxi blushed and accused Master Jian of being a schemer, speaking incoherently. Yi Chengxi angrily shouted that she didn't want to hear any more, while Master Jian calmly rebutted with reason. Chu Qing in Master Jian's guise, and Yi Chengxi entered the main hall together, where her mother and aunt were waiting. The atmosphere was tense as all eyes focused on the unfamiliar guest. Yi Chengxi introduced, "Mother Aunt, this is my master, Chu Qing, currently Master Jian." Yi Chengxi's aunt showed suspicion, repeating the name Mr. Jian with wary eyes, while her mother remained silent, observing. Yi Chengxi's mother coldly glanced at her aunt, signaling to show courtesy to the guest, then stepped forward to greet formally. Master Jian silently extended his hand to shake, but a strange aura suddenly spread from the handshake, creating a bizarre energy clash. Both were enveloped in a radiant glow. The light intersecting between them was like an energy vortex, shaking the entire room. Yi Chengxi's mother suddenly shouted angrily from behind and lunged at Master Jian with a powerful kick, clearly showing vigilance and displeasure. Yi Chengxi's aunt quietly observed the situation, seemingly realizing the potential danger and awkwardness caused by her sister's impulsive action. The aunt spoke calmly, inviting Master Jian to sit down. She could not hide her suspicion. "I don't understand why you have come here." Master Jian calmly sat down, explaining that he came to support his student Chu Qing, after learning that the Li family had bullied him. Yi Mei angrily shouted at Xiao Lair for refusing to give candy, and in losing control, pushed him hard to the ground. Xiao Lair fell painfully, crying loudly on the grass with candies scattered around. Yi Chengxi was horrified to see the boy injured. Yi Chengxi intended to approach and help Xiao Lair, but was quickly stopped by Master Jian raising his hand. Master Jian gently asked the boy, "Xiao Lair, where did you buy the candy? I want some too, can you show me?" Xiao Lair choked up and replied, "Sister Meyer bought it for me," tears streaming down his scratched face. Yi Mei stood still, her face darkened, exuding a cold aura that made Xiao Lair tremble in fear. Unable to bear the frustration and injustice, Xiao Lair burst into tears in front of Master Jian and Yi Chengxi. Yi Mei smiled meaningfully and suggested to Master Jian to take a walk by the Yunjiang River, where the water was deep and dangerous. Master Jian calmly replied, "I can't help either." Yi Chengxi beside him was surprised to hear this. Master Jian's hand swung, signaling an upcoming action, a response to Yi Mei's cruelty. Unable to contain his anger seeing Xiao Lair hurt, Master Jian delivered a thunderous slap to Yi Mei's face. Yi Mei fell to the ground, clutching her painful cheek. Meanwhile, Master Jian calmly stepped forward with overwhelming presence. Master Jian coldly replied, "The water of the Yunjiang River is deep but suitable for him. On the other hand, Yi Mei should worry about herself if she only has a small boat." After that, the story moved away from the Yi family mansion to the scene of a car speeding down the road. Inside the car, Yi Chengxi angrily asked why Xiao Lair acted that way. She could not hide her dissatisfaction. The young man with gray hair accompanying her reassured her. Xiao Lair is still young and not yet capable of distinguishing right from wrong. He gently handed candy to Yi Chengxi, telling her not to blame herself, as the fault in upbringing lies with the child's mother, not her. Chengxi suddenly asked, "Where did this candy come from?" The young man casually answered, "It came from the pocket of the boy who often farts. He only took a little because eating too much would harm the teeth." Yi Chengxi angrily shouted, "How dare you steal candy from children without shame?" The young man relaxed back, completely unconcerned. A phone ringtone sounded, and Chengxi immediately turned to look as if something was about to happen. Yi Chengxi looked at her phone, seemingly receiving an important message or notification, her expression becoming serious. She turned to the young man with her and said that her mother had agreed to the other party's proposal, but she had one condition. A cold woman in a red cheongsam, Yi Meyer, threatened the power of the Li family and warned others that no amount of money was worth risking their lives. Yi Chengxi angrily shouted at Yi Meyer, demanding she be quiet, showing strong resistance to the threatening attitude. Zio Lair, a little boy holding cotton candy and a lollipop, appeared amid the argument, innocently asking what his two older sisters, Yi Meyer and Yi Chengxi, were doing. Yi Chengxi quickly reassured Zio Lair, gently saying that eating too much candy is bad for his teeth, then patted his head. Zio Lair ran toward Yi Meyer while Yi Chengxi looked on in surprise. Yi Meyer stood coldly watching without reacting. Yi Meyer bent down and asked Zio Lair if the candy was tasty. The boy shyly nodded, still holding his hands full of candy. The boy happily replied, "Very tasty," causing Yi Meyer to smile cunningly and tell him to eat more. On the rooftop, Yi Chengxi stood next to a mysterious white-haired man wearing a black mask, Master Jian. She sighed, saying there were too many candies that looked delicious. Zio Lair timidly hid behind Yi Meyer's skirt, firmly saying he would not give candy to Master Jian, his eyes clearly showing fear. Yi Meyer became furious, her eyes full of anger and killing intent when rejected, revealing her domineering nature. A quiet harbor under a crescent moon. In the distance, a ship silently drifted on the river, the night scene unusually peaceful. The brown-haired girl suddenly slipped and fell hard onto the wooden floor of the harbor, accompanied by a loud scream. Chu Qing appeared calmly and introduced the river's name as Yunjiang, a name full of mystery. While the girl was still confused sitting on the floor, Chu Qing coldly told the story of the man-eating Shenjiang fish mentioned in legends of this river area. The girl panicked intensely, trembling as she asked if Chu Qing intended to throw her to the fish, stammering in fear. Chu Qing casually replied that he does not kill people arbitrarily. Instead, he stuffs them into gasoline barrels filled with cement and throws them into the river. He called this planting lotus flowers. The girl imagined that terrible scene, a person trapped in a barrel sinking deep under the blue water, which nearly paralyzed her with fear. Chu Qing continued to threaten, either be tied with iron chains and thrown into the water. He emphasized she must choose one of the two. Terrified, the girl screamed, begging to confess everything. Chu Qing seriously asked, "Why does the Li family value you so much?" The girl sobbed and replied that she was a student at NUS, National University of Singapore. Her voice choked with fear almost to tears. Chu Qing raised 3 fingers to swear, firmly telling Yi Chengxi that he was innocent and would not flirt with her sister. He humorously added that at least he needed to see her first before deciding. Yi Chengxi, still driving with an angry expression, reluctantly accepted Chu Qing's promise with a curt reply, "Fine." Chu Qing suddenly lowered his voice to apologize, sensing the tension in the air despite his earlier joking words. Chu Qing turned to ask Yi Chengxi why she had become silent and seemed unhappy, curious about what was bothering her. Yi Chengxi revealed that her mother wanted to invite Chu Qing's parents to their home for protection, a decision both caring and subtly hinting at intervention from the Yi family. Chu Qing bluntly said that action was no different from taking hostages. He commented that Chen Zai was too kind, while Tang Ziyan, from another family, was tougher and more practical. Yi Chengxi froze, her eyes vacant and face flushed with anger upon hearing Chu Qing dare to compare her to Tang Ziyan, someone she clearly disliked. Yi Chengxi's anger exploded. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, accelerating in fury, causing Chu Qing to panic and shout, asking what was happening. On the highway, the car swerved as Yi Chengxi shouted, "Don't mention other women in front of me, or you will face the consequences." Chu Qing was stunned inside the car, grumbling in protest at being wrongly accused. He wondered what he was saying, realizing his predicament was truly ironic between two women. The white car driven by Chen Zai left the checkpoint, leaving the female police officer behind watching attentively. Chu Qing, in an invisible state, sat calmly beside Chen Zai, while she remained suspicious. Chu Qing was surprised, wondering if this was how some forces often used cars for unclear purposes. Chen Zai casually said this was the first time she had seen such people, unsure what kind of drugs they were on. Chen Zai turned to ask Chu Qing why he was hiding, then suspected he was a wanted criminal. Chu Qing revealed he had almost become one because of Inspector Lu Yue's case. Chu Qing looked in the rearview mirror, his eyes serious as he noticed something suspicious behind them. A black Audi was closely tailing their car, making Chu Qing even more alert. Chu Qing asked Chen Zai to slow down, his eyes never leaving the rear, while Chen Zai still did not understand what was happening. From a panoramic view, Chen Zai's BMW was trapped between other cars on the road, with the black Audi still tailing closely. Chu Qing confirmed to Chenzai they were being followed. Chu Qing and Cairo Wei were sitting and chatting. He was surprised to discover that his blood had special abilities, which might be the key to saving those who were poisoned. Yi Chengxi, a cold and sharp girl, approached with a serious expression, seemingly having overheard the conversation between the two. Little Zio Lair appeared, curiously looking at Chu Qing. The boy's presence created a gentle atmosphere, contrasting with the previous tension. Yi Chengxi stared at Chu Qing with a suspicious look, questioning whether he was truly trustworthy. Chu Qing responded confidently. He was not intimidated by Yi Chengxi's challenge. On the contrary, he proactively offered to help. Chu Qing requested a pen and paper to write something. He appeared very serious and humble, contrasting with his initially confident demeanor. After finishing writing, he carefully folded the paper like a letter. He handed the letter to Yi Chengxi and asked her to deliver it to Gongyu, his nominal fiancé. Yi Chengxi was curious to see the contents of the letter. Chu Qing did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Both of them laughed after reading the letter, dispelling the initial tension. Then, Chu Qing turned his back and left, leaving Yi Chengxi behind. Before leaving, he instructed, "Give the letter. If I die, your son won't have a brother-in-law." An older, powerful, and sharp woman was asking Chu Qing about his next plan. She appeared confident, sitting on a luxurious leather chair as if she controlled the conversation. Chu Qing responded mysteriously, saying, "Heaven cannot be revealed," which surprised her briefly but did not shake her. The woman threatened Chu Qing with a cold move. If his sister died because of Meng Sui, she would marry Tower to Tang Ziyan, a choice unrelated to their current agreement. While Chu Qing was angry and confused, he realized she deliberately mentioned Meng Sui, the person he was avoiding, as a purposeful provocation. She continued to reveal why she chose Chu Qing. He was her favorite pawn. The wider the net is cast, the easier it is to catch big fish, and she knew exactly how to choose the fish. The story shifted to a luxurious residential area, signaling a turning point in Chu Qing's journey. Chu Qing and Yi Chengxi were taking a walk. He worried about Yi Chengxi's safety if Huang Kaishan was still alive and decided to take action. Chu Qing invited Yi Chengxi to go together to the Sejin auction house, the first step in his plan. They arrived at the place, facing the Sejin auction house building with an antique style, decorated with characteristic red lanterns. A white-haired man suddenly rushed forward and hugged Chu Qing tightly, shocking Yi Chengxi deeply. This unexpected reunion opened many mysteries behind Chu Qing's identity. Chu Qing affirmed he would financially support the white-haired friend. However, this friend refused the money out of brotherly loyalty and maintained the principle of not accepting charity. He took out a strange mask, carved with sharp tooth patterns and precise cuts, a symbol preparing for action. The white-haired friend put on the mask, transforming into a new dignified identity. Yi Chengxi stood beside him, while another version of the white-haired man remained behind. The white-haired friend looked back and said, "Don't die," a simple yet emotional phrase showing sincere concern. He and Yi Chengxi stepped out the door. His silhouette exuded determination, while she silently accompanied him. Yi Chengxi turned around, her eyes shining brightly, filled with determination and unease about the upcoming mission. The two got into the car, Chu Qing driving. The silent but tense atmosphere signaled the seriousness of the ongoing plan. Yi Chengxi suddenly changed her mind. She said she would withdraw her previous request and promised to marry Chu Qing if they both survived this crisis. Chu Qing gently stroked her head and smiled in response. "I will make you happy as Chu's wife for life." Yi Chengxi asked suspiciously, "Are you really that confident?" Chu Qing replied firmly, his eyes blazing with determination. "In 3 days, Huang Kaishan will die." Chu Qing refused to accept money from his close friend, proudly saying that among brothers there was no need to keep accounts, and he never took anything without paying the price. Chu Qing held the familiar mask, depicting terrifying features as if about to transform into another person. After putting on the mask, Chu Qing appeared surrounded by an aura, leaving the residence with Chen Zai under the watchful eyes of his friend. The white-haired friend watched Chu Qing leave, not forgetting to warn with a worried look, "Hey, don't die." Chu Qing and Chen Zai stepped out of the house, their backs resolute, ready to face whatever awaited ahead. Chen Zai was briefly flustered, her eyes filled with worry about the dangers they were about to face. Chu Qing drove, Chen Zai sat beside him, the tense atmosphere filling the car cabin. Chen Zai suddenly confessed. She withdrew her condition to seize Jinmen and said if they survived this crisis, she would marry him. Chu Qing gently placed his hand on Chen Zai's head, promising to make her happy for life as Chu's wife. Chen Zai asked again, as if to verify his belief. Chu Qing responded decisively, "In 3 days, Huang Kaishan will die." Chen Huahua slightly curled her lips into a meaningful smile after reaching an agreement with Chu Qing. She was clearly satisfied with the recent exchange conditions, full of schemes but equally confident. In the laboratory, the female doctor wearing a mask held up a test tube containing a shimmering pale purple solution, as if she had just completed a special medicine. Chu Qing, wearing a white lab coat, looked at the liquid suspiciously and asked if it was the antidote, because he felt as if he was being slowly poisoned. The female doctor frowned and snapped that this was fighting poison with poison. If he didn't understand, it was best to stay silent. Her eyes became cold and sharp, as if she was about to carry out a premeditated plan. Without hesitation, the female doctor threw the test tube forcefully onto the floor. The liquid inside shattered, releasing a mysterious purple smoke that billowed up thickly. The purple smoke quickly spread throughout the room. Chu Qing was startled and instinctively stepped back while facing the girl who was approaching. Without a second to lose, the female doctor pulled a syringe from her coat pocket, her eyes determined, and rushed forward at a dizzying speed. In the blink of an eye, she injected it straight into her body, activating the poison she had prepared beforehand without any hesitation. Chu Qing looked at the spreading smoke in panic, covered his mouth, and felt the poison beginning to disperse. He was confused when he realized she had taken the medicine herself. The unexpected result, Chu Qing collapsed amid the thick purple smoke. In his last consciousness, he admitted he had been too complacent and was defeated by a woman who did not know martial arts. The syringe fell to the floor with a sharp sound, signaling the end of the mental battle between the two in the laboratory. Chu Qing collapsed unconscious on the floor, while the masked female doctor stood silently watching him, her gaze unwavering. Without hesitation, the female doctor inserted the syringe into Chu Qing's arm, drawing out a necessary amount of fresh blood for her experiment. She gently shook the test tube containing the blood with a triumphant expression, whispering to the unconscious Chu Qing, "Wait until I finish making the antidote, then I'll settle the score with you." After many attempts, the female doctor exclaimed excitedly, "Done!" as she held a test tube filled with a sparkling bright blue solution. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and drank all the liquid in the test tube, the medicine she believed would free her from restraint. Immediately her face relaxed, a satisfied smile blossomed, feeling freedom surge through her veins. Spreading her arms in the brightly lit room, she exclaimed, "Ha, this is the feeling of freedom," leaving Chu Qing lying unconscious at her feet. Her cunning eyes turned toward Chu Qing, accompanied by a meaningful thought. "Now it's my turn to deal with this villain." The scene shifted to a quiet room. Chu Qing was now laid on a bed, still unconscious. Kaio Wei clenched her fist, standing behind Chu Qing with a dark, scheming face. She was ready to vent her anger on the sleeping person. Without hesitation, she threw off the blanket and raised her fist toward the unconscious Chu Qing, as if wanting to teach him a memorable lesson. Kaio Wei's fist was about to strike, but at that moment, Chu Qing's peaceful face made her hesitate. Kaio Wei blushed with anger. She cursed silently, but was confused because Chu Qing's handsome face made her reluctant to strike. Kaio Wei stood silently, her eyes confused and embarrassed. Inside, she was struggling fiercely between anger and strange feelings. Ignoring rational thoughts, Kaio Wei sat on top of Chu Qing, a gesture as if claiming dominance. She leaned down and suddenly kissed Chu Qing on the lips, an awkward kiss but full of spontaneous emotion. As soon as their lips parted, Kaio Wei thought silently, "Turns out kissing isn't as interesting as rumored," her face still flushed and eyes complex. Kaio Wei began unbuttoning Chu Qing's shirt, an action full of curiosity mixed with mischievous revenge. Kaio Wei leaned close and whispered as if declaring, "Today you have to pay, daring to bully me. I will deal with you properly." Kaio Wei smirked confidently after completing her plan, her eyes clearly showing triumph. Elsewhere, a black-haired male student, holding a strange piece of a statue in the room, suddenly sneezed forcefully, as if someone had just mentioned him. He looked up, suspiciously glanced around, and whispered, "Is someone talking bad about me?" Kaio Wei had now returned to the laboratory, carefully holding a test tube containing a purple solution, which might be the antidote. Chu Qing looked at the test tube suspiciously and asked if it was the antidote, because he felt he was being slowly poisoned. The sharp-eyed masked female doctor responded harshly, emphasizing that it was fighting poison with poison, and told him to stay silent if he didn't understand. She stared intently at the test tube, her eyes flashing with determination. Immediately after, she dropped the test tube to the ground, causing the solution to explode and scatter. Thick purple smoke enveloped the laboratory. Both Kaio Wei and Chu Qing were surrounded by the strange vapor. While Chu Qing was still surprised, the female doctor suddenly pulled out a syringe and rushed forward with a resolute gaze. In a dark room, a black-haired male student wearing a black shirt with white trim sat quietly, holding a mysterious puzzle piece. His face showed deep thought, as if pondering something important. The male student stared at the puzzle piece as if it were the key to unlocking a great mystery. His cold eyes contained suppressed emotions, signaling that something was about to happen. Elsewhere, Chu Qing woke up, his whole body aching, and suddenly realized he had just been defeated by a girl. The truth made him bitterly exclaim in despair. In his pent-up anger, Chu Qing glared at Cairo Wei, but just as he was about to act, sudden internal pain struck him, causing him to cough violently and spit blood. His body was reacting abnormally. A syringe fell onto the green, tiled floor. The fall indicated that an accident had just occurred in the laboratory. The male lead collapsed to the floor, unconscious. In front of him was Cairo Wei, the girl in a white lab coat, standing coldly and watching. Cairo Wei bent down, pulled the syringe out of the male lead's arm, blood oozing from the puncture wound. She held a test tube containing bright red blood, smirking. "Wait for me to find the antidote, then I'll settle the score with you." In the bright light, Cairo Wei cheered joyfully as she successfully synthesized it. Done. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and drank all the liquid in the test tube, the antidote she had just created herself. Cairo Wei blushed, smiling happily. She felt relieved as if she had just broken free from chains. She spread her arms, feeling the newly regained freedom, as if shedding a heavy burden. Behind her, the male lead still lay motionless. Cairo Wei looked at the male lead and thought to herself, "Now it's my turn to deal with this bastard." The scene shifted to the bedroom. The male lead lay still on the bed, seemingly still unconscious. Cairo Wei gritted her teeth angrily, about to strike the unconscious male lead, but finally hesitated when she saw his handsome face. She raised her fist high, ready to deliver a blow, but stopped just inches from his face. Cairo Wei blushed, feeling frustrated and thinking silently. "Damn it, his face is too handsome for me to bring myself to hit him." She was pensive, saying nothing, her inner feelings full of conflict and embarrassment. Suddenly, Cairo Wei climbed fully onto the male lead and sat on him as a form of punishment. She bent down and kissed him quickly, her face flushing red. This was her first kiss. Cairo Wei sat up, mumbling, "So this is what it feels like to kiss someone. HMPH, not interesting at all." She suddenly unbuttoned the male lead's shirt, an impulsive act in a fit of anger. She was furious. "This behavior is not proper for a decent woman, but he bullied me, so he must pay." Cairo Wei confidently ordered, "You started this. Listen to me, I will take responsibility for you." Chu Qing lay unconscious on the bed, his shirt wide open revealing his chest. Cairo Wei bent down to check anxiously, sweat dripping from her forehead. Cairo Wei panicked when she saw Chu Qing unconscious. She wondered what she should do in this awkward situation. After hesitating for a while, Cairo Wei decided to act. Blushing, she told herself, "All right, now or never." Cairo Wei stretched out and lay on top of Chu Qing. The dim light enveloped them like a fateful moment. Chu Qing suddenly woke up, holding his aching head, his eyes blurry and not yet understanding what had happened. He was shocked to see Cairo Wei standing before him, stammering, "Aren't you the one who caused me to end up like this?" When he realized his hands were tied with rope, Chu Qing was even more shocked. Rope. He panicked as he looked at his whole body tightly bound on the bed, wearing only underwear, unable to move. Chu Qing angrily shouted at Cairo Wei, "Cairo Wei, you're fine now. What exactly did you do to me?" Cairo Wei blushed and retorted, I didn't do anything. You were like that before. Do you think I would dare to do anything?" Blood dripped from the male lead's mouth onto the floor, splashing onto Cairo Wei's foot, making her look up in alarm. The male lead, with an angry expression, grabbed Cairo Wei's collar and questioned, "What did you do to me?" Cairo Wei remained unflinching and replied coldly, "What you did to me, I did back to you." The male lead paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth, thinking silently, "Really?" Without a word, the male lead pulled Cairo Wei's hand and left, causing her to cry out in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Cairo Wei hurriedly shouted a warning that the drug she used could not create an antidote from blood because it was a special toxin variant. She continued to assert that the toxin she used had more than 20 variants, some of which even she did not have an antidote for. The male lead stopped, turned around, and coldly asked, "What do you want? State your conditions." Cairo Wei trembled as she replied, "Let me go and promise never to bother me again. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." The male lead smirked sarcastically. "You're smart, choosing to negotiate instead of running away, but will that help?" Then suddenly coughed up blood. Chu Qing smiled provocatively, held Cairo Wei's hand, and asked if he was really as despicable as she thought. Suddenly the phone rang, the screen displaying the caller's name as Yi Chengxi. Chu Qing answered, informing Yi Chengxi that he had caught Chen Huahua, who was currently waiting outside the office. Outside, Yi Chengxi answered the phone while Chen Huahua stood beside her worriedly, asking why they both had to go to Vanjiang. Chu Qing did not answer directly but said they would know when they arrived, while Cairo Wei sat despairingly aside, blaming her fate. Yi Chengxi and Chen Huahua arrived at a forest where a white-haired man was sitting beside a strange patch of earth. When Yi Chengxi asked what he was doing, the masked man coldly replied that they would soon find out. Chen Huahua approached and asked the white-haired man if he was Chu Qing's master and expressed concern for him. The white-haired man admitted he was an unfilial son for never visiting his parents since the accident, then reassured them that Chu Qing was safe and would return after completing his mission. Chen Huahua smiled relieved and accepted this, while Yi Chengxi stood beside him with an annoyed look, silently blaming him as a flower heart. When the white-haired man wearing a black mask began coughing violently, both Yi Chengxi and the pink-haired girl looked at him with sudden worry. He could not hold back and coughed up blood, fresh blood, splattering from his mouth through the hand he tried to cover it with. Yi Chengxi hurriedly rushed to support him, asking anxiously what had happened, while the pink-haired girl was equally shocked. Chu Qing regained consciousness in the laboratory, having been injected with medicine by Cairo Wei while still unconscious. Cairo Wei was flustered when Chu Qing suddenly woke up. Her panicked eyes showed that things had not gone according to plan. A little boy named Zio Lair was crying in another room, seemingly connected to Chu Qing. Cairo Wei used a monitor to check Chu Qing's physiological responses, showing professionalism but full of tension. Chu Qing suddenly woke again with cold, sharp eyes. His aura changed noticeably, causing Cairo Wei to recoil in horror. He attacked Cairo Wei, cornering her against the wall in a fit of rage, leaving her passive and trembling with fear. She struggled but was pinned down by Chu Qing. It was clear control was no longer in her hands. Chu Qing's eyes gradually turned a strange yellow, his body emanating a powerful aura as if controlled by another force. Cairo Wei could not resist. Her body went limp, while Chu Qing was filled with anger mixed with inner pain. As Cairo Wei collapsed unconscious, Chu Qing knelt down, panting, torn between reason and rising instinct. Cairo Wei was stunned when she saw a white-haired man hovering in the air, light surrounding his feet making the scene mystical. The white-haired man stood within a glowing magic formation, hands clasped performing a ritual, the surrounding space bursting with intense light. In the dark sky, blue lightning tore through black clouds, signaling a terrifying energy awakening. From the churning water, a giant golden dragon suddenly rose, its body radiating brilliant light amid the thunderous sky. Cairo Wei panicked, pointing at the sky, stammering in disbelief as she saw the golden dragon hovering in midair. Master Jian urged Cairo Wei to capture this rare moment. She hurriedly raised her camera amid the chaos, trembling as she complied. Meanwhile, Yi Chengxi looked up intently at the golden dragon floating among the clouds, her eyes full of amazement and doubt. She continued to watch the glowing dragon, her long hair fluttering in the wind as the light reflected off the night sky. Yi Chengxi was stunned, her eyes wide with emotion as she realized something unusual about the event before her. Master Jian gently embraced Yi Chengxi from behind and asked if she was scared, but Chengxi calmly replied, recognizing the dragon was fake. Chenzai stood beside the white-haired man wearing a mask. She frankly said that a story and some evidence were needed to convince the other party that death was inevitable. In the quiet night under the moonlight, a black car sped through the empty streets. Inside the car, the white-haired man turned to Chen Huahua and said that the 2 photos he had chosen must be delivered to Huang Kaishan by tomorrow at all costs. Chen Huahua continued, asking if he intended to lure the snake out of its hole, and the white-haired man confirmed by saying it could be thought of that way. Chen Zai suggested visiting the Yi family's house in the evening to meet her mother. The white-haired man agreed, and she promised to talk to her mother. As the car approached the toll station, a long line of vehicles was stuck under the starry sky. 2 female police officers stood beside a car checking documents, creating an atmosphere of strict control during the night. From inside the car, Chen Zai warned that something was wrong and requested to switch seats with the white-haired man. He nodded in agreement. A male police officer wielding a light baton signaled for their car to stop for inspection. Under the lights, the car slowly entered the checkpoint. Tension filled the air as the characters prepared to face something unusual. When the car stopped, Master Jian rolled down the window and looked directly at the approaching officer. The officer appeared surprised and slightly confused by his intimidating appearance. The officer shouted, "Who are you? Remove your mask and comply with the inspection." Tension began to rise. Master Jian calmly replied that he was a warrior, not under traffic police jurisdiction, and requested personnel from the military supervision department to handle the matter. The police officer reluctantly replied that the personnel from the supervision department would not come. If he wanted, he had to go there himself to explain. Master Jian emphasized that he knew the whereabouts of Yi Chengxi, information the other party could not ignore. The scene shifted to a small rest room by the roadside, where yellow lights spilled out into the dark night. Inside the rest room, 5 women wearing purple robes with alluring figures were smoking and playing mahjong. They belonged to the military supervision department, an all-female organization. A male police officer entered, reporting that a cultivator was waiting outside. One of the women ordered, "Bring him in here, we don't have time to go outside." A female member teased the male officer, patting his buttocks while mocking. "In the military supervision department, it's all women. Where would a traffic police team come from?" In the mahjong room, loud laughter erupted from the group of women in purple robes as they teased the young police officer who had just arrived with news. The young police officer, blushing and embarrassed, announced that the cultivator outside said he had information related to Yi Chengxi. The unexpected information shocked the group of women. Their previously joking faces immediately turned serious and tense. Without further words, one of the group swiftly grabbed the police officer by the collar and pulled him out of the room. The leading woman, her eyes cold and fiery, stood before the police officer and asked sternly, "Where is that man?" In the dim moonlight, the car stopped by the roadside. Chen Zai stepped out first, followed by Yi Chengxi and a pink-haired girl who looked clever. The pink-haired girl looked around, suspicious. Yi Chengxi asked, "Why did we come here?" Chu Qing, now disguised with white hair and a black mask, replied softly, "This place is quiet enough, no one will disturb us." The three of them moved toward the back of the car, where a large bag was carefully hidden. Inside was something very important to their plan. Yi Chengxi looked at Chu Qing anxiously. She asked, "Are you sure this will work?" Chu Qing affirmed, "As long as we follow the plan correctly, everything will go smoothly. But remember, don't act recklessly." Chen Zai also nodded in agreement. She reassured Yi Chengxi, signaling that they could trust Chu Qing. Inside the car, Chu Qing began explaining the detailed plan. "When the police check, we will use different identities. Absolutely no exposure." The pink-haired girl opened her eyes wide in surprise, while Yi Chengxi sighed, preparing herself for what was coming. A moment of silence. Chu Qing, now under the new name Mr. Jian, looked up at the night sky. The battle of wits began. A female agent rushed to attack Mr. Jian, but he gently delivered a powerful kick that sent her flying away. He coldly said, "Looking for death." The two remaining agents were startled. The gray-haired one laughed, while the brown-haired one angrily resolved to continue attacking. The brown-haired woman confirmed that Yi Chengxi was inside the car and showed determination to capture her at all costs, supported by her two teammates beside her. They all charged toward Mr. Jian. The moonlight and cold night sky seemed unable to calm the fierce spirit of the upcoming confrontation. Mr. Jian remained unshaken. He defiantly declared, "I don't care how many of you there are, I will defeat you all." Four purple-cloaked agents simultaneously rushed in. Mr. Jian drew a strong energy from his core, glowing brightly in the darkness. Before they could touch him, all were knocked back, rolling on the road, Mr. Jian's power completely overwhelming. The brown-haired woman still refused to surrender. She shouted angrily, "We can't defeat you, but someone who can will arrive soon." In the sky, 3 combat helicopters suddenly appeared, their searchlights sweeping strongly, signaling another force coming to intervene. A convoy of heavy military vehicles followed one after another. A warning voice sounded. "There is conflict among warriors. Civilians are requested to evacuate in order." The female members of the military supervision department were stunned to see the Chengfang army appear. One of them wondered why this army was intervening. Mr. Jian looked up at the 3 helicopters, mockingly questioning whether the other side had the right to start such a major battle. Mr. Jian reasoned, "The Chengfang army is under the control of Xing Lai, the current mayor. There is a confrontation between the military supervision department and the army, so the appearance of the Chengfang army might indicate Xing Lai's involvement." A hand suddenly grabbed Mr. Jian's sleeve, showing obstruction or intervention. Yi Chengxi leaned out from the broken window, ordering Mr. Jian to leave quickly and leave her behind. The pink-haired girl Xiao Lair stood behind, frightened. Mr. Jian calmly reassured, "Just hide inside the car, because what is about to happen may not be a blessing or a curse." Xiao Lair comforted Yi Chengxi, trusting that Mr. Jian, believed to be Chu Qing's master, would surely have a way. Yi Chengxi immediately objected, her face serious. She said if Xiao Lair knew Mr. Jian was actually Chu Qing, she wouldn't think that way. The heavy military vehicles stopped. A female soldier wearing a blue beret appeared from an armored vehicle. A cool-style female general stepped out of the vehicle, wearing sunglasses and wavy brown hair. She was introduced as Tang Zhai, Tang Zian's second aunt. Tang Zhai approached and asked the man with the white mask, "Are you Mr. Jian?" The man turned his head coldly and replied, "Yes, so what?" Tang Zhai confidently introduced herself. "My name is Tang Zhai. You are qualified to know me." Mr. Jian asked, "What is your relationship with Tang Rong?" Tang Zhai smiled lightly. "Tang Rong is my younger sister. How did you recognize her?" Mr. Jian expressed that he had heard the name for a long time, but never met. He was surprised to learn that the commander of the Chengfang army was a member of the Tang family, and thought that Xing Lai had helped this family a lot. The military vehicles began to stop in the middle of the road, and the atmosphere became more tense than ever. The team of women in purple cloaks appeared simultaneously, closing in around the area where Mr. Jian's car was parked. A new figure, a man wearing dress shoes, stepped out of the car, preparing to reveal himself. The full scene became clear. It was Huang Kaishan, minister of the Military Supervision Department, stepping out powerfully with a purple fur cloak and cold eyes. Huang Kaishan faced Mr. Jian and asked intensely, "Are you the one who injured me?" Mr. Jian did not bother to dodge, coldly replying, "A dog biting a man needs to be taught a lesson." Huang Kaishan was extremely angry, his eyes showing killing intent as he faced the one who had wounded him. Shouting in rage, Huang Kaishan lunged forward, gathering energy into a powerful attack, intending to punish the one who insulted his master. The powerful strike was blocked by Mr. Jian's barrier. Magical light flared fiercely between the two opposing forces. A hand with sharp long nails appeared, reaching toward the light shield as if trying to pierce it. Mr. Jian was startled when sensing the strange energy, causing his barrier to begin cracking. A memory flashed by, the wound on Aunt Yi's back. Mr. Jian immediately realized this was the one who had attacked her. Huang Kaishan was also stunned. He recognized that energy as the one that once helped Yi Qingmei. Could Mr. Jian have saved her? The battle was about to begin. Both launched themselves at each other in a space cracked by conflicting power. Huang Kaishan firmly held the initiative, his eyes determined, refusing to accept any insult to his authority. Mr. Jian exclaimed in surprise as he fully identified, "It's you!" The fateful battle between two masters officially began. In the silent night under the crescent moon, Mr. Jian and a gray-haired woman, a member of the Military Supervision Department, stood waiting by the roadside, next to a shiny black car. A female bodyguard opened the car door, and the high heels of another woman stepped out with an aura of power and coldness. She wore a black dress trimmed with gold, full of dignity. That woman, along with two others, a girl with purple hair tied up and a young man with purple hair, stepped out of luxury cars, lining up and moving forward. Each step showed class and authority. Mr. Jian watched them appear, calmly recognizing their familiar identities. He muttered that no matter how many conflicts occur, the outcome remains the same. The great families cannot truly fight each other. The woman in the black dress, seemingly the leader of the newly arrived group, asked Mr. Jian if he was injured. He simply replied, "I'm fine." On the other side, Huang Kaishan stood next to a purple-haired female officer, angrily condemning Mr. Jian's group for daring to shelter Yi Chengxi, who was wanted by the military headquarters. The woman in the black dress firmly responded, asking back, "What crime did Yi Chengxi commit that the minister himself had to come to arrest her?" Huang Kaishan did not provide specific evidence, only suspiciously said, "I suspect she and my 4 bodyguards are all dead." Mr. Jian turned back coldly and asked, "If I don't hand her over, what do you intend to do?" Tension rose as energy lights enveloped both sides. Huang Kaishan radiated a cold blue electric aura, while Mr. Jian emitted a blazing red energy, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Two powerful forces, Mr. Jian and Huang Kaishan, simultaneously launched attacks, their powerful lights clashing in midair, igniting a brutal battle. During the fight, a member of the Military Supervision Department was directly attacked by Mr. Jian, leaving her unable to defend herself in time. Mr. Jian swiftly retreated after the strike, while the injured girl staggered backward, and Huang Kaishan maintained his stance. Tang Zhe quickly ran over to support the injured person, her older sister. She pulled out a bottle of medicine and hurriedly told her sister to take it to recover. As her sister just managed to take the medicine, Tang Zhe suddenly screamed in panic, sensing something unusual was happening. On the opposite side, Mr. Jian smiled meaningfully, repeating that people like them always use the balance of power to justify their actions. Huang Kaishan responded with a half-smile, affirming that it was precisely the Tang clan leader who sacrificed to maintain the current balance for the common good. Tang Zhe's older sister, Tang Ziyan, now standing up, coldly declared, "Yi Chengxi will eventually be caught. Hand over Cha-Ching." A mysterious hand placed on the car door handle. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. Mr. Jian stood by the car, calmly responding to Tang Ziyan's demand. "Everyone knows what will happen if Cha-Ching is handed over. The question is, who dares to do it?" Mr. Jian turned his head, revealing a cold smile behind his mask, and asked everyone sharply, "Are you ready?" Tang Zhe, along with Tang Rong, Huang Kaishan, and a female soldier stood silently. The tension was evident on their faces, especially in Tang Rong's determined eyes. A car sped through the night. Streetlights flashed past the empty road, signaling that the moment to retreat had begun. Inside the car, Yi Chengxi sat in the driver's seat. Behind her, the pink-haired girl Zhou Ale looked confused as she watched Mr. Jian deep in thought. Mr. Jian recalled the scene when Yi Qingmei treated Cha-Ching's wounds. The mark left on him was very dangerous and could explode at any moment if discovered. Yi Chengxi noticed Mr. Jian's unusual contemplation and asked what he was thinking, her eyes shining with worry. She choked up, blaming herself for being useless and unable to protect the one she loved, Cha-Ching. Mr. Jun softened his voice and firmly affirmed, "You are my woman. I will protect you." The little girl Zoa suddenly interrupted, asking, "What did you say? Aren't you Cha-Ching's master?" Mr. Jun was stunned, not knowing how to respond. A cold sweat trickled down beneath his heavy iron mask. In the darkness of the late night, Cha-Ching, disguised as Mr. Jun, silently removed his mask, preparing to face an undeniable truth. He smiled softly, admitting, "It seems I can no longer hide it," while still holding the familiar mask in his hand. The pink-haired girl, who was with the group, was utterly stunned by Cha-Ching's revelation, her face full of astonishment. When Cha-Ching raised a finger signaling to keep the secret, the girl became even more panicked, almost shouting in surprise. She blushed, stammering "you," with eyes full of shock mixed with embarrassment, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Then she calmed down and seriously said, "I know I won't tell anyone." Beside her, Yi Chunxi smiled meaningfully. The night sky gradually shifted scenes, revealing a high-rise building under the moonlight, the headquarters of the Yi Pharmaceutical Group. In the elegant living room, Yi Chunxi, Cha-Ching, still disguised as Mr. John, and another female leader faced each other, preparing to discuss important matters. Cha-Ching was straightforward. "I want to kill Huang Cushion, and I need your help." The woman opposite, apparently a senior figure in the Yi family, exclaimed in shock, "What? He is the Minister of Military Supervision." Cha-Ching gently turned his head and asked his teammate, "Are you ready?" His eyes full of meaning behind the iron mask. Yi Chunxi's group, along with her aunt and a brown-haired woman, possibly a relative, silently faced the enemy faction. The pressure suffocated the atmosphere. A black car left the scene, speeding through the late night, carrying three important figures. Inside the car, Yi Chunxi, the pink-haired girl, and Cha-Ching were on the move. All three remained silent, the atmosphere heavy. Cha-Ching recalled the dangerous mark Yi Kungma left during treatment. If they encountered Huang Cushion, that mark could explode at any moment. Yi Chunxi suddenly became quiet, her distant gaze making Cha-Ching worriedly ask, "Chunxi, what's wrong?" Chunxi lowered her head, voice choked. "I'm so useless. I couldn't even protect the one I love." Cha-Ching gently replied, "You are my woman. I will protect you enough." His words made Chunxi blush, her eyes trembling with emotion. The innocent pink-haired girl interrupted loudly, "What? Aren't you Cha-Ching's master?" leaving everyone in the car stunned. Cha-Ching remained silent, only sweating coldly, avoiding eye contact, tacitly admitting his true identity was being discovered. The white-haired man removed the strange mask, revealing his true face behind the disguise. Cha-Ching smiled and confessed, "It seems I can no longer hide it," filling the car with astonishment. The pink-haired girl, who had been with the group, was frozen in shock, unable to believe what she had just seen. The girl shouted in shock, while Cha-Ching just smiled and winked to signal keeping the secret. She blushed and was confused, unable to believe the true identity of her longtime companion. She quickly calmed down, raising her hand to promise to keep the secret with a serious look. Chunxi beside her also smiled, relieved. The scene shifted to a skyscraper, the headquarters of the Yi Pharmaceutical Group, shining brightly under the moonlight. In the reception room of the building, Chunxi, Cha-Ching, and a woman dressed in elegant black were sitting and discussing. Cha-Ching seriously declared to the woman, who was Chunxi's mother, that he wanted to kill Huang Cushion and needed her help. The woman was shocked upon hearing Huang Cushion's name, as he was the Minister of Military Supervision, an extremely powerful figure. Koa Wei angrily asked Cha-Ching if he was afraid she would reveal this to Yi Chunxi, causing her to leave him. Cha-Ching calmly turned away, reminding Koa Wei to focus on making medicine before noon the next day, or face the consequences himself. Koa Wei said nothing, suddenly collapsed to the floor, causing Cha-Ching to turn around in surprise. Cha-Ching asked if she intended to sleep on the floor, but Koa Wei just silently curled up in disappointment. Koa Wei forced herself up, her face flushed, blaming Cha-Ching for making her feel that way. Cha-Ching teased Koa Wei that if she were more proactive, she would be less tense, while complaining that she was too rigid. Without waiting for her reaction, Cha-Ching suddenly lifted Koa Wei up, causing her to panic. Koa Wei blushed and shouted loudly, asking him to put her down because she would be too embarrassed if others saw her in that situation. Cha-Ching took Koa Wei to the room and gently laid her down on the bed. Koa Wei was still blushing, unsure how to react. Koa Wei's face clearly showed confusion and shyness as Cha-Ching leaned close to her. In a dark room, a black-haired male student wearing a black shirt with white trim held a strange puzzle piece resembling a stone statue, his eyes flashing with suspicion. He stared intently at the puzzle piece with a serious expression, as if thinking about something very important related to the item. In another scene, Yi Chunxi drove with a cold expression and sharp eyes, looking toward an unknown destination, clearly with a specific goal. She was accompanied by a woman in a black dress with gold trim and long black hair, exuding a dignified aura, likely Yi Chunxi's aunt. The woman appeared to be seriously discussing something with Chunxi. A female police officer with long gray hair approached and asked, "Miss Yi, where are you going?" She looked suspicious and cautious, facing Yi Chunxi. Yi Chunxi looked straight at the officer, responding decisively and unwaveringly. Her eyes shone with strong determination. Meanwhile, the officer maintained a cold expression, as if considering whether to stop Chunxi or not, creating a tense atmosphere. The officer turned her back and opened the car door for Yi Chunxi to leave. Though saying nothing, her action showed concession, seemingly respecting Yi Chunxi's status or determination. A large building appeared under the clear blue sky, signaling a scene transition to an important place about to be revealed. In the technical room, a young girl stood tensely beside a blonde man wearing a purple fur cloak, his cold face intently watching the computer screen. The blonde man asked sternly, "Are you sure this photo hasn't been edited?" The girl immediately confirmed, "I'm sure." The man's face darkened, his sharp eyes clearly showing anger and a brewing conspiracy. The girl was so terrified that her face turned pale, her whole body trembling, and she immediately collapsed to her knees. She knelt before him, stammering and begging, "Minister, boss, I still have elderly and children to support." Her face was soaked with tears, full of despair as she looked at him approaching silently. A splash of blood scattered. The outcome of her pleading clearly had no effect. The man stood silently, his hands stained with blood. The girl's body collapsed at his feet, lifeless. He coldly looked ahead. "I will deal with them for you, but that photo, no one else must know about it." In the control room, a computer system monitoring operational data suddenly displayed a strange phenomenon on the screen. Outside the window, a dragon-shaped light appeared in the night sky, shimmering with mysterious golden light. A long-haired girl stood before the window, staring in surprise at the strange scene. Meanwhile, a mysterious hand used the computer mouse and was about to press the delete key. The finger pressed firmly on the delete key, clearly showing the intention to erase some important data that had just been recorded. Yi Chunxi watched through the computer screen, thinking silently. The dragon is a symbol of luck, and now there is a dragon in the lake. She did not wish to become a queen, but knew the dragon was guarding a treasure. If she could get it, she could heal the greatest regret of her life. At a quiet lakeside, a white-haired man wearing a black long robe stood beside a woman with high-tied purple hair. Both observed the water's surface. The man received a call. The voice on the other end announced, "Huang Cushion is heading toward Yunjiang and will arrive in half an hour." The man replied briefly, "All right." He hung up. Beside him, the woman coldly watched his actions with a wary gaze. Both stepped close to the lake's edge. Beneath the water's surface, a strong current rose, creating a giant whirlpool. As the water expanded, both characters jumped into the whirlpool, ready to explore the secret hidden deep within the lake. In the clear water, the man wearing a mask with sharp teeth stood beside the purple-haired woman and softly said, "Everything is ready, just waiting for Huang Cushion to arrive." Suddenly, the masked man paused, his sharp eyes looking into the distance. A signal had just appeared. He turned and said briefly, "He's here." The woman beside him nodded, her eyes silently alert. An off-road vehicle stopped on the grass near the lake. The tires dug deeply into the ground, marking the arrival of a new force. A pair of shiny black leather shoes stepped onto the grass. The owner of those footsteps was entering the center of the story. Huang Cushion appeared, wearing dark glasses and a purple cloak fluttering in the wind. He held a photo, a mysterious detail guiding him. He looked out over the deep blue lake, holding up the photo showing the strange dragon light. "This is the place," he confirmed. Huang Cushion cautiously approached the lake's edge, holding an additional black triangular object, preparing to act. A sudden whirlpool rose in the middle of the lake. Huang Cushion gasped in surprise, his eyes astonished at the supernatural phenomenon occurring. From the whirlpool, a giant golden dragon soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Huang Cushion stood afar, his face both amazed and craving the power before him. Inside the giant golden dragon's body, the figures of two people, a man with a sharp-toothed mask and a woman in black, moved at the speed of light. Huang Cushion drew his gun and fired, a dazzling light bursting forth like a furious roar aimed straight at the target. The blazing bullets shot like lightning toward the golden dragon, leaving a twisting purple trail across the rippling lake's surface. The bullets hit the dragon's body, causing a series of intense fiery explosions that made the spirit creature's body glow fiercely. A dart-shaped object flew out from the dragon, wrapped in a mysterious flame. Tang Ziyan and the masked man stood within the spiritual energy vortex. In his hand was a golden bone fragment, a treasure taken from the dragon. Huang Cushion was horrified to witness a massive light beam from the opposite side. The enemy had counterattacked. An object shot powerfully from the light, knocking the gun out of Huang Cushion's hand and causing a massive explosion. Huang Cushion's face was full of fear and confusion. He had no time to react to the swift counterattack. A sharp spear pierced straight through Wang Cushion. Blood splattered as he screamed in pain. In a dark room, a black-haired male student wearing a black shirt with white trim was intently observing a strange object, a puzzle piece shaped like a dragon statue. He rotated the piece in his hand, his eyes lighting up. Something had just awakened in his subconscious or memory. Elsewhere on the lake surface, the wind began to blow strongly. The water rose, forming a large vortex in midair. Cha-Ching and Tang Ziyan clutched their heads in pain. A strange sonic wave or pressure was spreading from the vortex in the lake. From the center of the vortex, a large jade-green dragon emerged. Steam billowed up, darkening the surrounding space. The dragon carried a sacred and cold aura, its long body winding as if piercing through the night, rising from the deep lake bottom. Both Cha-Ching and Tang Ziyan were oppressed by the dragon's pressure. They struggled to maintain their balance as energy waves spread in all directions. The lake's surface fluctuated violently. Beams of light from the green dragon swept into the sky, turning the entire sky a gloomy purple. An invisible strike hit the ground, shaking the entire area. Cha-Ching immediately raised his sword, standing guard before Tang Ziyan. Tang Ziyan shouted in fear. The giant green dragon roared in midair, signaling an impending catastrophe. Cha-Ching and Tang Ziyan were suddenly alarmed as a blinding light burst unexpectedly from the lake's surface. Tang Ziyan shouted loudly, pointing forward, while Cha-Ching turned his head to look with tension. Something was about to happen. A new danger had just appeared. In the laboratory, a white-haired man wearing a fang mask, Mr. John, suddenly wakes up after being injected with medicine by a masked female doctor. The man with a strange face and yellow eyes begins to observe his surroundings, showing surprisingly alert reactions that frighten Cairo away. The little boy Zio Lair standing nearby freezes, watching the scene unfold, his eyes shining with worry. Mr. Jian remains motionless as if waiting for a response. Koa Wei panics when she sees the patient suddenly jump up. She immediately steps back and screams in fear. Mr. Jun steps off the treatment table, his gaze sharp, his ears seemingly sensitive to the surrounding sounds. An invisible power is awakening. The night sky is gloomy. A group of women in purple robes are playing cards and smoking at the checkpoint. They are members of the military surveillance department, exuding authority and danger. A male police officer comes to inspect a vehicle, but is threatened by one of the female soldiers, who orders him to bring the person. Clearly, they are waiting for someone special. One of the female soldiers points at the police officer, exhaling smoke coldly. The atmosphere becomes tense, signaling that something serious is about to happen. Inside the car, Yi Chengxi sits next to a gray-haired young man, apparently someone she trusts. She keeps making calls and ordering someone to bring the person to safety. Chen Zai, the driver, is seriously watching the road. A military group is guarding ahead, making it more dangerous than ever to transport the person. Cha-Ching shouts, "Go!" and orders the golden dragon to soar into the sky, carrying an important mission ahead. Yi Chengxi looks up following the silhouette of Chu-Ching, and the golden dragon gradually disappearing, anxiously calling his name in vain. The phone in Chengxi's hand vibrates, signaling an important call amid the chaotic situation. Chengxi immediately answers, ordering a person named Chen Huahua to spread news about the appearance of the Yunjiang dragon to the public. Elsewhere, a long black-haired girl, Yimei, stands before a high-rise glass window, sensing the unease spreading from her mother. Chengxi informs Yimei, "At Yunjiang River there really is a dragon. Chu-Ching lured the dragon away to save you." Yimei exclaims in shock, "What?" The call ends. Chengxi stands silently in thought, worry clearly visible on her face. Chengxi tightly grips the phone, telling herself, "Everyone will rush to Yunjiang River because of the dragon. I hope you can escape the chaos, Chu-Ching." The scene shifts to the Yi Pharmaceutical Company headquarters, where further reactions to the dragon news will be planned. Yimei and a pink-haired girl with twin ponytails, likely Chen Huahua, are preparing to disseminate news about the Yunjiang dragon from the coordination center. At the Tang family mansion, a pink-haired woman with an asymmetrical bun reads news on a computer. The sensational news about the dragon appearing at Yunjiang River leaves her stunned. The pink-haired woman immediately orders, "Gather our people to Yunjiang River." Her decisive voice shows no hesitation. Two female subordinates, one with purple hair and a high bun, hurriedly get into a car, confirming the order, "Go to Yunjiang River." Meanwhile, Mayor Xing's mother holds a newspaper with a dragon image and smiles meaningfully, causing the people of Jinmen to be angry again. Chu-Ching. She sits comfortably in a luxurious hall, the newspaper in her hand like a tool for entertainment, but hiding deep schemes. She stands up, strides out of the room, her soft laughter, ha-ha tilde, echoing as a sign of the coming storm's beginning. At a mountainous area by Yunjiang River, the water begins to move violently, as if signaling something about to rise from the riverbed. Chu-Ching is being chased by the dragon in the water. He shouts in horror, "Damn it, is it really a dragon?" Chu-Ching struggles to escape the pursuit. "Water is its territory, I have to get out first," he calculates. Chu Qing surged out of the water like an arrow of light, leaving behind the giant golden dragon coiling beneath the riverbed. The blue dragon leapt out of the water, chasing after the golden light flying toward the sky. A loud explosion echoed through the jungle as a flying object crashed down at a terrifying speed. The blue dragon landed on the ground, its breath growling amid dust and broken wood. From behind a tree trunk, Chu Qing silently observed. He whispered determinedly, "Dragon seal." Chu Qing recalled that the dragon seal might be useful in the current situation. He was surprised he had forgotten about it. He admitted that he was previously uninterested in learning how to tame dragons and thus hadn't practiced thoroughly. However, now he decided to try despite uncertainty of success. Chu Qing used his cultivation technique, activating the sealing barrier. A brilliant circle of light with the dragon seal symbol appeared around him. The dragon was rushing straight toward Chu Qing through the beam of light. He held the seal firmly, facing it head-on. Yi Chengxi drove through the night, hurriedly taking Chu Qing to escape. Behind them, a mysterious masked figure was tracking their journey. At the same time, a group of sexy women in black, belonging to the military supervision department, were playing cards, appearing distracted but ready to act at any moment. A male police officer approached to check the vehicle. He was stunned when he recognized the group and quickly obeyed their orders, trembling under invisible pressure. In the laboratory, Chu Qing was being injected with medicine. A female doctor wearing a mask and Kua Wei stood nearby, carefully monitoring his condition. After the injection, Chu Qing woke up with bright eyes, his inner strength suddenly surging, surprising those around him. Yi Chengxi and Kua Wei left the laboratory, carrying Chu Qing to a secret place to ensure his safety. Meanwhile, Xiao Lair, a young boy with a cute appearance, was being taken away by a woman. He looked around anxiously. The scene shifted to a remote mountain area where a strange lake was beginning to boil. Mysterious energy was gathering. Huang Cushion stood before the lake, holding a photo. He chanted a spell, activating spiritual energy that caused the lake's surface to shake violently. A giant golden dragon emerged from the lake. Sacred light radiated in all directions, signaling a major upheaval was about to occur. Chu Qing smiled slyly, realizing that the dragon had been imprisoned longer than before without having a chance to resist. He looked at the tightly bound dragon, thinking silently that the dragon's entire body was a treasure: bones, marrow, flesh, muscles, mouth, but most especially its innate dragon energy. The image of dragon energy appeared, the core power source that helps a dragon transform into a true dragon. If seized, the cultivation realm would increase dramatically. Chu Qing thought that if he could refine the Xianshan Dragon Qi gold energy, no one would be his match. The image of Gong Yue appeared in Chu Qing's mind. He believed this dragon energy could change her mind and save her. Chu Qing decided to prioritize transmitting the dragon energy to Gong Yue first. He was confident he could endure it, but she might not be able to. He left the mountainside, standing on the peak, watching the dragon gradually weaken within the sealing circle. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Qing's lips. The initial plan had succeeded. Chu Qing began to practice magic, his body floating in midair, golden stones glowing and rotating around him, forming a magic array. A powerful energy explosion from the magic array rained down on the dragon, causing it to panic as rocks crashed heavily upon it. A giant blue dragon shot out of the water, roaring under the clear blue sky, rushing toward a glowing object in the sky. The glowing object plunged straight into the forest, causing a series of large explosions among the dense trees. The blue dragon fell from above, landing forcefully in the forest, breaking trees and scattering earth and rocks everywhere. From behind a tree trunk, Chu Qing disguised as Mr. Jian watched intently and shouted loudly, "Dragon seal." Chu Qing suddenly remembered the dragon seal technique, a skill he had not paid much attention to before, but now was his chance to try it. He began to use the seal technique, his body glowing brightly as a barrier with strange characters appeared around his hands. Worried, he exclaimed, "This is bad." A circular light ring carrying strong energy appeared. The blue dragon sensed the pressure and began to react violently. The seal took effect. Numerous strands of light chains tightened around the dragon. Chu Qing tried to control it, though he was unsure if he would succeed. The blue dragon writhed within the light chains but still roared fiercely, forcing Chu Qing to step back. A roar echoed that terrified him. The dragon struggled violently, smashing rocks with its tail, forcing Chu Qing to dodge quickly. He realized that despite suppressing it with the seal, the dragon was still very dangerous. The blue dragon was surrounded by powerful attacks, its body shaking violently amid a storm of dazzling golden light. Chu Qing continued to strike, swinging his sword to unleash crescent-shaped energy waves, continuously forcing the blue dragon into a defensive stance. One of the attacks hit the dragon's mouth directly, causing it to roar in pain as blood splattered everywhere. The blue dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide, releasing a bright blue energy orb, the innate dragon Qi. Chu Qing's eyes widened, excited to see the innate dragon chi being released. A shadow swiftly crossed the sky, startling Chu Qing. Someone was approaching at an incredible speed. A woman with long silver-gray hair, wearing a short purple dress and high heels, suddenly appeared in midair, rushing straight toward the blue dragon and the escaping dragon energy. A close-up of the silver-haired woman's face, cold eyes, and a cold smile. She clearly came for the dragon chi. She began to perform a secret technique to absorb the dragon chi from afar, her lips making a hup sound as she activated the energy. A dragon-shaped energy stream spiraled toward the girl. She stood in midair, drawing all the dragon chi into herself with a strange skill. A white-haired teenager woke up on an experimental bed under dim light. In front of him was Kaio Wei, a trembling medical student after injecting medicine into his arm. Kaio Wei hurriedly hid the bloodstain and watched the male student gradually recover. She seemed to have done something beyond her control. A boy named Zio Lair appeared, bewildered by the abnormal condition of his older brother. In the laboratory, a female doctor wearing a mask monitored the indicators. Her eyes reflected tension. The experiment had gone beyond expectations. A group of women in purple robes from the military supervision department smoked while observing the screen. The atmosphere was filled with dangerous implications. A male police officer was threatened by the powerful women's group, forced to obey their orders anxiously. From afar, a gray-haired young man in a long black outfit wearing a dragon fang mask appeared, watching the situation. This was the disguised identity of Chu Qing, known as Mr. Giant. Chu Qing, in the form of Mr. Giant, faced a giant blue dragon roaring in fury. The momentum was overwhelming. Without retreating, Chu Qing raised his hand to form a seal, casting the Jiao seal to suppress the rebellious dragon. Under the power of the seal, the dragon was wrapped tightly by spiraling golden rings. Chu Qing took the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick, shouting with overwhelming spirit. Mr. Jian, Chu Qing's disguised identity, and a pink-haired woman in a purple dress confronted each other in midair. She laughed mockingly, provoking him in the sky. She challenged back, "Want to kill me? You're not strong enough. Today I'm the one who wants to kill." In anger, she summoned immense power, declaring, "Doing vile things without women's consent deserves death." Mr. Giant immediately counterattacked. He chanted a spell, summoning a sword formation. Sword formation. The pink-haired girl was surprised by Chu Qing's overwhelming sword stance, showing signs of shock and worry for the first time. She quickly retreated to keep distance, sensing the threat from the sword formation surrounding Mr. Giant. When trying to use the dragon energy within her body, she realized all the dragon power suddenly flowed down to her lower abdomen and vanished without a trace. Her face darkened, eyes full of rage because she couldn't control the dragon energy as she wished. Finally, she shouted in despair and confusion, "You, just wait." Chu Qing removed his mask, holding the sword in his hand, looking confusedly after the fleeing figure, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Chu Qing suddenly witnessed an overwhelming scene before him, a strong energy emerging from the void that amazed him. Seeing Meng Zhui leave, Chu Qing angrily shouted a warning that if she dared harm his sister, no matter where she hid, he would find and destroy her. Suddenly a sound made Chu Qing stop, sensing that something unusual was about to happen. Before him lay a giant white dragon, barely breathing and heavily wounded, clearly weakened after a fierce battle. As Chu Qing flew up, the dragon looked at him with wary and furious eyes. Unable to bear it, the white dragon let out a pitiful groan, rolling in the forest as if tormented from within. Chu Qing stood silently among the ruins, watching the white dragon's fleeing figure with a contemplative gaze. He concluded, without innate dragon energy, this evil dragon was considered useless. The rescue of Gong Yue would be temporarily put aside. At the same time, shouts rang out from afar, "Dragon, everyone retreat quickly," warning of spreading chaos. Chu Qing hid behind a tree, observing three strangers gathered ahead, possibly enemies or perhaps an opportunity. Chu Qing concealed himself behind the tree, suspicious that people had discovered the dragon and worried about Jinmen after leaving Aunt Yi. He decided not to hesitate any longer and quickly rushed back to investigate the situation clearly. The scene shifted to night outside the Yi Pharmaceutical Company headquarters, where Chu Qing was preparing to interrogate. Chu Qing angrily questioned Yi Chengxi whether she had spread the news about the dragon beforehand. Yi Chengxi calmly confirmed, believing that many people rushing to find the dragon would create an opportunity for Chu Qing to escape amid the chaos. Chu Qing bitterly admitted the truth that caused Meng Zhui to appear there. It was all thanks to Yi Chengxi's plan. Chu Qing continued talking with Yi Chengxi, revealing that news of Huang Kaishan being killed by the dragon had spread, and now all attention was focused on the dragon. Both temporarily breathed a sigh of relief as the pressure eased for the moment. Chu Qing smiled and announced he would visit his parents tomorrow. The next day, at the Chu family's temporary residence, a sumptuous meal was prepared ready to welcome him. Chu Qing's parents happily welcomed their son. His father joked that he finally remembered he had parents, while Chu Qing apologized for causing them worry. The whole Chu family gathered to prepare for the meal. His father, with a bright face, cheerfully said, "All right, let's eat." As the family was about to sit at the table, Chu Qing's mother suddenly called him, "Chu Qing," in a serious tone. She gave a brief but firm instruction, "Follow me," her eyes showing she was very serious. The scene shifted to a bedroom. Chu Qing's mother led the way, her expression still stern. Chu Qing obediently followed his mother into the room, his face showing some worry. His mother stopped and questioned, "Where is your younger sister? What has happened these past days?" Without letting him answer, she continued sharply, "Tell me everything. Chengxi has already told me everything. If you say otherwise." Chu Qing was startled when he sensed something unusual. His eyes tense as he looked up at the swirling sky full of energy. Seeing a woman flying away, Chu Qing shouted loudly, threatening Mengzui not to harm his sister, vowing to hunt her down whether in heaven or on earth. Chu Qing heard an unusual sound that made him pause and focus his attention. Before him was a giant white dragon covered in wounds. Chu Qing hovered in the air, gripping his sword tightly, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The white dragon opened its eyes wide, glaring fiercely at Chu Qing rushing towards it. It was scared and surprised by his power. Unable to resist, the dragon screamed in pain and fled into the deep forest, carrying its numerous wounds all over its body. Chu Qing stood still watching it leave, amidst the devastated battlefield, his gaze calm but heavy with worry. Chu Qing whispered that the dragon had lost its innate dragon qi and was now just a cripple. He had to put aside matters related to Gongyu. Shouts echoed from afar, "Dragon, everyone run!" The crowd panicked and fled the forest. Chu Qing hid behind a tree, observing a group of strangers preparing to fight. He silently watched without revealing himself. Chu Qing held his mother's hand and seriously said he had something important to reveal. He frankly expressed his true identity, not only a warrior but also a doctor. Chu Qing activated a special ability, examining his mother's body with internal light, immediately detecting abnormalities. His mother's meridians were completely destroyed, a sign of being stripped of martial arts. Chu Qing was horrified and furious, asking who had done this. His mother gently placed her hand on his shoulder, soothing her son's anger with a tender gesture. She smiled softly, asking Chu Qing to calm down and confessing that she had done it herself. Chu Qing refused to accept the explanation, angrily believing that the Chu family must have forced his mother to give up martial arts. Chu Qing's mother gently advised him, saying it was a grudge from the previous generation, unrelated to him, and forbade him from seeking revenge. Chu Qing clenched his fists, disagreeing. He believed his mother was his blood, everything was connected, and vowed to deal with both the Li and Chu families. Though angry, Chu Qing tried to control himself. He looked at his mother and said hopefully, "Maybe I can cure you." A powerful woman with an asymmetrical bun and a high-collared purple dress ordered her subordinates to continue investigating dragon traces at Yunjiang River. The order was firm and decisive. In the dark night, moonlight illuminated a high-rise building, named as a possible major power center related to the Yi family. Two newly appeared women, one with purple hair and a high bun and the other with long pink hair, approached a luxury car, signaling the arrival of a new force or important ally. A girl inside the car rolled down the window, her cold gaze seeming to receive important information from someone outside. Tension was evident in their brief exchange. Huang Kaishan, a man with blonde hair wearing a purple fur coat exuding authority, stepped out of the car with his subordinates. The atmosphere immediately grew heavy and dangerous. Huang Kaishan stared intently at the dragon energy picture in his hand, the thing that led him here. He seemed to be preparing for a summoning ritual or a pivotal action. Huang Kaishan stood before the sacred lake as mysterious light gradually rose. He began activating something powerful. From beneath the lake, dazzling light burst forth, causing strong ripples on the water's surface. An ancient power was about to awaken. Suddenly, a giant golden dragon spirit appeared in the night sky, radiating majestic and sacred aura. Witnesses were stunned by the magnificent sight. The golden dragon soared into the sky, shining brilliantly. The dragon summoning event could change the balance of competing forces, signaling a major upcoming incident. The pink-haired woman in a purple dress ordered her subordinates to go to Yunjiang River to track down dragon traces, insisting that no clue be overlooked. A quiet night cast its shadow over the city. In the sky, the crescent moon shone down on the high-rise building bearing the sign of Yi Pharmaceutical Group headquarters. In the office, Chu Qing sat alone, intently examining research documents, the light casting a troubled expression on his face. Chu Qing reasoned, a martial artist's internal power is formed through the meridian system. For his mother, if the meridians are broken, could an external formation be used to transform internal power? He thought of Gong Yue, who had internal injuries, and believed this idea could not only help his mother, but also bring hope to other martial artists. Excitedly rising, Chu Qing shouted, "I really am a genius," then immediately bent over to draw the formation on paper. But becoming a genius was not easy. After many efforts, his mind strained, Chu Qing collapsed beside a pile of crumpled drawings. Another night passed. The scene shifted to a secluded house, quiet but also hiding many disturbances. Inside the villa, an elderly silver-haired woman reported. The group sent to Yunjiang to find the dragon had only obtained a single object. A noble woman, wearing a black suit and pearls, calmly concluded, "If it's real, it cannot be fake. If it's fake, it cannot be real." She mentioned Chu Qing with interest, calling Jinmen a bustling place thanks to his presence. Yi Chengxi turned to Chu Qing and said that her younger sister would arrive today. She invited Chu Qing to go pick her up. Yi Chengxi's words showed closeness and signaled a new plot development. Chu Qing nodded in agreement. Internally, he felt something strange as that person also unexpectedly appeared in Jinmen on this very day. This made him cautious and suspicious that something was about to happen. The sky was clear, and San Francisco International Airport appeared very modern, a sign that the arrival of a new character was about to begin. Yi Chengxi and Chu Qing stood waiting in the arrivals hall. Yi Chengxi said her younger sister was about to come out of the gate. Among the crowd of passengers, a short-haired girl wearing a blue jacket and black shorts appeared. Her demeanor was cold and attracted attention. The girl approached calmly. This was Gong Yue disguised as Zoa Ye, the sister Yi Chengxi had mistaken. Chu Qing moved toward the girl, surprising Yi Chengxi. She had never seen this person before and was certain this was not her sister. Chu Qing smiled and introduced. "This is Zoa Ye." The girl waved slightly. The surprise made Yi Chengxi only manage to say, "Eh." Yi Chengxi quickly regained composure and shook hands with the girl. "Hello, I am Yi Chengxi," she said. Zoa Ye politely replied, "Just call me Zoa Ye." Chu Qing recalled his plan to eliminate Huang Cushion, bring Gong Yue, Zoa Ye back to Junmun to control the military supervision department. Then, this organization would sever ties with the Li family and ally with the Yi family. Yi Chengxi smiled brightly and warmly as she shook hands with Zoa Ye, a positive start for the new relationship. The meeting at the airport, seemingly a simple task, opened a major turning point in Chu Qing's plan and the fate of the alliance with Yi Chengxi. Yi Chengxi suddenly cheered with joy upon seeing her beloved sister appear. A tall, elegant woman stepped out of the airport. It was Yi Wenkeng, Yi Chengxi's older sister. Yi Wenkeng smiled gently, her eyes exuding calmness and full of charisma. The two sisters embraced emotionally after many days apart. Wenkeng affectionately called Zoa Zai. Chu Qing gently said goodbye to Gong Yue, telling her to come to him if she needed anything. Yi Chengxi and her sister were happily chatting when they suddenly saw Chu Qing approaching. Yi Chengxi introduced, "Sister, this is Chu Qing, my boyfriend." Chu Qing politely greeted, "Hello, sister." Yi Wenkeng stood silently, her expression unreadable, her eyes following Chu Qing with hidden meaning. She suddenly asked, "Has S passed level C?" which startled Yi Chengxi into exclaiming, "Sister." Chu Qing was confused by Yi Chengxi's embarrassed reaction and blushing, not understanding what was happening. At another location, a woman with an asymmetrical bun hairstyle, wearing a high-collared purple dress, ordered her subordinates to go to the Yunjiang River as if calculating something important. Meanwhile, Yi Chengxi and Chu Qing were still at the airport. She said her younger sister would arrive today and invited Chu Qing to go pick her up together. Chu Qing agreed, as coincidentally, the person he was waiting for was also arriving in Junmun today. The two went to San Francisco Airport to pick up their relative. Yi Chengxi confirmed her sister was about to come out. Among the newly arrived crowd, a short brown-haired girl wearing a blue sports jacket stood out. The girl stepped out with a quiet demeanor, her face somewhat cold, attracting everyone's attention. Chu Qing stepped forward to greet her, but Yi Chengxi still thought this was not her sister and showed doubt. Chu Qing introduced, "This is Zoa Ye." The girl waved hello, causing Yi Chengxi extreme astonishment. Yi Chengxi happily shook hands with Zoa Ye. She introduced herself as Yi Chengxi, while Zoa Ye said her real name was Gong Yue but preferred to be called Zoa Ye, a name from the Master family. Chu Qing recalled. At that moment, he decided to kill Huang Cushion and let Gong Yue come to Junmun as the new leader of the military supervision department. Then, this department would separate from the Li family and become the arm of the Yi family. Yi Chengxi anxiously asked Chu Qing if he was angry about what had just happened and offered to apologize on behalf of her sister. Chu Qing gently replied that he did not even know what illness Yi Wenkeng had, so how could he cure it? Yi Chengxi explained that a quack once said her sister's illness was caused by anger and loss. Yi Wenkeng recounted that since she was 5 years old, every time she fainted, her body weakened until she was bedridden, but the hospital could not diagnose the cause. Yi Chengxi continued, saying that the family had sought many famous doctors, but no one could cure her. Then a quack warned that Wenkung would not live past 30 years old. Cheng casually asked, "What is Guzheng?" causing Yi Chengxi to feel embarrassed and angry. Yi Chengxi hurriedly told Cheng not to mention the taboo, while Cheng complained that if he didn't understand the illness, he should remain silent. Yi Chengxi angrily whispered that she felt ashamed of Cheng's words in front of her sister, while Cheng just remained silent. Yi Wenkung said nothing, quietly pulling Yi Chengxi back to sit in the right place. Yi Wenkung revealed she was now 27 years old and only had 3 years left according to the prophecy. Cheng turned to reassure her. "You won't die right now." Yi Chengxi was extremely furious, her eyes blazing with anger upon hearing Cheng's thoughtless words. She seemed about to explode, a murderous aura surrounding her making the atmosphere in the car heavy. While Yi Chengxi shouted at Cheng for his way of speaking, a painful scream rang out amid the screeching wheels on the mountain road. The car sped away, leaving behind a chaotic mix of emotions among the three. Cheng suddenly woke up after being injected by Cairo Wei. He seemed to have just experienced a strange situation, in a state of confusion. Cairo Wei, the girl wearing a white blouse, explained to Cheng that he had been saved after some incident, and that she was the one who directly injected him with the medicine. The boy Zio Lair appeared, happily rushing into Cheng's arms, calling him older brother. The close relationship between the two was clearly shown. Cairo Wei gently held Zio Lair's hand and seemed to be preparing to take the boy somewhere, while Cheng watched them. A group of women wearing purple robes and seductive outfits appeared. They were members of the Military Supervision Department, a powerful force, all female. A male police officer appeared hesitant when approaching the group of women. One of them sneered and demanded to check the passers-by. The male officer was threatened by the women in purple. He was forced to bring people to comply with their demands, demonstrating the terrifying power of this group. Cheng appeared disguised as Mr. Jian, with white hair and a black mask, conversing with a mysterious woman dressed in black with dark purple hair. They were discussing strategy inside a moving vehicle. Mr. Jian, i.e. Cheng, sat beside the woman in black, both serious. The vehicle entered the highway, speeding rapidly. Inside, Mr. Jian remained thoughtful, preparing for an upcoming mission. Yi Chengxi hurriedly pulled along another young woman who was gasping for breath, loudly calling for help for her sister. Inside the room, the older sister, wearing white, with long curly hair, was being led by Yi Chengxi and a female doctor to sit for examination. Cheng quietly observed from behind. The female doctor, short brown hair with a raised ponytail, after taking the pulse, immediately requested to take the patient to the laboratory for high-tech equipment testing. At the laboratory, the older sister sat exhausted beside the MRI machine. Meanwhile, Cheng, Yi Chengxi, and the female doctor were reviewing the test results. After thorough examination, the female doctor declared that all results were normal, with no serious issues detected. The older sister smiled calmly, admitting that she had known about this condition for over 10 years and was no longer too worried now. Cheng sarcastically criticized the female doctor, saying that despite her university education, she was no better than a quack for failing to find any clear illness. Yi Chengxi's sister smiled appreciatively, saying that even if a quack, that person had helped her live many more years. She placed hope in a new solution, life extension. She took out a small bottle of medicine with a strange design, telling everyone to trust this medicine as the only current option. Cheng took the bottle, dropped a drop onto the back of his hand to test it. The female doctor curiously watched closely the chemical reaction from the strange drop of medicine. Yi Chengxi earnestly pleaded with Cheng, apologizing on behalf of her sister for previous actions. Cheng remained calm, saying that he didn't even know what illness her sister had, so how could he cure it? Yi Chengxi mentioned a quack who once said her sister suffered from the disease of anger and loss. The older sister, Yi Wangking, recounted that since she was 5 years old she had fainted for unknown reasons. Each faint left her weaker until she was bedridden. Yi Chengxi continued that the family had sought many famous doctors, but none could cure her. A quack appeared and said Yi Wangking would not live past 30. When Cheng asked about Gaijeng, Yi Chengxi immediately became angry, telling him not to dig up painful memories. Cheng whispered that with such an attitude, he had no face left before her sister anymore, which made Yi Chengxi furious. Yi Wangking suddenly pulled Yi Chengxi aside to keep her silent and prevent further disturbance. Yi Wangking calmly said that this year she was 27 years old, meaning she only had 3 years left according to the old prophecy. Cheng, looking serious, asserted, "You will not die at this time." Yi Chengxi and her sister, the woman wearing a red dress with long black hair, confirmed as Yi Chengxi's sister. Both looked at the test report with confused expressions. Neither understood the meaning of the report. From behind, Cairo Wei walked with Chu Qing, saying that Yi Chengxi's sister's condition could be saved. Chu Qing was surprised but did not believe it. Yi Chengxi suddenly turned around and shouted angrily when she saw Chu Qing and Cairo Wei quietly discussing something. Chu Qing responded to Cairo Wei, asking her not to talk nonsense. The atmosphere between them was a bit tense, and Cairo Wei remained silent. Yi Chengxi's sister held the test results and asked if this information was useful. Cairo Wei immediately replied that the report was very important. Yi Chengxi stepped forward to question, demanding everyone clearly state whether her sister could be saved. Chu Qing frankly said that he did not know how to cure her, but he knew how to formulate the pills that Yi Chengxi's sister was using. Yi Chengxi immediately reacted positively, asking Chu Qing to quickly produce 100 pills to extend her sister's life to 100 years. The entire Yi Chengxi family appeared at a warm meal. Her mother, a short-haired woman wearing black, asked Chu Qing about her younger sister's condition. Her father, a gray-haired man wearing a shirt and apron, quietly ate. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. Yi Chengxi was worried when her younger sister, Gong Yue, fell seriously ill. She took her sister to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, hoping to find clues for treatment. The test results showed no abnormalities. Chu Qing and Dr. Cairo Wei could not find a specific cause for Gong Yue's declining health. Gong Yue smiled calmly, revealing that she had known about her condition for over 10 years and no longer cared about it. The young man Chu Qing sarcastically said that even though Cairo Wei was a university doctor, she was no better than a quack because at least everyone had been sick before. Cairo Wei was angry at his remark. Gong Yue interjected gently, rebutting that it was precisely that quack who had treated her and helped her survive all these years. She felt grateful for that. Gong Yue took out a white bottle with a red cap, the precious medicine that helped her maintain life for a long time. She called it the revival medicine. Chu Qing took a pill from the bottle and dropped it on his hand to observe its components. Cairo Wei watched his every move with great attention. Cairo Wei was startled when she saw the pill glowing, hurriedly picking it up for closer inspection. She was surprised by the pill's strange reaction. Gong Yue explained that the old healer had prepared 24 revival pills, with instructions. Taking one pill per year would allow her to live until 30 years old. After that, everything depended on herself. Cairo Wei asked permission to analyze the pill's components, but Yi Chengxi, who was very worried about her sister, quickly refused because each pill equated to 1 year of Gong Yue's life. Yi Chengxi and her older sister, Wangqing, are in the medical room. Cairo Wei, a young female doctor, discovers a special pill. Chu Qing, the boy in the blue hoodie, stands coldly behind, observing. Wangqing recalls the past. Her mother left 24 pills, instructing her to take one each year to extend her life until age 30. After that, she must rely on herself. Cairo Wei, curious by nature and with medical expertise, immediately wants to examine the rare pill's ingredients. Yi Chengxi immediately objects. She states the pill is Wangqing's life-saving medicine. Each pill equals 1 year of life. Cairo Wei tries to persuade, insisting that scraping a little powder from the pill's surface won't ruin it. But Yi Chengxi insists that even that would cost several days of life. Wangqing intervenes, asking her younger sister to stop. She hands the pill to Cairo Wei for testing, placing her trust in her. In the laboratory, as Cairo Wei prepares to handle the pill, Yi Chengxi suddenly gets angry, shouting that she has scraped too much. Cairo Wei is confused and replies that she hasn't even started yet. Chu Qing secretly observes. In his heart, he also wants to analyze the pill for his own purposes. Yi Chengxi steps forward to scold Chu Qing, calling him weak and indecisive. He silently endures. Wangqing smiles and comments that Chu Qing also wants to check the pill, but deliberately steps back to let Cairo Wei go first. He admits this and forces a smile. Yi Chengxi softly calls, "Sister," causing the woman in the white dress to turn around in surprise. It is a deeply emotional moment between the two sisters. Yi Chengxi affirms her trust in Chu Qing, believing he is not as irresponsible as others think. Night falls, the moon hangs suspended in the sky. Light from the mansion spills through the window frame, signaling a family reunion taking place inside. A middle-aged woman with dark purple hair and a black dress trimmed with gold steps out with a radiant smile. She is Yi Chengxi's mother, waiting to welcome her daughter home. Yi Chengxi runs up and embraces her mother. She gently calls out, "Kinger, you finally come back." Cairo Wei and Yi Chengxi stand side by side, smiling at the elderly woman ahead. It seems this is Cairo Wei's first meeting with the Yi family elder. Yi Chengxi's aunt, wearing a black dress with gold trim, asks why Chu Qing did not come along. Yi Chengxi is embarrassed and cannot answer. Cairo Wei quickly steps forward, explaining that Chu Qing had something urgent. She introduces herself as Cairo Wei to the Yi clan leader. The woman in the brown dress, Yi Chengxi's mother, smiles and introduces Cairo Wei as a student at the National University and head of the pharmaceutical department at Yip Corporation. Yi Chengxi's aunt states she does not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, but emphasizes that Chu Qing is a benefactor of the Yi family. If there are misunderstandings, it's best to resolve them clearly and early. A woman in a purple dress with pink hair tied off-center orders her subordinates to act. She commands them to proceed to Yunjiang River to break the seal, indicating an important plot is about to unfold. At the same time, the purple-haired woman with a high bun and another woman approach a car. Tension fills the air as the opposing faction's plan begins to unfold. Inside the car, Mr. Jian, Chu Qing's disguised identity, sits opposite a dark purple-haired woman in black. They discuss an agreement related to protecting an important person. Mr. Jian holds up a golden sword for inspection. The woman in black emphasizes that if he dies, the seal cannot be broken, implying the crucial role of that character. A gloomy scene with an elderly woman, Mayor Xing's mother, standing by the window, her eyes full of scheming. She appears to be the mastermind manipulating events behind the scenes. Huang Kaishan, a blond man wearing a purple fur cloak, appears with a fierce expression. He is head of the military surveillance department in Jinmen, ordering preparations to initiate something. Huang Kaishan lowers a strange photo onto the lake's surface. A supernatural phenomenon occurs, causing the space to seem to tremble, signaling that something unusual is rising. A beam of light shoots up from beneath the lake, forming a barrier and making the ground shake. The plan to summon something appears to have partially succeeded. A gray-haired female police officer appears, calling Miss Yi and asking where she intends to go. This is when the present and past scenes intersect, revealing the connection between the forces. From beneath the water, a giant golden dragon emerges. Police and civilians panic, while Huang Kaishan smiles smugly. The sealing plan has succeeded. Chu Qing enters the meeting room, while some staff whisper complaints about his lateness, despite him being the founder of Yip's Pharmaceuticals. In the meeting room, Cairo Wei and Yi Wangqing are waiting. Yi Chengxi is also seated there, her worry evident. Chu Qing suspects that Yi Wangqing deliberately reported late to make him arrive late, while Cairo Wei quietly succeeded with the divorce plan. Yi Chengxi questions Chu Qing about the reason for being late, unable to hide her frustration in her words. Yi Chengxi demands Chu Qing clearly explain everything before the meeting. Chu Qing casually replies that there is nothing to explain, making Yi Chengxi even more confused. The whole meeting room murmurs in reaction to Chu Qing's indifferent attitude, with many people dissatisfied. Yi Wangqing declares the meeting begins after everyone is fully present. Yi Wangqing announces good news. Yi's pharmaceutical has successfully developed its first new drug. Chu Qing smiles as everyone applauds enthusiastically. He silently thinks about Cairo Wei's talent and his former colleagues. Yi Wangqing introduces Yip's Pharmaceuticals' first therapeutic drug, named Yaba No 1. She admits its effectiveness cannot match the Tang family's restorative medicine, but still has potential in the lower market segment. Hearing this, Chu Qing becomes annoyed. Inside, he is upset because the medicine he gave Cairo Wei is powerful enough to shock the market, far surpassing the Tang family's life extension drug. Unable to hold back, Chu Qing slams his hand on the table in anger, drawing the attention of the entire meeting room. Chu Qing loudly refutes Yi Wangqing. He calls the Yaba No 1 product defective and questions whether she consulted everyone before announcing this drug. Yi Chengxi appeared at a family meeting, her eyes calm but clearly preparing to speak on an important matter. She asked the room, "Does anyone object?" Everyone answered no in unison, expressing agreement with her decision. Chu Qing suddenly stood up and said firmly, "I object," causing the atmosphere to become tense. He requested everyone else to leave the meeting room to discuss privately with Chairman Yi and Chief Pharmacist Cairo Wei. Yi Chengxi was stunned and asked, "Chu Qing, what are you doing?" Yi Wangqing solemnly declared the meeting over, signaling everyone to leave as per Chu Qing's request. The staff left the meeting room, leaving Chu Qing with the three others inside. He looked thoughtful and determined. Cairo Wei anxiously asked, "Chu Qing, what's going on?" She realized the atmosphere was becoming unusual and heavy. Chu Qing held the medicine bottle that Yi Wangqing had just announced, gesturing, "Take it," as he handed it to Cairo Wei to check the ingredients. Chu Qing directly questioned Cairo Wei, "Is this your research result? The prescription I gave you, how could it be distorted like this?" His tone full of disappointment and anger. Cairo Wei immediately retorted, "I only improved the formula. If you're angry because I exposed your insecurity and good intentions last time, you shouldn't put the company's interests aside." She was angry but still defended her position. Chu Qing carefully opened the medicine bottle and sniffed the scent of the product made by Yip's company. While inspecting, Chu Qing sarcastically criticized the medicine's quality, pointing out basic errors in the preparation process and raw material quality, such as missing necessary herbs. Cairo Wei immediately became angry and fiercely rebutted. She believed Chu Qing didn't understand anything about preparation when ingredients conflicted or failed to react. Not letting it go, Chu Qing summoned a strange alchemy furnace, asserting he would prove it through action. Chu Qing affirmed he was not an ordinary pharmacist but an alchemist. If he could refine the pill, it would prove his formula was correct. Chu Qing focused his internal energy, the furnace glowing in his hands as he prepared to begin refining the pill. Cairo Wei and everyone in the meeting room were stunned witnessing this supernatural scene. Yi Chengxi smiled as if expecting something interesting. Chu Qing held the furnace floating in midair, a strong aura radiating around him. He opened the furnace lid, light shining out along with a fresh, pleasant fragrance. Cairo Wei, Yi Chengxi, and the other members were overwhelmed by the enchanting aroma of the pill medicine, unable to hide their surprise. Yi Wangqing introduced Yips Pharmaceuticals' first product, Yaba No 1 Recovery Medicine. She admitted its effectiveness was not as good as the Tang family's regenerative product, but targeted the low-price market segment. Chu Qing showed discomfort, recalling that the prescription he gave Cairo Wei once shocked the entire region, strong enough to surpass the compared regenerative medicine. With pent-up emotions, Chu Qing slammed his hand on the table in anger, expressing strong opposition. He loudly questioned Yi Wangqing. "You called Yaba No 1 medicine. Did you ask everyone's opinion before releasing this faulty product to the market?" Yi Wangqing only smiled meaningfully, showing calmness in the face of Chu Qing's anger. She asked the meeting if anyone objected. The group of female staff responded in unison, no. Chu Qing was the only one who stood up to strongly oppose, breaking the silence of agreement. Chu Qing asked everyone to leave the room. He said he needed to discuss privately with Yi Wangqing and the head of the pharmacy department because there was something that couldn't be said publicly. Cairo Wei called his name in alarm. Yi Wangqing declared sternly, "The meeting is over." Everyone quietly left. Cairo Wei anxiously asked Chu Qing what was wrong. He remained silent while Yi Wangqing calmly waited. The meeting room atmosphere became tense. Yi Wangqing proposed launching the new medicine product to the market. Despite Chu Qing's strong opposition, she confidently asked if anyone disagreed. The conference members unanimously confirmed no objections, reassuring Yi Wangqing. Chu Qing stood up abruptly and vehemently opposed, declaring disagreement with the plan to release this defective product to the market. To everyone's surprise, Chu Qing requested unrelated people to leave so he could discuss privately with Chairman Yi and the chief pharmacist. Yi Wangqing reluctantly declared the meeting over, showing displeasure at Chu Qing's reaction. People gradually left the meeting room, leaving Chu Qing with the important figures. A female member of the group, wearing a black dress, long hair, amber eyes, looked worried and asked Chu Qing what was happening. Character name unknown. Chu Qing presented the medicine bottle produced by the company, sharply questioning the inaccuracies in the formula he had provided. A brown-haired female pharmacist, name unknown, angrily rebutted, stating she only improved the prescription and acted in the company's interest, not for personal gain. Chu Qing calmly opened the medicine bottle to directly inspect the quality, preparing to clarify the true effectiveness of the prescription. During the tense argument between Chu Qing and the woman in black, Yi Chengxi's sister, Chu Qing's younger brother appeared. He looked mischievous and playful, breaking the tense conversation with a humorous attitude. The younger brother suddenly shifted to a serious expression and signaled Chu Qing to sit down for an important talk. He was slightly surprised but complied. Meanwhile, a new character entered the scene, Tang Nan. She wore a dark dress, her hair tied high, looking sharp and cold. She walked straight into the tense atmosphere enveloping the room. At the same time, a gray-haired man wearing a long black coat and a fang mask also arrived. He held a bright yellow sword, making the scene more dangerous. As the two forces faced each other, the atmosphere grew cold. The masked man showed a challenging attitude, while Tang Nan remained calm but unyielding. Tang Nan smiled meaningfully and said chillingly, "When you say that, it really makes me want to kill you." Her sharp gaze ignited an inevitable confrontation. In a luxurious room, a seductive girl with long dark purple hair and sharp eyes faces a mysterious young man wearing a hat, a long black coat, and a fang mask, the disguised identity of Chu Qing. Chu Qing coldly taunts, likening the girl to someone who wants to destroy the bridge before crossing it, making the atmosphere tense. The woman in black does not hide her suspicion. She does not trust Chu Qing, believing he is too unpredictable and uncontrollable. Chu Qing reacts angrily, his eyes flashing with rage at being underestimated and insulted. He retorts sarcastically, claiming that she is the one who is sick, always wanting to control others, a person severely afflicted with a power complex. Insulted directly, the girl clenches her fists, her face flushed with anger, ready to take action. She suddenly launches a powerful punch, her whole body radiating fierce energy, clearly showing loss of control due to provocation. Then she temporarily retreats and makes a phone call to someone, initially speaking softly, "Hello, it's me." Her facial expression becomes serious. The content of the call makes her thoughtful and worried. She leaves the room silently, leaving Chu Ching standing there. He smiles sarcastically, thinking to himself, seeing her angry is really something to watch. Chu Ching opens the door and steps into the room filled with tension. Ymire angrily points and shouts Yi Wonking's name, demanding justice for herself within the family. She insists that she is a member of the Yi family and demands shares in the company. Chu Ching quietly watches from afar. Yi Wonking refuses the demands. She reminds that when Yip's pharmaceutical was first established, the three of them opposed and did not invest. Chu Ching realizes that the troublemakers who just arrived are Yi Mei and her mother, who are trying to intrude into the company's internal power. Yi Chengxi suddenly rushes forward, loudly threatening Ymire if she dares to touch her sister. Chu Ching quickly stops Yi Chengxi, reassuring her that Ymire did not come to cause trouble, and Yi Wonking is not easy to bully. Yi Chengxi is stunned by the explanation, not believing Chu Ching's calm attitude. She cautiously asks, "Do you hate my sister?" Chu Ching firmly replies that the person he likes is her, not her sister, making Yi Chengxi blush. Yi Chengxi questions the male lead about whether he has prejudice against her sister, appearing confused and slightly embarrassed. The male lead skillfully avoids the question and praises Yi Chengxi's sister, making her angry for being sidetracked. Yi Chengxi shares that her sister has suffered many hardships since birth, due to enemies harming her even while in the womb. The male lead gently embraces Yi Chengxi, comforting her that everything is over now. He reminds Yi Chengxi that her sister seems to be preparing to confront someone, causing her to startle and look back. Yi Wonking slaps Ymire hard in anger, showing decisiveness and authority. She warns Ymire that the slap is just a reminder. If she continues to offend, the consequences will be severe. She also sends a threatening message to Ymire's mother. The male lead observes everything from afar and thinks, Yi Wonking may be cold to outsiders, but is always gentle with him. Yi Chengxi sulkily pulls the male lead's hand and scolds him for not paying attention to what she just shared. The male lead soothes her, saying he will no longer mind her sister, only because she is Yi Chengxi's relative. Yi Chengxi blushes embarrassedly upon hearing Chu Ching say, "Only because she is your sister." Inside, she begins to feel indescribable emotions about her special position. Chu Ching is startled when he discovers Ymire preparing to attack Yi Wonking. Yi Chengxi immediately turns to look at his reaction. Ymire angrily shouts loudly, preparing to strike Yi Wonking for humiliating and driving her away earlier. Just before Ymire's blow lands, a hand quickly grabs her wrist, blocking the strike in an instant. Yi Chengxi appears just in time, her cold gaze warning. If Ymire dares to touch her sister, she will pay with her life. The two rush at each other, their powerful strikes colliding, creating a fierce light in the center of the room. Within the swirling red and purple energy waves, Yi Chengxi and Ymire continue to clash with martial arts, the tension suffocating. Chu Ching stands watching from afar, thinking to himself that Yi Chengxi has improved significantly. She has reached level 6 in martial arts, while Ymire is only level 4, so the defeat will surely be hers. Yi Wonking calmly steps forward, her cold eyes fixed on Ymire, ready to intervene if necessary. A blade suddenly flies out at high speed, threatening to escalate the situation seriously. A black-haired male student with messy hair, wearing a black shirt with white trim, stands in the room intently looking at a small object shaped like a puzzle piece. He looks thoughtful. The male student lightly turns the puzzle piece in his hand, as if trying to uncover the mystery hidden inside. His eyes shine with curiosity mixed with suspicion. From the shadows, a voice calls Yi Chengxi's name. The long black-haired girl in a black dress appears, entering the room where the male student is standing. Suddenly, Chu Ching appears, but this time he has changed his appearance. White hair, wearing a black mask and a long coat under the name Mr. Giant. He suddenly appears behind Yi Chengxi, startling her. Chu Ching, under the identity of Mr. Giant, calmly steps forward. Yi Chengxi still does not recognize his true identity. The atmosphere becomes tense. Chu Ching gently raises his hand and touches Yi Chengxi's forehead, causing her to fall into a trance-like state as if hypnotized. A faint light flashes from the point of contact. Yi Chengxi silently closes her eyes and gradually loses consciousness. Chu Ching gently supports her as the light from her forehead weakly spreads. Chu Ching carries Yi Chengxi and calmly walks out of the room. He leaves like a ghost, leaving no trace behind. The black-haired male student from earlier watches from afar as Mr. Giant carries Yi Chengxi away. In his hand, he still holds the mysterious puzzle piece, his eyes full of suspicion and determination. The male lead suddenly woke up in a laboratory after being injected with medicine. A girl named Cairo Wei, wearing a white lab coat, was monitoring his condition. He regained consciousness, but immediately became alert. Cairo Wei gently reassured him, trying to keep him calm. A little boy named Zio Lair appeared, shouting in panic, making the atmosphere even tenser. The male lead quickly reacted, protecting Zio Lair, ready to face any danger. Cairo Wei anxiously explained to the male lead that Zio Lair meant no harm. He was just agitated due to the unusual circumstances. The group faced an urgent situation. A female doctor wearing a mask, part of the research team, entered with a serious expression. The female doctor calmly ordered to take the male lead away. The male lead silently observed, realizing he was no longer an ordinary person. It seemed that a special power was hidden within his body. Cairo Wei quietly expressed her concerns to the female doctor about the dangers the experiment might bring, but was dismissed without mercy. The male lead clearly understood his situation. He gave a sarcastic smile, as if he had foreseen everything, the beginning of a turbulent journey. Yi Meyer cried out in anguish, throwing herself into her mother's arms and begging for revenge for what she had suffered. The mother, furious, declared she would help her daughter get revenge and would not let her child be bullied like that. She continued to attack Yi Qingmei, claiming she was unworthy to be the head of the family and demanded control over the Yi family. Yi Chengxi rushed in panic, holding an iPad, reporting that something had been exposed. She showed the tablet to Chu Qing, explaining that because of rumors about dragons in Yunjiang, many people from the capital had flocked there. Mayor Xing Lai appeared at the press conference, using fake dragon scales made by Chu Qing to refute the rumors. Chu Qing sighed in relief, knowing that Xing Lai did not betray him, but stood up to confirm the scales were fake. He looked at Yi Chengxi calmly and said that Xing Lai did not know dragons truly existed, but that did not matter. The scene shifted to a group of strangers just arriving, led by a young man with gray hair and a cold expression. Right Arrow new character. A pink-haired girl with twin tails appeared beside the new group, her eyes sparkling brightly, seemingly connected to the discovery of the dragon. Chu Qing discussed with Yi Chengxi, devising a strategy to make her aunt understand that if she paid attention to the deaths of the Li family and Huang Kaishan, Li Yan would become suspicious and react strongly. Yi Chengxi agreed. Elsewhere, Li Yan, a woman with purple hair tied high, sat silently in a luxurious living room. The quiet atmosphere seemed only superficial. Li Yan suddenly slammed her hand down, breaking a tea glass, showing uncontrollable anger. It seemed the news she just received made her furious. Li Yan immediately called upon magic to read omens. Her expression and actions clearly showed unease. She was trying to decode something suspicious. A servant appeared, reporting that the master was safe but seemed uneasy. Li Yan immediately reacted, sensing something unusual. The elder of the Li family, Mrs. Li Yuan, appeared with a group of people in black cloaks. Their presence brought a threatening atmosphere. The group following Li Yuan all wore hooded cloaks and carried weapons. They clearly did not come with friendly intentions. Li Yan sat calmly, but with calculating eyes. She knew danger was approaching, but maintained a composed demeanor to confront it. Elsewhere, Yi Chengxi, Chu Qing, and Cairo Wei, a short brown-haired girl wearing a light-colored vest, were discussing a medicine formula. Yi Chengxi asked Chu Qing for an evaluation of the new drug. Cairo Wei held the dossier and confirmed that the ingredients of this medicine were extremely rare. She seemed knowledgeable about medicine and professional documents. Cairo Wei reported that the company's funds would be invested in the project. However, Yi Wongking frankly said, now that they had started, they could only continue, either reputation and assets or family extinction. Yi Wongking ordered Yi Chengxi to cooperate with Cairo Wei to carry out the work. Chengxi immediately agreed, excited to take on the task. Chu Qing silently thought that Yi Wongking not only had the vision like Aunt Yi, but also the decisiveness that Aunt Yi lacked. To him, she was the most deserving person to lead the Yi family. The meeting ended, and everyone gradually left the room. Chu Qing stayed behind, lost in his own thoughts. Yi Wongking turned back to tease Chu Qing when she caught him staring at her intently. She asked if he was admiring her. Chu Qing remained silent. The phone rang, and Chu Qing bent down to look at the screen with surprise. The call was from Zhai Yu, a friend of Chu Qing. Chu Qing smiled lightly, thinking the call was timely as he was also looking for Zhai Yu for something. Night fell and Chu Qing went to a bar. Zhai Yu, in a drunken state, was startled and surprised to see him. Zhai Yu wrapped his arms around Chu Qing, laughing loudly and asked drunkenly, "Brother, is it true? Are there really dragons in Yunjiang?" When the silver-haired friend loudly asked about the real dragon in Yunjiang, Chu Qing immediately covered his mouth, panicked at the thought of attracting attention in public. Chu Qing tightened his grip and whispered a warning. If he kept speaking so loudly, both of them would die out on the street. He emphasized that if the other wanted to die, he shouldn't drag him along. Chu Qing suddenly woke up in the hospital bed after a long coma. Cairo Wei, the short brown-haired girl wearing a white blouse, was extremely surprised by his quick reaction. Cairo Wei was flustered when Chu Qing scolded her for injecting medicine without permission. He decisively left, leaving her confused along with a strange, long-haired woman dressed maturely. The woman in black commented that Chu Qing was very violent, while Cairo Wei was angry because he left coldly. Both watched his figure gradually disappear. The scene shifted to a villa, where Yi Meyer, a girl in a red dress, was crying bitterly in her mother's arms, begging for revenge. Yi Meyer's mother was furious that her daughter was bullied and promised to personally repay this debt on her behalf. She clearly showed her power and absolute protective attitude towards her child. This woman criticized Yi Qingmei for lacking the ability to lead the Yi family and demanded control. She also insulted the previous generation's vision, claiming her mother chose the wrong heir. Cairo Wei suddenly ran into the meeting room, holding a tablet, and anxiously announced, "It's been exposed," drawing everyone's attention. She handed the tablet to Chu Qing. On the screen, news about the dragon at Yunjiang had spread, causing many people from the royal city to come investigate. On the screen was an image of Mayor Xing Lai standing and speaking, holding up a fake dragon scale made by Chu Qing. She explained it was just the Heishi residential area to reassure public opinion. Chu Qing looked at the screen and sighed lightly. Although Xing Lai didn't know about the real dragon, he still felt relieved because she hadn't betrayed him. Chu Qing suddenly discovered that the girl sneaking around his front door was Cairo Wei. He angrily asked why she was acting so secretly. Cairo Wei blamed Chu Qing for his habit of drinking late into the night, while Chu Qing ignored her and asked her to quickly say what she needed to say before leaving. Ignoring the warning, Cairo Wei suddenly rushed forward and hugged Chu Qing tightly from behind. Chu Qing was stunned, surprised by Cairo Wei's overly intimate action. Cairo Wei whispered by his shoulder, informing him that the issue with producing King Eye Medicine No. 2 had been resolved and would soon be launched in the market within 1-2 days. Chu Qing appeared indifferent to this good news, but was surprised and puzzled as to why Cairo Wei suddenly hugged him like that. Cairo Wei replied with a hint, saying she just wanted to relax a bit because Chu Qing wasn't someone too serious with women anyway. Chu Qing glared with dissatisfaction inside, feeling belittled and wondering what kind of person she thought he was. He turned back, staring at Cairo Wei with a half-angry, half-probing look. Chu Qing moved closer, his cold and teasing gaze making Cairo Wei seem less confident than before. Yi Chengxi and Cairo Wei were discussing a major decision. Cairo Wei affirmed that even if they retreated, it would no longer be possible. The company's money had been invested, and now there was only one way forward, either success or the destruction of the entire family. Yi Wangqing ordered Chengxi to cooperate with Cairo Wei to arrange the work. Chengxi quickly responded with enthusiasm. A young man, brown hair, dark blue hoodie, sat silently, thinking that Yi Wangqing not only inherited Aunt Yi's intelligence and vision, but also had superior decisiveness, making her the most suitable person to lead the family. Yi Wangqing left the meeting room. The young man remained seated, looking thoughtful, while Chengxi also left with her. Yi Wangqing suddenly turned back, teasing the young man that he had just looked at her admiringly and asked if he had been mesmerized by her. When the phone in his pocket vibrated, the young man quickly bent down to check. It was an unexpected incoming call. The caller ID on the screen showed Jia Yu. He quickly answered. He realized the call came at just the right time because he was also planning to find Jia Yu to discuss matters. Under the moonlight, the young man arrived at a brightly lit bar. He was surprised to see Jia Yu, a silver-haired friend sitting in a corner, who reacted unexpectedly upon seeing him appear. Jia Yu, in a drunken state, hugged his friend and excitedly asked, "Hey, are you kidding me? Is there really a dragon in Yunjiang?" Chu Qing firmly declared he would go alone to rescue the captive, instructing the others to wait for news from him. Yi Chengxi resolutely opposed, expressing that she was not afraid of death and wanted to accompany Chu Qing. Not allowing Yi Chengxi to argue further, Chu Qing quickly subdued her with a surprise move. He held Yi Chengxi as she fainted, gently but firmly saying, "But I am afraid." Chu Qing handed Yi Chengxi over to an older woman who came along, Yi Chengxi's mother, asking her to take care of her daughter. With a determined look, Chu Qing instructed her to send the address along with the car keys and promised to do his best to handle everything. The woman, Yi Chengxi's mother, embraced her daughter, nodded in acceptance, her eyes containing both trust and worry. While driving, Chu Qing pondered. If he charged a loan into the Li family, even if he rescued the person, the precious medicinal herbs would be destroyed, a loss no one could bear. He decided to call someone, clearly having another support plan. In a luxurious space under the moonlight, a silver-haired woman wearing a purple cheongsam was leisurely lying on a chair, holding a phone, seemingly the person Chu Qing contacted. The mysterious silver-haired woman answered the phone with a sarcastic smile, calling the other party Mr. Cheap. She appeared surprised to be called back, thinking the other no longer needed her. Chu Qing spoke sternly, demanding she drop matters related to his sister. He warned that after resolving the current situation, it would be his turn to settle all scores with her. The silver-haired woman immediately changed her expression, angry upon hearing the threat. She mocked Chu Qing, saying he was not qualified to talk about ending things with her. Chu Qing was momentarily embarrassed and awkwardly asked back, "So, do you want me to take responsibility?" making the situation tense and unpredictable. Chu Qing was suddenly surprised to discover that the person who had sneaked up behind him was Cairo Wei. She startled and burst out laughing when caught. Cairo Wei angrily questioned Chu Qing about his habit of drinking until midnight. Chu Qing was annoyed and coldly replied that it was none of her business. Not letting Chu Qing leave, Cairo Wei suddenly reached out to hold him back. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, preventing him from leaving the room. Cairo Wei leaned against Chu Qing's chest, panting as she announced that the formulation of King I Know 2 medicine was complete and would be ready within 2 days. Chu Qing was surprised by the good news, but still wondered why Cairo Wei was hugging him. Cairo Wei smiled slyly, suggesting that since Chu Qing was lenient with women, she also wanted to relax a little. Chu Qing was angry inside, not understanding what Cairo Wei thought of him, even silently cursing that she should go back to heaven. He turned back coldly, making Cairo Wei a bit embarrassed, but she still maintained her boldness. Chu Qing moved closer, flashing a dangerous smile that made Cairo Wei uneasy, unsure of what he intended to do next. Chu Qing suddenly leaned close to Cairo Wei, making her flustered and confused about his action. Chu Qing whispered into Cairo Wei's ear. If she didn't return, he would activate the toxin inside her. Cairo Wei angrily retorted, doubting that Chu Qing dared not carry out the threat because he was powerless. The provocation made Chu Qing furious. He enunciated each word with anger. "You think I don't dare?" Fearing Chu Qing would act rashly, Cairo Wei hurriedly left, still loudly saying, "Call me whenever you need." Chu Qing stopped, annoyed by her attitude. He sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting disappointment. Yi Chengxi appeared breathlessly, reporting that her mother was in danger. She explained that her mother had been captured by the Li family, along with the King I Know 2 medicine. They were martial arts experts plotting to destroy the Yi family. Chu Qing clenched his fists tightly and asked for the exact location where Yi Chengxi's mother was held. Without hesitation, Yi Chengxi grabbed Chu Qing's hand, determined to lead the way immediately. Chu Qing decisively decided to go alone, instructing the girl to wait behind for news from him. The black-haired girl strongly objected, declaring she was not afraid of death and wanted to face the danger with him. However, Chu Qing unexpectedly used a pressure point strike, causing her to faint before she could react. He gently caught her and handed her over to the accompanying woman. Chu Qing instructed the remaining woman to take care of his friend, giving her the address and car keys. The long-haired woman smiled softly, her eyes full of trust as she watched Chu Qing's figure gradually disappear. In the car, Chu Qing contemplated his strategy. Acting alone might save the person but would not preserve the precious medicine. Having made his decision, Chu Qing began making calls, preparing for his next move. Late at night, a mysterious woman with long silver hair, cat ears, and a purple cheongsam was relaxing on a chair, quietly holding a phone. The phone rang. She answered with a sly smile full of hidden meaning. Chu Qing confirmed he would go alone and told Yi Chengxi to wait for his news. Yi Chengxi insisted on accompanying him, saying she was not afraid of death. Not allowing Yi Chengxi to argue further, Chu Qing knocked her out with a light strike. He handed Yi Chengxi over to her aunt, instructing her to take care of her and give him the address and car keys. The aunt nodded, expressing trust with a firm and warm gaze. On the way, Chu Qing pondered. If he infiltrated the Li family alone, he could save the person, but the medicine would surely be destroyed. He decided to make a call, needing additional support, someone special he had contacted before. Elsewhere, a woman with long silver hair, wearing a purple cheongsam and cat ears, was relaxing when she received Chu Qing's call. The mysterious woman sneered upon hearing the phone, teasing Chu Qing as Mr. Cheap and mocking his sudden contact with this sister. Chu Qing spoke sternly, demanding she leave his sister alone. After this matter was resolved, they would have a confrontation. A mysterious figure with white hair and a sharp-toothed mask, Mr. Jian, recognized the assassination plot against him from the start. In his hand was a brilliantly glowing sword, ready for a deadly counterattack. Mr. Jian raised the dazzling golden sword high, its shimmering light spreading through the night. Thunder roared across the sky, marking the explosion of his power, merciless and unforgiving. With the move Thousand-Flower Single Slash, Mr. Jian unleashed a critical strike. The sword's beam descended like thousands of radiant flowers, terrifying the enemies below. Everything was swept into a whirlwind of destruction. A strong beam of light exploded in the night sky, flinging 3 men dressed in black, members of the enemy faction, far away in chaos. Mr. Jian, the white-haired man with a sharp black mask, tightly gripped the light sword. Although the strike did not cause much damage, it was enough to buy time for Xiaoyu. A group of people from the Li clan stood not far away, surprised by the sudden attack from the shadows. Mr. Giant still held the glowing sword firmly, highly alert. He whispered in amazement at the recent power displayed. From the sky, a mysterious figure with long white beard and Taoist robe appeared majestically. The Li clan group immediately paid attention. The newcomer was Wu Dunran, the head of Suenshin Hall, carrying the aura of a high-level cultivator. Wu Dunran recognized Mr. Giant as a true cultivator, with at least a mid-stage, nascent soul realm. Giant's presence gave him a feeling of meeting an old acquaintance. Mr. Giant also noticed that Wu Dunran bore no hostile intent, feeling somewhat relieved amid the tense situation. A purple-haired female warrior from the Yi clan looked up, silently grateful. Without Wu Dunran's arrival, her clan would have been destroyed. Another woman from the Yi group, standing at a distance, loudly called Chu Qing's name, showing extreme worry over the dire situation. The blond young man suddenly rushed forward, his cold gaze fixed directly on the black-clad woman who was turning her back. A purple energy burst from his hand, extending like a ghostly claw, about to touch the opponent's back. Before the black-clad woman could react, a white-haired figure with a terrifying mask suddenly appeared behind her, strangling her from behind. The young man shouted a warning, "Watch out!" The young man's fierce strike sent the white-haired man flying, blood splattering everywhere. He pointed directly at the masked man, angrily shouting, "You bear the mark of my disciple, Huang Kaishan. You are the one who killed him." 3 other figures descended simultaneously from the night sky, reinforcing the righteous side. A powerful light strike was unleashed, engulfing the white-haired man and pulling him into a fierce explosion. The black-clad woman looked toward the explosion, horrified as she saw the dazzling light enveloping the entire forest. Immediately, the blond young man struck the girl's chest with a palm strike, the blow covered by intense purple energy. The black-clad woman collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest and coughing up blood, her body trembling from severe injury. Chu Qing suddenly approached Kaio Wei closely, making her blush in embarrassment. Chu Qing leaned close to Kaio Wei's ear, whispering a threat to activate poison if she did not return on time. Offended, Kaio Wei angrily retorted, sarcastically calling him powerless and afraid to act. Chu Qing's anger erupted fiercely, causing Kaio Wei to turn pale with fear. Kaio Wei hurriedly ran away, shouting loudly that if he needed her, he should just call because she was always free. Chu Qing could only stand there sighing, not bothering to chase after her. At that moment, Yi Chengxi rushed over anxiously, reporting that her mother was in danger. Yi Chengxi explained that her mother and precious medicinal herbs had been captured by the Li clan. Their goal was to completely destroy the Yi clan. Chu Qing asked seriously right away, "Where is she?" Yi Chengxi grabbed Chu Qing's hand firmly, declaring, "I will lead the way, let's go." Chu Qing firmly refused to let anyone accompany him, saying he would handle it himself, and asked everyone to just wait for news from him. Yi Chengxi strongly opposed. She wanted to go with Chu Qing, saying she was not afraid of death as long as she could save her mother. However, Chu Qing suddenly knocked Yi Chengxi unconscious from behind gently, but decisively. Chu Qing caught Yi Chengxi as she fell, and silently said that he was the one who was afraid, not her. Chu Qing entrusted Yi Chengxi to the woman accompanying them, Yi Chengxi's mother, asking her to take care of her while he carried out the mission. Chu Qing instructed her to send him the address and car keys, promising to do his best regardless of whether he was trusted or not. The woman only smiled gently, embracing her daughter, her eyes quietly filled with trust and peace of mind. On the way, Chu Qing analyzed the situation. The Li clan was full of martial arts masters. If he rushed in alone, it would be difficult to ensure the safety of both the people and the medicine. He picked up his phone, preparing to call someone to seek necessary support in this urgent situation. Elsewhere, a woman with long silver hair, wearing cat ears and a purple cheongsam, was relaxing on a chair. She seemed to be the person Chu Qing was about to call. A blond young man in a gray shirt stood in the forest, ordering everyone to stop. He declared that Yi Qingmei should be killed first so they could sleep peacefully tonight, and Mr. Jian would be dealt with afterward. An old man with long white hair, a silver beard, and wearing a Taoist robe stepped forward to handle Mr. Jian. He spoke softly to reassure, saying he only wanted to block Mr. Jian's meridians, not harm him. Mr. Jian, with white hair and a black mask with sharp teeth, tightly gripped the glowing golden sword. Surrounded by swirling, powerful smoke and energy, he smiled coldly, challenging, "Let's see if you have the guts to really do it." Chu Qing suddenly woke up in the laboratory, his body still not fully recovered after the injection. Kaio Wei, a young woman with solid medical knowledge, calmly observed Chu Qing's reactions as if he were a living experiment. A little boy named Zio Lair appeared, innocently running into the room, lightening the tense atmosphere. Chu Qing was still tired, but his mind gradually cleared as he witnessed Zio Lair's friendliness towards Kaio Wei. Kaio Wei was suddenly startled by Chu Qing sneaking up behind her. She panicked, her heart racing from the surprise. Cairo Wei angrily questioned Chu Qing for drinking until midnight. Chu Qing responded indifferently, asking her to leave after finishing the conversation. As Chu Qing was about to leave, Cairo Wei suddenly pulled him back with an embrace from behind. Cairo Wei leaned against his back, exhaled softly, and announced that the King I Know 2 medicine would be successfully formulated within 2 days. Chu Qing was surprised by her action. He coldly asked why Cairo Wei was hugging him. Cairo Wei joked, saying she wanted to relax a bit. Chu Qing could only silently ponder, confused by her behavior. Chu Qing was surprised to discover that the sneaky person was Cairo Wei. She smiled awkwardly, while he angrily questioned her. Cairo Wei was angry to see Chu Qing drinking until midnight. Chu Qing coldly replied, telling her to finish talking and then leave out of sight. Cairo Wei suddenly lunged forward, not letting Chu Qing leave. She hugged him tightly from behind, preventing him from stepping through the door. With a choked voice, Cairo Wei announced that the problem had been resolved. In just 1-2 days, King I Know 2 medicine would be ready. Chu Qing stood at the door, frowning and unwilling to hold Cairo Wei back. He sighed deeply, feeling heavy-hearted. A long black-haired girl, Yi Chengxi, suddenly ran over, panic-stricken, reporting that her mother was in danger. Yi Chengxi recounted that her mother had been captured by the Li family, along with the King I Know 2 medicine. The Li family was plotting to destroy the Yi family. Hearing the bad news, Chu Qing gritted his teeth and immediately asked for the current location of the captive. Without hesitation, Yi Chengxi grabbed Chu Qing's hand and urged, "I will lead the way, let's go now." Chu Qing moved close to Cairo Wei, his eyes resolute. She was stunned, unsure of what he intended as he whispered something into her ear. Chu Qing coldly warned that if Cairo Wei did not return to the designated place, he would activate the poison in her body. Cairo Wei angrily retorted, doubting that Chu Qing could actually do that. Chu Qing stood up abruptly, radiating a cold aura. She was shocked to see his determined gaze. Not wanting to continue arguing, Cairo Wei hurriedly withdrew. She ran while loudly calling Chu Qing's name, saying she would always be ready to help if he needed. Chu Qing crossed his arms, snorted lightly, and stood silently in the hallway after Cairo Wei left. A girl with reddish-purple hair rushed over in panic, reporting that her mother was in serious danger. She said that her mother and the King I Know 2 pills had fallen into a trap set by the Li family, a clan full of martial arts experts plotting to destroy the Yi family. Given the urgent situation, Chu Qing seriously asked, "Where is she?" Without hesitation, the purple-haired girl grabbed Chu Qing's hand and said she would lead the way. The two quickly set off to rescue her. Li Yan clutched her chest in pain, staggering as she walked. A curly-haired woman in a black fur-collared dress hurried over anxiously to check on her condition. The woman in black showed impatience seeing Li Yan unwell. She quickly supported a blonde woman and an unconscious man, trying to help Li Yan. Rage surged as the woman in black cursed the Li family. She called for revenge for the unforgivable losses their family had suffered. The atmosphere grew solemn. The woman in black wiped away tears while the woman in red standing beside her bowed her head silently. Anger reached its peak as the woman in black glared and reproached. Li Yan had failed to complete the mission to kill Yi Qingmei, despite being given a clear opportunity. Without hesitation, the woman in black drew out a poisoned needle. Her cold voice rose. "Then let me send you off to the afterlife." In the tense atmosphere, the third sister, a woman with dark purple hair, wearing a dress with golden trim, stood with a curly-haired woman in a black family uniform before the erupting power. The curly-haired woman shouted, "There is an imposter among us." She gently lowered her hand, as if silently signaling some action. With a trembling voice, the woman in the black dress with golden trim cried while saying she would find the imposter and make him pay. The third sister stood silently, her face expressionless. From the darkness, Mr. Giant appeared from behind, stepped forward, and coldly said, "Then commit suicide." Mr. Giant's words angered the woman. "What do you mean? Do you suspect me?" Mr. Giant replied without hesitation. "Are you stupid?" With sharp, cold eyes, Mr. Giant raised his hand. Dark purple light began to gather, a mysterious energy being activated. His body shone brightly against the night sky. His black clothes fluttered, his aura surged, making the surrounding space seem to tremble. Sensing danger, the third sister quickly rushed in front of Mr. Giant as if to block the attack. Maintaining calm, the third sister turned to the woman in the black dress and said, "Third sister, help me suppress the clan members. When finished, send them back." The woman nodded in agreement. Beside her was another woman wearing a red cheongsam. Both turned and proceeded to carry out the order. Chu Qing suddenly approached Cairo Wei closely, his gaze serious. She was surprised, not knowing what he intended to do. Chu Qing whispered a warning. If she did not return on time, he would activate the poison inside her body. Kaio Wei refused to be weak, retorting angrily and sarcastically about his true abilities. Chu Qing erupted in anger. His eyes were sharp and cold, causing Kaio Wei to panic. Kaio Wei quickly stormed out in anger, shouting as he left the room, leaving Chu Qing standing there. Chu Qing snorted coldly, clearly agitated. He was not used to being confronted by Kaio Wei like that. At that moment, a young girl with long black-purple hair ran over in panic, shouting loudly, "Mom!" The girl and a middle-aged woman approached, reporting that her mother had fallen into a trap set by the Li family clan. The King I No 2 pill had also been seized. Chu Qing immediately asked for her location, his expression serious. He knew the situation was extremely dangerous. The girl quickly grabbed Chu Qing's hand, assuring she would lead the way. With no time to hesitate, they set off together to rescue. A girl with long black-purple hair wearing a tight black dress hurriedly ran, anxiously shouting that her mother was in danger. Behind her was an older woman, curly hair, wearing a black dress with golden trim, also panicked. The girl revealed in panic her mother had been tricked into a trap by the Li family clan along with the precious King I No 2 medicine. The Li family clan was full of martial arts masters and aimed to destroy the Yi family clan. Chu Qing gritted his teeth and urgently asked, "Where is she?" Without hesitation, the girl immediately pulled Chu Qing's hand and said, "I will lead you." Chu Qing stopped and said he would go alone and told her to wait for news. His gaze was resolute. The girl objected, shouting that she was not afraid of death and wanted to go with Chu Qing. Chu Qing did not respond, gently knocking the girl unconscious to keep her safe. Chu Qing handed the girl over to her mother, saying, "Take care of her. Send me the address and car keys. Whether people believe it or not, I will do my best to handle this." The mother embraced her daughter, her face solemn but radiating trust. While driving, Chu Qing pondered. If he rushed in alone, not only would the rescue fail, but the medicine might be ruined. He decided to call for backup. A woman with long dark purple hair, wearing a high-collared black dress with golden trim, stepped out of the room and said decisively, "Enough!" Her aura exuded indifference and authority. She looked directly at Chu Qing, clearly stating that she did not force him to join the Yi family, but only hoped he could protect Chenzai. Chu Qing silently nodded in agreement. She softly mentioned Wanking, a girl who caused many troubles, but affirmed that she was not a bad person, just burdened with heavy insecurities and anxieties. Suddenly, the woman revealed a horrifying truth. Wanking and Chenzai's father had been spies for the Li family. Chu Qing could not hide his shock. She recounted the past. 20 years ago, during the conflict between the Li and Yi families, she met Chenzai's father in a fierce battle. While pregnant with Wanking, she was assassinated and poisoned by the Li family. The toxin passed to her daughter, becoming an unbreakable curse. Although the attack involved that man, he was also the reason she survived. At that time, he was torn between love, family, and orders from above. Her eyes welled with tears, painful memories weighing heavily on her heart. Though years had passed, the emotions remained deeply engraved. She choked up and asked Chu Qing, "If it were you, what would you do? Could you forgive him?" The question carried lingering guilt and unspoken feelings. In the quiet night, a mysterious woman with long silver hair wearing a purple cheongsam and cat ears lay relaxed on a chaise lounge, holding a phone. Her demeanor was lazy yet sharp. The woman answered teasingly, "Haha, isn't this Mr. Cheap? Why suddenly call your big sister?" She clearly knew the caller and was unafraid to bring up old matters. Chu Qing responded seriously, demanding she stop interfering with his sister's affairs, and said that after resolving everything, they would settle their personal debts. The woman laughed angrily. "Who do you think you are to tell me to stop? That's way too arrogant." Her arrogance clearly showed she was not easily threatened. Chu Qing awkwardly asked back, "So, you want me to take responsibility?" indicating a complicated and unresolved personal connection between them. Chu Qing woke up in a strange room, his golden eyes flashing with confusion. Next to him was Kaio Wei, a medical student carefully examining his wound with a serious gaze. Kaio Wei said that Chu Qing's wound was too severe, forcing her to use his blood for a special treatment method. A little boy named Zio Lair appeared, cute and curious, sneaking close to Kaio Wei while she carefully prepared the medicine. Kaio Wei completed the injection for Chu Qing. His special blood quickly took effect, astonishing her with results beyond expectations. Chu Qing opened his eyes, waking up with a completely different expression. His body had been healed thanks to his own blood and Kaio Wei's medical technique. In the laboratory, Kaio Wei looked at the test tube containing Chu Qing's blood, her eyes wide with surprise. The liquid inside emitted a strange reaction never seen before. Kaio Wei examined the blood sample under the microscope and discovered that the cells in Chu Qing's blood had a structure far beyond the limits of conventional medicine. As she stepped out of the room, Kaio Wei collided with a group of women wearing purple robes, members of the military surveillance department, alluring yet powerful in appearance. A male police officer appeared, forced by the group of women to hand over a person. Although frightened, he was compelled to obey their orders. A woman with long white hair, wearing a purple cheongsam and cat ears, lay comfortably on a chaise lounge. She held a phone, showing a cold expression, seemingly the mastermind behind everything. Chu Qing suddenly approached Kaio Wei, his determined gaze making her flustered and blush. He whispered coldly, "If you don't come back, I will activate the poison inside you." Kaio Wei looked at him angrily, questioning whether he was afraid to act because he lacked the ability. Chu Qing's face turned purple with anger as he retorted fiercely, "Can't I?" Kaio Wei panicked and ran away, shouting, "I'm going now. If you need me, I'm always available." Chu Qing stopped, snorted irritably, and watched her retreating figure disappear. At that moment, Yi Chengxi rushed over in panic. "My mother is in danger." She frantically reported that her mother had been captured by the Li family, along with precious medicine, warning of a plot to destroy the Yi family. Chu Qing immediately reacted, asking directly, "Where is she now?" Yi Chengxi did not hesitate, grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "I'll lead the way, hurry up." Chu Qing pressed close to Kaio Wei, his gaze serious. He ordered her to return. Chu Qing warned that if Kaio Wei did not come back, he would activate the poison in her body. Kaio Wei reacted angrily, doubting that Chu Qing had the ability to carry out his threat. Chu Qing's expression changed, showing anger and emitting a strong, murderous aura that frightened Kaio Wei. Frightened, Kaio Wei hurriedly fled the room, shouting that she was always ready if called back. Chu Qing snorted irritably, seemingly still not appeased. Yi Chengxi ran over in panic, reporting that her mother was in danger. Yi Chengxi said her mother had been captured by the Li family, along with King Ai Medicine No. 2. The Li family are martial arts masters plotting to destroy the Yi family. Chu Qing immediately asked where Yi Chengxi's mother was being held. Yi Chengxi grabbed Chu Qing's hand firmly and decisively said she would lead the way. A group of 3 women appeared in the hallway. The one in the middle, with neatly tied purple hair and wearing a black dress trimmed with gold, was called Li Yan. She was criticized for failing to assassinate Yi Qingmei. In a fit of rage, the woman in the black fur-collared dress suddenly struck Li Yan down. Li Yan could not resist, her eyes full of despair. As Li Yan lay dying, the curly-haired woman spoke cruelly. She said Li Yan was too weak and no longer worthy of existing in the family. Another girl with high-tied hair and wearing a dark dress entered the luxurious room with a cold expression. This was Tang Nan, another member of the powerful family. Tang Nan stepped forward to Li Yan, who was writhing in pain. Without any consolation, she coldly ordered for the body to be taken away, as if disposing of something worthless. A door swung open. 2 people, a woman and a man, entered. The woman was Yi Chengxi with fiery eyes. The man accompanying her was a young man with gray hair wearing a gray shirt, Xing Tao. Xing Tao spoke angrily. Yi Chengxi is not someone they can kill at will. He declared he was renouncing his identity and challenged the entire Li family. Xing Tao's powerful mother, the mayor's mother, appeared, standing by the window. She did not oppose her son but silently looked into the distance, her demeanor serious and authoritative. While tension rose, Yi Chengxi remained calm. She did not back down despite facing the strongest force. Chu Qing appeared in the hallway. Opposite him was Yi Chengxi. Their eyes met between anger and understanding, signaling an important event about to happen. Chu Qing coughed violently, causing the girl with dark purple hair to startle and turn around, worried by his pale complexion. Yi Chengxi panicked, thinking Chu Qing was injured. She immediately intended to find Kaio Wei to treat him. Chu Qing smiled lightly, admitting it was just a joke, leaving Yi Chengxi both surprised and embarrassed. Teased, Yi Chengxi got angry, repeatedly kicking Chu Qing and shouting because he had tricked her and made her faint earlier. Yi Chengxi crossed her arms, blushing as she scolded Chu Qing for not being sincere enough in apologizing to her. Suddenly, Chu Qing pulled Yi Chengxi close, and they looked at each other with deep emotion in a romantic moment. Without words, Chu Qing and Yi Chengxi shared a sweet kiss in the shimmering light, putting aside all misunderstanding. After the kiss ended, Chu Qing softly asked, "Is that sincere enough?" Yi Chengxi's eyes dreamy, her heart seemingly soothed. Chu Qing woke up in a strange room, drenched in sweat and with a panicked look as if just having experienced a nightmare. Kaio Wei, the medical student, stood beside him with a calm face. Kaio Wei quickly approached to check Chu Qing's health condition. He still did not understand what had happened, looking at her in confusion. A little boy named Zhao Lair entered the room, clutching a metal piece tightly in his hand, eyes wide with surprise upon seeing Chu Qing awake. When Kaio Wei turned her head, a woman in a white coat, a masked female doctor, appeared and casually said that Chu Qing's awakening time was earlier than expected. Chu Qing frowned at the 2 women in the room. Kaio Wei lowered her head and whispered that she was only following orders. The tension between them grew. The scene shifted outside, where a group of women in purple robes were playing mahjong, smoke filling the air. These were the female members of the military supervision department. A trembling male police officer entered, forced to bring someone to the group of women. He had to obey under threat. Chu Qing and Zhao Lair left the room, trying to find a way out. However, outside was an unfamiliar and dangerous world. Kaio Wei silently followed them, her facial expression clearly showing worry. She knew things were not over yet. On the large screen, an image of Yi Chengxi appeared, cold eyes ordering her subordinates to prepare to capture someone. The confrontation was about to begin. Chu Qing approached Kaio Wei with a determined look, making the space between them tense. Kaio Wei was stunned, unable to react in time. Chu Qing leaned close to Kaio Wei's ear, whispering a threat. If she did not return, the poison inside her would be activated. Her eyes were terrified, unable to move. Regaining her composure, Kaio Wei angrily retorted, "Is it because you are not capable enough?" She challenged Chu Qing's intimidation. Chu Qing became furious at the provocation. A black aura rose around him, causing Kaio Wei to turn pale in horror. Kaio Wei hurriedly left, throwing back a sarcastic remark. "If you need me, I'm always free." Chu Qing stood silently, contemplative. Chu Qing turned his back and sighed in frustration. The anger had not faded. He could only stand and watch her leave. Yi Chengxi ran over in panic, saying her mother was in serious danger. Behind her, her mother, a long-haired, elegant woman, hurried after her. Yi Chengxi urgently explained. Her mother and the king, I know two medicine, had been captured by the Li family. They were powerful martial artists plotting to destroy the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing immediately asked for the location. He could not let things get out of control. Yi Chengxi grabbed Chu Qing's hand firmly, determined to lead the way. Both prepared to set out on a dangerous rescue mission. A woman in a black dress with gold trim, with determined eyes, appeared and called Mr. Giant affectionately. Her appearance signaled a major turning point. She quickly reported the emergency. Her mother, an important figure of the Yi family, was in danger. She and an older woman hurried to seek help. The woman continued explaining. Her mother had been captured by the Li family along with the king I know 2 elixir. The Li family was full of martial arts masters aiming to eliminate the Yi family. Hearing this, Chu Qing asked in a low voice about her mother's location. His emotions tensed, ready to act. Without hesitation, the girl took Chu Qing's hand and said she would lead the way immediately. The worry in her eyes strengthened Chu Qing's determination. However, Chu Qing stopped her, firmly insisting on going alone. He told her to stay and wait for news from him. The girl refused, affirming she was not afraid to die and wanted to go along. The fiery look in her eyes clearly showed her resolve. But Chu Qing acted suddenly, knocking her unconscious immediately. Holding her limp body, he quietly said, "But I am afraid." Chu Qing handed the girl over to the older woman, asking her to take care of her. He emphasized that whether they trusted him or not, he would still do his best to handle everything. On the way driving to the dangerous place, Chu Qing thought silently. If he went alone, the elixir would be hard to keep intact. Both the Yi family and himself could not bear this loss. A woman with dark purple hair, wearing a black dress with a deep slit and gold trim, was seriously injured, supported by a black-haired woman in a black dress with gold trim, who angrily shouted, "You have embarrassed me in front of the elder," then acted cruelly. In anger, the woman in the black fur-collared dress grabbed Li Yan, the woman who had just failed, by the neck, and did not hesitate to stomp her down in front of everyone. The woman in the red dress beside stepped forward to help Li Yan up. Although resentful, she dared not resist and silently gritted her teeth to endure the humiliation. A woman with her hair tied high, wearing a dark dress, appeared with a serious expression. She ordered the group to prepare to depart for the target location with a clear command. Failure is not allowed. In a private room, a long white-haired person wearing a Taoist robe calmly suggested, "Block Mr. Giant's meridians so he cannot cause trouble." Chu Qing, disguised as Mr. Giant, stood outside the door, about to enter but was stopped by a group of guards in black cloaks, members of the Li family. A blond man wearing a gray coat appeared, his eyes cold. He gave a direct order, "Kill Yi Qingmei first." Yi Qingmei, a dark purple-haired woman in a tight black high-collar dress with gold trim, injured, angrily shouted, "How dare you betray me?" Another woman wearing a long black dress with tied purple hair, representing the Li family faction, stepped forward and rebutted Yi Qingmei. She coldly attacked Ms. Wu, who was trying to protect Yi Qingmei. While the situation was tense elsewhere, a silver-haired woman wearing a purple cheongsam and cat ears was leisurely lying on a chair, holding a phone and chatting with a sarcastic attitude. Chu Qing entered the deserted bar, soft yellow lights reflecting on the fully stocked liquor shelves. In that quiet space, only one server stood silently behind the counter, a girl with light purple hair and a gloomy expression. His eyes widened in surprise when he recognized her. It was his sister. The girl had a gentle yet cold demeanor, her deep eyes seeming to hide a secret. Chu Ching woke up in the cold laboratory, his eyes dimly looking around as he was tightly restrained on the iron bed. Cairo Wei, the medical student, looked at him coldly while preparing to inject medicine into his arm. The little boy Zio Lair appeared suddenly, anxiously looking into the room, witnessing Chu Ching being injected. After the injection, Chu Ching felt dizzy. His pupils contracted as a strange sensation spread throughout his body. Cairo Wei frowned at the biological monitor, surprised to discover that the mutation was happening rapidly and uncontrollably. A group of women wearing sexy purple robes entered, exuding an aura of authority that no one dared to oppose. The male police officer was threatened to obey orders to bring the person, sweating as he faced the powerful group of women. The police officer had no choice but to bow his head, open the door, and hand over Chu Ching to the group of women, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. A girl in the group, with pink hair tied on both sides, smiled happily upon seeing Chu Ching brought in like a new toy. A woman with a leadership aura, dark purple hair, deep eyes, observed Chu Ching with cold amusement. Chu Ching stepped close to Cairo Wei, his voice deep and warm but oppressive. "Come closer." A cold breath whispered by Cairo Wei's ear. He warned, "If you don't come back, I will activate the poison." Cairo Wei resisted with anger, gritting her teeth and retorting, "Is it because you are powerless?" Chu Ching became furious, his eyes darkening. "Can't I do it?" Cairo Wei immediately retreated, running away hastily, her voice sarcastic. "If you need me, just call, I'm always free." Chu Ching stood silently and irritably at the door, only letting out a cold snort. A newly appeared girl, long black-purple hair, orange eyes, black dress, ran over in panic. "My mother is in danger," Yi Chengxi quickly reported. Her mother had fallen into a trap set by the Li family, along with the precious King I know 2 medicine. Chu Ching immediately spoke sternly. "Where is she?" Yi Chengxi did not hesitate, grabbing Chu Ching's hand. "Follow me, I will lead the way." Yi Chengxi hurriedly ran over, her face full of worry. She reported that her mother was in danger and urged everyone to act quickly. Yi Chengxi announced that her mother had fallen into a trap by the Li family and was captured along with the batch of King I know 2 medicine. She revealed that the Li family was full of martial arts masters aiming to destroy the Yi family. Chu Ching asked seriously about the location where Yi Chengxi's mother was captured. His eyes shone with determination. Yi Chengxi immediately grabbed Chu Ching's hand, affirming she would lead the way. She did not hesitate to enter danger to save her mother. Chu Ching stopped and decisively said he would act alone and asked Yi Chengxi to wait for news from him. Yi Chengxi firmly opposed. She wanted to go with Chu Ching, unafraid of danger, ready to fight alongside him. Without saying much, Chu Ching knocked Yi Chengxi unconscious in an instant and gently caught her. Chu Ching handed Yi Chengxi over to her mother, a red-haired woman with curly hair, stylish office attire, asking her to take care of her daughter and provide necessary information. Chu Ching drove through the night, pondering the situation. He worried that going alone would make it difficult to keep the precious medicine intact. This loss was something neither he nor the Yi family could bear. While driving, Chu Ching made a call for help. The receiver was a woman with long silver hair, wearing a purple cheongsam and cat ears, leisurely lying on a chaise lounge holding a phone. Chu Ching was shocked to realize that what he had just drunk was poison. Immediately after, he collapsed onto the table in horror of those present, while the silver-haired woman calmly continued drinking wine. The purple-haired waitress panicked when she discovered something unusual about the bottles of wine. She immediately tried tasting, but could not detect any poison flavor in them. The silver-haired woman smiled coldly, revealing that this poison only affected cultivators, and among the 3 people, only Chu Ching was a cultivator. Unable to contain her rage, the purple-haired girl screamed and threw a bottle of wine at the culprit. The attack began, and the atmosphere in the bar exploded with the young woman's fury. The battle was fierce, the bottle of wine being tugged back and forth between the 2 sides. But in that moment, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She blamed herself as the one most deserving to die. The silver-haired woman seriously admitted she was the one who had dragged Chu Ching into this matter. The male lead Chu Ching woke up in a strange room, confused and tired. A female doctor wearing a mask was monitoring him, her gaze cold. Cairo Wei, the brown-haired, bespectacled medical student, entered the room nervously. She was carrying documents and medicine, seemingly preparing to do something. Chu Ching was surprised to see Zio Lair, a little boy wearing a red bow, sleeping soundly nearby. His suspicion grew stronger. Cairo Wei pulled out a syringe and quickly injected medicine into Chu Ching's body, not allowing him to resist. After the injection, Chu Ching's blood began to react strongly. Cairo Wei observed his expression with tense but determined eyes. Kaio Wei panicked when she realized she couldn't save Chu Qing alone. She thought of Yi Tiangxi, then changed her mind. The only person she trusted now was Xing Tao. Kaio Wei hurriedly left, unaware that a mysterious woman with long silver hair and a purple chong sam silently watched her from upstairs. The silver-haired woman curled her lips mockingly when she saw Kaio Wei run away, sneering that the family bond between them was only that much. Suddenly struck by an imaginary lightning bolt, she panicked and muttered that from now on she couldn't drink anything anymore, implying she had just realized something unexpected. Meanwhile, Chu Qing lay unconscious, sweat dripping all over his face. His weak breath made the situation increasingly critical. Chu Qing woke up in a strange space, facing 6 strangers. The purple light enveloped the area, making the atmosphere suffocating. He stood there, confused and alert. All 6 suddenly smiled wickedly. Blood dripped from the corners of their mouths, their eyes crazed as if witnessing a collapse they had long awaited. Chu Qing felt swallowed by an illusion. Those faces gradually turned into shadows, surrounding him in the dark space. A voice echoed in his head. "What is happening?" He snapped awake. Before him was reality. The space had changed, and an emptiness spread throughout his body. He was horrified. "Where is my spiritual power? Where is my cultivation?" The confused look gradually gave way to real fear. Chu Qing clearly felt all the power he once had completely vanished. As he became more aware, he was startled to find himself tightly bound to an iron chair. Nearly naked, he was imprisoned like a prisoner about to be experimented on. A mysterious girl appeared, long hair, bright eyes, cat ears, and wearing a purple halter dress. She calmly confirmed that the pills Chu Qing had swallowed were just ordinary medicine, completely ineffective. Chu Qing was furious. He shouted loudly, questioning the girl. "What do you want?" The question echoed in the cold space, but only received a casual smile in response. The girl casually revealed this chair was specially designed to bind him, joking that she had to pay with an arm and a leg to get it. Chu Qing was stunned, speechless. Chu Qing finally understood. The imprisonment was not only physical but also completely blocked his cultivation ability. He clenched his fists, his body trembling with helplessness. The cat-eared woman arrogantly raised a knife, triumphantly saying Chu Qing had fallen into her hands. She emphasized that the price for his dirty revenge would not be light. Chu Qing remained calm, responding with reason. He argued that if she were not so greedy, this would not have happened. His tone was sarcastic, but also revealed his helplessness being tied up. Chu Qing's words angered the cat-eared woman. She shouted, not allowing him to explain further, then was about to say something but was cut off by her anger. Then immediately after, she laughed coldly, admitting she was indeed greedy, and directly asked Chu Qing, "So what? What do you intend to do to me?" She stood under the eerie swirling purple light, declaring victory. The mask, the sword, and everything belonging to Chu Qing were now hers. Not stopping at words, she suddenly used her strength to stab forcefully into Chu Qing's body. A dazzling flash appeared, and ruthless pain struck. The knife pierced close to Chu Qing's side, blood oozing out, while the metal rod was driven through the chair. The act was both threatening and mentally torturous. The cat-eared woman smiled cruelly. She warned that if Chu Qing did not behave, the next blade would be far more painful. But unexpectedly, Chu Qing reacted. Golden light rose from his body, his eyes blazing with determination. He shouted, accusing her of forcing him to do so. Chu Qing roared angrily. A wave of energy burst forth, breaking the confinement. He was preparing to counterattack, despite the pain and danger. A powerful beam suddenly shot straight into the cat-eared woman's face. She had no time to react before being hit directly, her expression stunned. Struck unexpectedly, she clutched her face in pain, the knife falling from her hand. Furious and confused, she shouted, "What did you do?" Chu Qing sat on the chair, smiling defiantly. Though still bound, he ordered, "Look into my eyes." The words seemed light but carried a strange power. Chu Qing's eyes flashed. His right pupil glowed golden. A strange seal appeared. Some power had just been activated, even though his body was still injured. The cat-eared woman was involuntarily drawn into that gaze. Her eyes reflected the seal from Chu Qing. Her expression shifted from anger to panic. What is happening? Chu Qing opened his eyes after the coma, panicking when he realized he was tightly tied to a strange wooden chair, completely losing his cultivation and powers. In front of him was a strange woman, long ash-brown hair, wearing a tight purple dress and cat ears, calmly assessing him, considering the pills he hid to be nothing special. Shocked and angry, Chu Qing shouted loudly, "What do you want?" trying to struggle free but was completely restrained by the chair. The cat-eared woman responded calmly, revealing that the chair was specially made to imprison him, rendering him powerless and unable to use his strength. Chu Qing trembled slightly, realizing the reason he couldn't cultivate. It was all due to the special design of the chair. The woman sneered contemptuously, raising a knife, warning that this was the price he had to pay for daring to take revenge on her in a dirty way. Chu Ching replied coldly. If you weren't so greedy, I wouldn't have needed to take revenge, and the one who suffers the most, isn't it me? Those words made the woman angry. She shouted that Chu Ching's actions were unforgivable and prepared to impose a more cruel punishment. Despite being insulted, the cat-eared woman kept a proud smile. I'm greedy, so what? She declared she had taken everything from him, the sword, the mask, and all other treasures. Without another word, she stabbed the knife straight at Chu Ching. A bloody wound appeared. The woman in the purple dress stood before Chu Ching, her eyes arrogant and a sharp knife in hand. She declared she had captured him and would make him pay for his act of revenge. Though tied up, Chu Ching calmly responded. He believed it was her greed that caused everything, and he was ultimately the one who suffered. His frank words angered the woman. She shouted loudly, asserting that Chu Ching would not easily escape punishment. But immediately after, she calmed down, admitted her greed, then provoked Chu Ching that he could do nothing to her. A sinister smile appeared on the woman's face as she declared she had seized all of Chu Ching's precious items, the sword, the mask, and everything belonging to him. Not stopping there, she ruthlessly struck, stabbing the knife into Chu Ching's abdomen without hesitation. A close-up of the blade piercing deep into Chu Ching's flesh, blood beginning to flow, a chilling swoosh sound echoed. The woman looked down at Chu Ching challengingly, warning that if he didn't behave, the next stab would be even more brutal. Chu Ching tensed up, golden light enveloping his body. He shouted, claiming it was all because the woman forced him to do so. Chu Ching activated his inner power, light bursting forth, mysterious energy radiating strongly from his body, shaking the entire room. Chu Ching and the woman in the purple dress charged at each other, light from the life curse fiercely radiating between them, plunging both into a deadly intertwined battle. The knife was knocked out of the purple-dressed woman's hand, flying swiftly away in an instant, reflecting light in the tense air. The woman in the purple dress collapsed to the floor, looking exhausted and defeated. Before her were Chu Ching's approaching footsteps. Chu Ching held her hand back, reproaching, "You still haven't improved at all. Where is your heavenly dragon aura?" The woman in the purple dress angrily retorted that mentioning heavenly dragon aura again was pointless. She bitterly rejected Chu Ching's kindness. Chu Ching helplessly explained he simply wanted to talk. Meanwhile, the woman in the purple dress turned her back in frustration. She shouted, declaring she had released his sister, and demanded he leave, with a resolute and decisive attitude. Chu Ching asked worriedly if she wouldn't commit suicide again. She coldly replied it wasn't worth it, only wanting to test the sincerity of his words. Chu Ching compromised, suggesting they forget past matters, but the woman shouted loudly, "We will not." Chu Ching clearly stated his purpose. Tomorrow he would visit the Li family with Yi Qingmei and needed her help. The woman in the purple dress responded coldly, "None of my business." In a fit of anger, the purple-haired woman tied up Li Yan, who was scolded as useless for failing to kill Yi Qingmei. The woman in the black fur-collared dress ruthlessly attacked her without hesitation. Li Yan collapsed to the ground, trembling in despair as she was pushed to the brink of life. The sky outside was bright. At a large building, a group of people had just arrived, led by a purple-haired woman with curly hair wearing a black suit. Alongside the purple-haired woman was an elderly silver-haired lady with her hair in a bun, wearing a smoky purple long dress, guarded by two female bodyguards with tied hair and black glasses. Their aura clearly showed power. In the elevator, Chu Ching appeared in new attire. He accidentally encountered the newly arrived group crowded in the adjacent elevator. Chu Ching silently stood in the elevator, his heart full of sorrow. Meeting Menkui in an embarrassing situation, everything had become chaotic now. A short gray-haired woman, agile in appearance, recognized him. "Chu Ching, why are you here?" She continued to inquire, "Are you okay? Weren't you captured by Menkui?" Chu Ching was cautious. "Who are you?" The girl introduced herself as a member of the Xing family. She said that Chu Ching's sister and the young master had knelt all night before the family gate begging for his rescue. The situation was extremely chaotic, but the clan leader finally agreed. Chu Ching was furious upon hearing the truth. "Damn old Zingli, how dare she treat my sister like that?" he roared angrily. "Where is my sister?" A woman in a purple dress, Menkui, punched the wall hard in anger, leaving a deep crack, a testament to her frustration and helplessness. Menkui leaned her forehead against the cracked wall, her eyes full of sorrow and disappointment. She was enduring a struggle between reason and emotion. The sky brightened at dawn. A new day began, but it did not promise any peace. A middle-aged woman with curly purple hair led a group, including an elderly silver-haired lady with a high bun and two female bodyguards in black suits. They approached with urgent expressions. In the elevator, Chu Ching stepped out just as the newly arrived group entered. Both groups passed each other in brief silence. Chu Ching looked straight ahead, silently reflecting on the awkward encounter with Menkui. He felt everything was more tangled than ever. A young, short, gray-haired woman in a suit called out Chu Ching's name in surprise upon seeing him in the lobby. She continued to ask about Chu Ching, mentioning that he had been captured by Menkui. Chu Ching appeared confused and asked for her identity again. She introduced herself as a member of the Xing family and recounted that Chu Qing's sister and the Xing young master had knelt all night at the door begging the clan leader to save him. The story made Chu Qing furious. In the vast hall, a tense battle was unfolding between two masters, the old woman in gray and Meng Qi. The fierce fight left everyone stunned. Chu Qing looked up, his eyes cold. He silently cursed that this fight was no different from dogs biting each other, dirty and meaningless. Among the crowd, Zioking, Chu Qing's younger sister, turned around when she heard her name called. Her face still held a worried expression. Chu Qing approached gently, asking with care. Zioking emotionally hugged him, anxiously asking if Meng Qi had harmed him. Chu Qing tenderly reassured his sister, affirming that he was fine and knew she had done her best to save him. But Zioking could not hide her exhaustion. She staggered and fell into her brother's arms. Chu Qing hurriedly caught her. Zioking tried to comfort him, saying she was just a little tired. Chu Qing quickly helped her to a chair to rest. Above, Meng Qi, who was still fighting, suddenly looked down. She froze when she saw Chu Qing taking care of Zioking. Without hesitation, the old woman in gray dashed toward Meng Qi at an incredible speed, preparing to launch her next attack. Meng Qi remained calm, her eyes sharp and cold. A confident smile appeared at the corner of her lips, ready to respond. Meng Qi delivered a powerful kick to Xingwei's chest, sending her flying backward midair in dazzling light. Chu Qing stood watching the scene, calmly concluding that Xingwei had lost this confrontation. He continued analyzing. If Xingwei had known when to stop, her reputation as the top master of the clans could still have been preserved. Xingwei, injured but still trying to stand, shouted in surprise upon realizing Chu Qing was present. Unable to control her anger, Xingwei rushed towards Zioking and scolded her for betraying the Xing clan. Just as her hand was about to touch Zioking, Chu Qing appeared in time and blocked her. Chu Qing coldly reminded Xingwei that her acting skills were not bad, but if she didn't sit still, he would show no mercy. After saying that, he threw a punch straight to Xingwei's face without hesitation. The powerful blow sent Xingwei flying far away, her whole body thrown into the air. Xingwei fell to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, but still shouting that she came here to save Chu Qing and didn't understand why he attacked. Chu Qing warned Xingwei not to pretend to be kind. He knew she was only following Xingli's orders and was not acting voluntarily. He politely asked her to leave, affirming he had acknowledged Xingli's favor. Furious, Xingwei pointed at Chu Qing, declaring she would tell the master everything he just said. Chu Qing calmly replied, "Suit yourself." Meng Qi stepped forward, coldly bidding Xingwei farewell with a bitter, sarcastic remark, calling her the third wife of the Xing family and saying there was no need to see her off. Provoked, Xingwei looked back with an angry expression. Xingwei shouted loudly, "Just wait," so furious that two bodyguards had to restrain her from rushing forward. Meng Qi turned to Chu Qing with a provocative look, asking what he was staring at and if he wanted to fight. Chu Qing remained silent, gave no answer, and gently helped his sister Chu Zio leave. Meng Qi stood behind watching. As the siblings were about to leave, Meng Qi's voice rang out, "Wait." Chu Qing turned back, surprised, asking, "What?" Meng Qi stepped forward a few steps and offered to help Chu Qing in the battle against the Li clan, but with one single condition. The woman in the purple dress, Meng Qi, set the condition for help. "Remove the life-binding seal. If you need me later, just bring me something that interests me." Chu Qing wondered why Meng Qi changed her mind so quickly after just a few minutes of negotiation. Meng Qi replied enigmatically, "If I said I suddenly like you, would you believe it?" Chu Qing and his sister Yi Qingmei were both extremely surprised. A lightning bolt shattered the emotional sky. Meng Qi burst out laughing. "I'm just kidding, did you really believe me?" Chu Qing spoke honestly. "I don't know how to remove the seal, and I also don't want to entrust my life to you. If I knew, I would do it. Can you change the condition?" Meng Qi nodded in agreement. She trusted Chu Qing's words and suggested sending a private doctor to examine Yi Qingmei. A male private doctor was invited and was checking the condition of Yi Qingmei, Chu Qing's younger sister, who was lying unconscious on the bed. While the doctor examined her, Meng Qi and Chu Qing stood at the door, silently observing the situation. Meng Qi repeated her proposal. "Have you decided on the condition? I don't have much time." Chu Qing immediately replied, "The one running out of time is Yi Qingmei, not me." Chu Qing angrily shouted, demanding the woman stop asking things she already knew well. In response, the long-haired woman only smiled mysteriously, as if controlling the entire game. The mysterious woman stepped closer, her eyes serious, uttering a surprising condition. "Marry me, and I will help you." She officially made a marriage proposal, creating a turning point in the confrontation. Chu Qing was extremely confused, eyes wide open, his whole body tense. He stammered, What did you just say? Can you repeat that?" The unexpected proposal completely unsettled him. Chu Qing stood before a powerful-looking woman dressed in a sexy purple dress. He bluntly told her not to pretend, as he knew she was only following Xingli's orders. He thanked her for the help, but asked Mrs. Wei to leave. Mrs. Wei angrily pointed at Chu Qing, threatening to report everything he had said to the master. Chu Qing responded indifferently, "Whatever." Another young woman in a high-slit purple dress, Menkui, appeared and sarcastically told Mrs. Wei, "Be careful on your way back. I won't see you off." Clearly, there was animosity between them. Mrs. Wei turned around angrily, her eyes seeming to devour everything in sight. Provoked, she shouted loudly, "Just you wait," causing the bodyguards on both sides to hold her back. Menkui stood behind, appearing calm. Menkui turned to ask Chu Qing, "What are you looking at? Want a fight?" Chu Qing remained silent. As Chu Qing helped his sister Yi Qingmei leave, Menkui stood silently watching, her eyes as if weighing something. Menkui suddenly called back, "Wait," causing Chu Qing to turn around cautiously. "What?" She offered to help Chu Qing deal with the Li family on one single condition. Chu Qing was stunned and asked, "Tell me the condition." Menkui calmly demanded, "Remove the life seal, and if you want to see me again in the future, bring me something sufficiently attractive." Chu Qing was interrogated by the purple-dressed woman in a dark room, tied to a chair and tortured with a knife. She demanded clear answers about his relationship with Yi Qingmei. Chu Qing was in pain but remained calm, not revealing any information. He affirmed that Yi Qingmei was just his sister and unrelated to the conspiracies she was investigating. The purple-dressed woman, Menkui, mentioned the heavenly dragon aura and suspected Chu Qing was hiding something. She questioned him about the special ability within his body. Chu Qing stubbornly refused to confess, even mocking Menkui for having stolen his mask and sword before and still wanting to negotiate further. Menkui lost patience and firmly set the condition. If he wanted her help to save Yi Qingmei, Chu Qing must immediately remove the seal for her or offer something that interests her. Chu Qing frankly admitted he did not know how to remove the seal and was uneasy about entrusting his life to Menkui. He proposed changing the condition. Surprised by Chu Qing's unexpected sincerity, Menkui softened and agreed to let her personal doctor examine Yi Qingmei's condition. Menkui's personal doctor, a man with purple hair and glasses, was examining Yi Qingmei, who lay unconscious on the bed. The doctor continued to check Yi Qingmei's serious health condition. Menkui and Chu Qing stood outside the room, their eyes full of tension. Menkui turned back and reminded Chu Qing that Yi Qingmei was racing against time, not him. She urged him to make a quick decision. Chu Qing and the purple-dressed girl stood before the Civil Affairs office. He recalled that before seeking Menkui, he had discussed marriage with Aunt Yi. The girl turned to ask what Chu Qing was thinking. He casually replied, "The Yi family matters." She leaned in and asked further, "Why are you so devoted to the Yi family?" "Because of Yi Tiangxi." She explained the rule about whose name appears first on the marriage certificate. If both names appear, they would be bound together. Chu Qing was confused by this complicated reasoning. The girl repeated, "Guess," leaving Chu Qing only able to sigh silently. Suddenly she asked seriously, "You won't marry Yi Tiangxi, right?" clearly showing jealousy and hesitation. Chu Qing replied with a mischievous smile, "Guess," leaving the girl speechless. At the marriage registration office, a female staff member took photos of the couple, asking them to show more affection for the pictures. The couple stood close together. The girl smiled gently, while Chu Qing kept a serious, slightly awkward expression. They officially registered their marriage. The application for marriage form was stamped, with their wedding photo placed on top, confirming their official relationship. Chu Qing cleverly reminded, "Isn't the drunk life and dream of death sword also our shared property? You said we have to be honest." Menkui smiled and admitted, "That's right, Zui Shengmeng is partly yours, so wholeheartedly place your trust. Now show me the sword first." Chu Qing seriously chanted a spell, a strange aura appearing on his hand, preparing to summon the special weapon. A sparkling golden light swirled around Chu Qing as the Zui Sheng Meng sword gradually appeared from another dimension, exuding majesty and mystery. Menkui was amazed by the magical appearance and powerful energy radiating from the sword as she reached out to touch it. She tried to draw the sword from its sheath, but her expression changed as she couldn't move it even slightly. Despite using all her strength, Menkui could not pull the sword out. Chu Qing sat calmly, smiling with a hint of meaning. "Is something wrong?" Chu Qing looked at the sword in his hand and calmly said, "Tomorrow I will find someone to replace Zuisheng Mengjai's position." Menkui pondered. Although the marriage did not stem from love, Chu Qing's words stirred her. She wondered if he was truly negotiating or if there was something deeper in his heart. Zuisheng Mengjai looked straight at Chu Qing, seriously asking why he was loyal to the Yi family. Was it because of Yi Tiangxi? She explained the marriage rule. If two people share the top position, they must be loyal to each other. Then she frankly asked, "Do you really want to marry me?" Chu Qing appeared annoyed and confused by these strange rules, but Zuisheng Mengjai responded with the familiar phrase, "Guess." She hesitated, then looked at him with somewhat soft eyes. "You won't marry Yi Tiangxi, right?" Chu Qing smiled teasingly and repeated her words, "Guess," which left Mengjai silent. While taking photos for the marriage registration, a male staff member thought Chu Qing was really cool, while a female staff member wondered if Mengjai was already his wife. The couple officially received the marriage certificate stamp. They were now husband and wife. The red paper in hand was clear proof. Chu Qing stood in front of the government building, looking at the marriage certificate and thinking, I really got married for the first time in both lives. Zuisheng Mengjai parked the car in front of him, teasingly suggesting, we're married now, call me honey, why be shy? Chu Qing blushed shyly. Mengjai reminded him, this afternoon visit my parents, then move to Zhuke Road. She was both serious and proactive, pulling him into the new path of marriage. Back at the office, everyone buzzed when they saw Zuisheng Mengjai and Chu Qing together. Some colleagues admired Chu Qing's appearance, others were curious about their relationship. A wedding photo along with the stamped marriage certificate confirmed Chu Qing and Zuisheng Mengjai were officially legal husband and wife. Chu Qing held the marriage certificate in his hand, unable to hide his astonishment. This was his first time getting married, whether in this life or the previous one. Outside the building, Zuisheng Mengjai drove a supercar to pick up Chu Qing. She did not hesitate to call him honey in a teasing tone. Mengjai casually told Chu Qing to return to the Yi family home and prepare to meet her parents to move to Zhuke Road. She mentioned Yi Qingmei's dangerous situation, saying the Yi family was no longer safe, but Zhuke Road was also full of risks due to the presence of the Xing faction. Chu Qing countered, saying that although Zingli was a decent gentleman, Xingwei was different. Still, they had nowhere else to go. Mengjai suggested taking Chu Qing's parents to her house for shelter because it was absolutely safe. Chu Qing remained suspicious of her intentions. She reaffirmed their marital relationship, reminding him to place his trust in her. Chu Qing could only remain silently confused. On the way back, Mengjai seriously set a rule. Since they were married, Chu Qing was not allowed to flirt with other girls, especially Yi Tiangxi. Menkui coldly declared she would keep the baby because it was hers. She asked Chu Qing to deal with the Yi family himself as she needed to stay and care for her child. Immediately after, Menkui sped away like the wind, leaving Chu Qing standing there stunned behind her. Chu Qing was angry because Menkui teased him repeatedly. He could not tell what was real and what was fake. Suddenly, a girl ran up calling out loudly to Chu Qing, making him turn around in surprise. That girl was Yi Chengxi. She scolded Chu Qing for coming home late, worried that her mother had gone somewhere dangerous and had a bad feeling. Chu Qing felt regretful for wasting so much time with Menkui, leaving Aunt Yi to act alone. To reassure Yi Chengxi, Chu Qing gently told her not to worry too much. He used the excuse of going back to the company to get something and asked her to take him. Yi Chengxi happily agreed to help. She quickly left to prepare the car. Chu Qing called after her and asked to borrow another car. Yi Chengxi agreed without hesitation, showing complete trust. The two set off on two separate cars, ready to embark on a new journey full of challenges. The woman in the black fur-collared dress spoke harshly to Li Yan for failing the mission to kill Yi Qingmei. In front of everyone, she did not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow to Li Yan, making the atmosphere tense and frightening. A girl in a red dress tried to intervene, but the woman in black sternly ordered silence, and no one dared to touch Li Yan's body. Another woman showed a pained expression, saying there was an imposter in the group, then burst into tears. But her words were immediately dismissed. Mr. Jian, Chu Qing in disguise, observed without sympathy and deliberately provoked her with a cold glare. A woman with a commanding presence appeared, deep purple hair, black high-collar tight dress, exuding authority. She reassured everyone and gave decisive orders, asserting her role as the third sister. Mr. Jian, under the disguise of white hair and a black mask, affirmed he would not return to the Yi family faction. He was hiding his identity and looking for a chance to escape this power. A young woman with short silver hair, wearing a black suit, appeared and approached Mr. Jian in the elevator. From their conversation, it seemed she belonged to the Xing family. Mr. Jian followed the older woman, Xingwei, with silver hair tied up, wearing a smoky purple traditional dress. She was the powerful representative of the Xing family who had ordered his capture. Opposing her was Menkui, a woman in a high-slit purple dress, with determined eyes and superior combat skills. After defeating Xingwei, Menkui proposed cooperation with Chu Qing and Yi Qingmei. However, she set a condition. He must remove the seal or exchange something that interested her. Menkui suggested that if Chu Qing could not convince Chuxin, whom she called her sister, then he was not worthy of asking for her help. She smiled wickedly and pressured him into hesitation. Chu Qing, still under the guise of Mr. Jian, began leaving Menkui's residence. While driving, he reflected and felt used, but he had no choice but to continue seeking a way to rescue Yi Qingmei. Li Huinger frowned upon noticing the black car tailing behind. Her eyes were sharp and full of suspicion. Without hesitation, Li Huinger quickly turned the steering wheel, making a sudden change of direction to shake off the follower. Li Huenger's green car skidded sharply to the roadside, creating a loud screech, leaving Chu Qing's black car behind. Chu Qing panicked, realizing he had been spotted. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "She saw me." Chu Qing pressed the accelerator hard, the car speeding up rapidly, his eyes showing determination to not back down. The car driven by Chu Qing accelerated beyond limits, the bright headlights reflecting his stern expression behind the wheel. Suddenly, Chu Qing crashed straight into the side of Li Huenger's car. The strong collision caused a dazzling explosion, knocking the green car out of its lane. Li Huenger's car was thrown into the air, spinning like a leaf falling in a whirlwind. The car crashed into the roadside bushes, creating a small explosion upon impact with great force. Everything became chaotic. Dust and smoke filled the air. The green car flipped upside down, lying in the grass. Inside, the air still smelled strongly of burning. Li Huenger crawled out of the car, her body covered in wounds, coughing harshly amidst the rising thick smoke. She struggled to stand up, her eyes still cold and proud despite her scratched face and soaked sweat. Chu Qing appeared silently, rushed over and grabbed Li Huenger by the neck, forcing her down onto the grass. Despite being restrained, Li Huenger maintained a defiant smile. She declared that if she was killed, someone would assassinate Yi Tianxi tomorrow, reminding Chu Qing of the unwritten law among ancient clans. Chu Qing dismissed Li Huenger's threat with a sneer when she mentioned Yi Tianxi as a bargaining chip. Li Huenger was stunned. In a moment of confusion, a memory flashed through her mind, a familiar face exactly like Yi Tianxi. Chu Qing recalled Aunt Yi's story. Yi Tianxi's father was once a secret agent for the Li clan. A suspicion arose in his mind. Could Li Huenger and Yi Tianxi be sisters? He shook his head, denying his own speculation, believing it impossible. Li Huenger panicked, trying to escape his grip, but Chu Qing held tight, giving her no chance to break free. Chu Qing made his intention clear. He did not intend to kill her, but if she did not cooperate, she would pay a heavy price. He asked directly, "Have you ever met Yi Qingmei?" Li Huenger burst into tears, revealing that her mother received a letter from Yi Qingmei and hurried to Fuhan, though the purpose was unclear. Chu Qing pressed, "Was it a war letter?" She replied through tears that it was just a normal letter. Chu Qing pressed Li Huenger's face close, warning her never to lie. The consequences would be disastrous. Then he released her to breathe again. Chu Qing quietly left after the interrogation, leaving Zuosheng Mengjai injured lying in the grass. In her hand, a gun was silently drawn. Zuosheng Mengjai aimed the gun at Chu Qing, her eyes blazing with hatred. She pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet tore through the air, heading straight for Chu Qing's back as he kept walking without looking back. Sensing the deadly intent behind him, Chu Qing gently turned his head, his eyes showing no fear. In an instant, a hexagonal barrier lit up covering Chu Qing's body. He raised his hand to block the bullet, a mysterious power protecting him intact. The bullet bounced back into the air, stopped by the shimmering energy net surrounding Chu Qing. Zuosheng Mengjai was stunned, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. She froze, still gripping the gun tightly. A dazzling light exploded right in front of her. The counterattack forced her to curl up, holding her head to avoid impact. Chu Qing coldly watched from afar, carefully observing the barrier surrounding her. He realized it was a magical weapon, likely a relic of the Quanjin sect. Back by the roadside, Chu Qing's black car was still parked. Everything seemed to have been planned by him from the start. Li Yan, just defeated, held her aching arm angrily watching Chu Qing's black car leaving the scene. Despite the defeat, Li Yan still wore a cold smile. She declared that not only her mother had come to Fuhan, implying a larger conspiracy was underway. Chu Qing's car sped down the highway, urgently heading toward Fuhan. Chu Qing called an ally, analyzing that given Li Yan's personality, she definitely would not act alone. It was very likely that members of the Quanjin sect were also involved. He instructed Xiao to deliver an item to Gongyu and requested urgent support for the upcoming mission. After the call, Chu Qing stared thoughtfully at his phone, contemplating the current situation. He recalled Menkui, the woman who always annoyed him but whom he could not stop missing. Chu Qing sent Menkui a brief message to Fuhan, signaling a decisive move. The scene of Fuhan Forest appeared dark and dense. This was a dangerous area with complex underground streams and difficult to defend. This area was almost deserted, accessible only by land. It was abandoned with no bridges or trails, making it an ideal place to hide bodies. Chu Qing secretly approached through the forest path. Chu Qing silently observed the forest ahead, clearly sensing the simmering deadly aura. This forced him to believe Li Fenger's words. There was definitely someone hiding very well in this area. Feeling it was time to act, Chu Ching suddenly launched an intimidating strike, loudly declaring a challenge. "Want to play with fire?" Anger and vigilance were evident on his face. The space suddenly darkened, signaling a tense shift about to occur in the forest full of deadly aura and undisclosed secrets. In the forest, a girl with curly black hair, wearing a black dress trimmed with gold, cried while talking about the imposter. Beside her, a stern woman with dark purple hair called her third sister and ordered action. Before the crisis escalated, a group of armed men advanced from the forest, ready to execute the trembling girl. The girl could only close her eyes and wait, while the man who seemed to be the leader signaled to open fire, a flash of light illuminating the forest. The girl could only close her eyes and wait, while the man who seemed to be the leader signaled to open fire, a flash of light illuminating the forest. Mr. Jian launched a strike, instantly defeating the group of armed men. Light radiated from his body, terrifying the enemies. Mr. Jian knelt down, comforting the curly-haired girl. She couldn't believe the person she was looking at was real, her heart full of emotion and doubt. The girl hugged Mr. Jian tightly, tears in her eyes. She could no longer hold back her feelings and said he was the only person she never wanted to lose. Mr. Jian did not reply, only placing his hand warmly on her shoulder. The silence between them affirmed their unspoken feelings. Mr. Jian's eyes flashed coldly as he sensed the approaching danger. He turned his back, preparing to fight again. A new woman, short hair, black vest, resolute expression, entered the scene. She seemed to have been watching everything and was preparing the next move. In the quiet forest, a woman in a high-slit purple dress with long hair tied in a butterfly bow delivered a deadly kick to a blond man, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood. The victim's body was dragged to a large tree. 4 of his allies, including an old man with white hair, surrounded it to question the cause of death. A short-haired purple woman with a cold side part recognized coldly. "Yi Qingmei has allies. We've been deceived," she ordered. "Next time only shoot after confirming the face." The white-haired old man stroked his beard and speculated. "Yi Qingmei invited us here, but it's unclear how many people she brought." The purple-haired woman grew more determined. Under the energy matrix light, she said coldly, "I don't care. Tonight she must die." Under a distant tree canopy, the male lead Chu Ching secretly observed. He believed Yi Qingmei had gained the upper hand and decided to help her once again. Chu Ching turned the phone volume to maximum, a step preparing for the next jamming plan. Under the moonlight, a voice echoed from the phone. "So you want to play with fire? Hey, you gotta watch out before you get burned," causing the opposing group to look up alertly. The purple-haired woman immediately reacted, her eyes serious. "Someone is here." She immediately ordered to fight. "Zhang Hudong hide, the others scatter. Do not shoot unless the target is confirmed." The masked man stopped the recording, silently confirming, "They didn't shoot." He left his hiding spot, showing sharp observational skills. Yi Qingmei smiled lightly behind a tree, confirming the bait plan was effective. This time it was her turn to be the lure instead of Chu Ching. Under the moonlight, Yi Qingmei soared into the sky, her eyes resolute. In her heart, the debt to Li Yan had to be settled before death. She landed in a clearing in the forest, standing tall without fear. Yi Qingmei was ready to face the enemy. From his hiding place, the white-haired man was surprised to realize Yi Qingmei was using herself as bait. He tightened his resolve, unable to miss this opportunity. His face behind the mask showed determination. A gray-clad man from the Li clan quietly sped off, preparing to act on orders. He suddenly spotted a figure flying overhead. It was the white-haired man launching a surprise attack. The white-haired man with a golden sword charged down with overwhelming force, the light from his strike igniting the sky and earth. He landed like a thunderbolt, the golden sword thrusting down powerfully, beginning a fierce counterattack. A woman with long brown hair, wearing a high-slit purple dress and her hair tied with a butterfly bow, with cold, sharp eyes, walked up to Chu Ching. Without a word, she tortured him with a knife while he was tightly bound. Chu Ching's blood stained the grass red, his eyes blazing with rage. The woman continued to torment him, interrogating as if she wanted to dissect every secret. At that moment, a woman with curly purple hair wearing a black vest appeared, carrying a clear authority. Behind her was a group of uniformed people guarding an elderly woman with her hair in a bun, wearing a smoky purple ao dai, clearly someone of status in the clan. The elderly woman slowly stepped forward, accompanied closely by 2 female bodyguards with tied hair and dark glasses. The curly purple-haired girl respectfully leaned in to report the situation. Chu Ching remained bound and motionless in the midst of the circle. The tension was at its peak. Chu Ching raised his face, full of sarcasm. In that gaze, he showed no fear, only contempt for those standing before him. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. A new figure appeared. A short, gray-haired woman in a black vest, youthful in appearance, entered the elevator with Chu Ching. She had a cold attitude and spoke bluntly, seemingly a member of the Xing clan. That woman brought up old matters. She reminded Chu Ching that his sister had knelt all night begging for his life, evoking a deep wound in Chu Ching's heart. Chu Qing's face grew cold, but inside a storm raged. He recalled his sister's humiliation for his sake, seemingly awakening a determination to fight against all the forces before him. Chu Qing's eyes gradually condensed with killing intent. The woman surnamed Xing continued to mock him, but did not realize that Chu Qing's fury had reached its limit. In the thick atmosphere, Chu Qing suddenly sprang up. The power within his body erupted fiercely. Dazzling light flared, signaling a fierce rebellion was about to begin. The team leader immediately ordered Zhang Hudong to hide, the others to disperse and not act until the target was clearly identified. The masked man, Chu Qing himself, confirmed the sound was effective. They didn't shoot. He stepped out ready for the next battle. In the darkness, a woman with curly black hair and red lips sobbed uncontrollably, insisting that someone had impersonated her. However, her words were not believed. Mr. Jian appeared, cold and sarcastic. Another woman with dark purple hair and a stern demeanor, called Third Sister, appeared. She decisively ordered the other woman to be taken away. In another room, a little boy wearing a white shirt and a red bow sat quietly, his eyes innocent yet full of curiosity. Mr. Jian, the man wearing a black mask with sharp teeth and long white hair, slowly approached and gently lifted the boy up, an action full of hidden meaning. An older woman, with curly black hair, wearing a black dress trimmed with gold, held her daughter in her arms, comforting her tenderly amid the tense atmosphere. The young girl in her grandmother's arms, with long black-purple hair and a tight short black dress, had a resolute gaze, seemingly prepared to face whatever comes. At the same time, in another space, a group of people with worried expressions were watching Mr. Jian on a screen, including Yi Qingmei, who had been seriously injured. Yi Qingmei was still severely wounded, being assisted by a man with white hair. This man was her loyal aide, always appearing at the right moment. Facing the chaotic situation, the white-haired man considered using the underworld river to control the opponent. However, he was soon unexpectedly attacked by a mysterious blonde. The blonde's strike was so powerful that the white-haired man was seriously injured, blood spurting from his mouth. Despite his wounds, his eyes still shone with unwavering determination. A mysterious woman wearing a high-slit purple dress, her long hair tied with a butterfly bow, was hiding on a large tree branch in the forest, observing the distance with a sniper rifle. She looked through the scope with a cold gaze, ready to pull the trigger. Her posture and the ammunition on her belt indicated she was a professional assassin. From afar, an extremely bright beam suddenly shot forward, breaking the tree branch and forcing her to leap into the air to dodge. An old man with white beard and hair, dressed as a Taoist priest, quickly retreated. He told his subordinates that their sect had lost the divine lord and he could no longer intervene. Two women dressed in black sprang up from the ground to counterattack the one who had just attacked their comrade. Another person shouted loudly that if they continued, everyone would die. The purple-haired girl immediately retreated following the order to withdraw. However, the purple-haired girl's eyes darkened when she noticed another woman in a short dress standing below. That woman was smiling provocatively. Unable to contain her anger, the purple-haired woman flew forward, closely followed by a male subordinate who seemed to be a bodyguard or subordinate. The woman in the black dress, the one who had smiled earlier, shouted, "Li Yan, stop!" She was the one trying to prevent the next confrontation. But Li Yan did not stop. She kept charging forward and said to the man behind her, "Master, keep going. I will cover the rear." In the darkness, an older woman with curly red hair, wearing a black dress trimmed with white, embraced the young girl with long black-purple hair tenderly, showing deep motherly care. The young woman knelt on the ground, gripping her mother's hand with determination, as if promising to bear the responsibility or avenge the family. The girl with long black-purple hair stood up, her eyes blazing, firmly declaring her desire to end the feud with Li Yan, a matter of life or death. Li Yan and the woman in the black dress charged at each other simultaneously, each surrounded by an aura of battle energy, red and purple, signaling an intense duel about to erupt. Li Yan turned her head back, shouting a vow of revenge for a lost loved one, showing she fought not only for herself but also for a painful past. The black-haired woman with a low ponytail, possibly the leader, spun and launched a powerful flying strike, seemingly determined to retreat after Li Yan's protective order. The woman in the black dress trimmed with gold lunged forward with a blazing red fist, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to her enemy. She delivered a fierce punch to the head of a man in black, the blazing power scorching the space around them. The victim was thrown into midair, blood splattering everywhere. The woman in the black dress did not falter and continued the pursuit. She shouted Li Yuanbei's name, as if rekindling the hatred in Li Yan's heart. But Li Yan angrily retorted that the opponent was unworthy of calling that name. The two faced off under the night sky, their hatred reaching its peak. Mr. Jian looked up at the sky, horrified as he witnessed the fierce battle between Yi Qingmei and Li Yan. The two women unleashed deadly moves, red and purple auras twisting around each other in the air. While Mr. Giant was distracted watching the fight, an enemy suddenly rushed at him from behind at extreme speed, carrying intense murderous intent. Caught off guard, Mr. Giant was struck hard in the back. The critical blow caused his body to tense in pain, light exploding from the point of impact. Mr. Giant collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out. The attacker, a woman with short curly hair, wearing a black long dress, stood behind coldly observing and breathed lightly as if it were just a simple strike. She raised her head high, laughing scornfully. She called him Mr. Giant by name and emphasized that Yi Qingmei would not be alone on her way to the underworld because he would be buried with her, a cruel and ruthless declaration. In the darkness, a purple-haired woman, Zuisheng Mengjai, cried angrily and shouted that there was an impostor. Mr. Giant stood before her, coldly responding, unmoved by her emotions. Third sister gave a decisive order, unwilling to hear any more excuses. The pressure weighing between the factions in the family made everything increasingly tense. A young girl with black-purple hair called a middle-aged woman mother, showing their close bond. The mother calmly embraced her daughter, protecting her amid a chaotic world. Another female leader, with a resolute face and a body once injured, stood up, showing determination despite many unhealed wounds. Mr. Giant appeared, his eyes sharp and cold, stopping the enemy from acting. His arrival surprised everyone. He decisively and precisely saved someone. A woman with long silver hair and cat ears lounged on a chair, watching the entire event through her phone, as if observing a chess game. A woman stepped forward to greet Mr. Giant, calling his name with joy and astonishment. She wore a tight black dress with a high collar, her eyes shining with hope. Another woman pushed in, with side-parted purple hair and sharp eyes, advising Mr. Giant not to join the Yi family faction, hinting at deep-seated conflicts. Mr. Giant faced the purple-haired girl with a high ponytail, wearing a high-slit dress, who had once tortured him. Their confrontation was filled with years of accumulated hatred. The past resurfaced. The girl in the purple dress had stolen swords, masks, and everything from Mr. Giant, pushing him into an abyss. This reunion marked the start of a bloody battle. A fierce confrontation between two women erupted in midair. Chu Qing stood below, horrified to realize the combatant was Yi Qingmei. While still shocked, Chu Qing was suddenly approached from behind at extreme speed by a man dressed in black. Before he could react, Chu Qing was struck hard in the back, causing his whole body to shake violently. He collapsed onto the grass, blood spurting from his mouth. The man who struck him casually stepped back, breathing lightly. An older woman, Xingwei, appeared with a proud expression. She mocked Mr. Giant for being too weak, suggesting he should be buried with Yi Qingmei so she wouldn't be lonely in the afterlife. Just as Xingwei was smug, a dazzling light suddenly struck her face directly. The villain fled in panic, clutching a smoking wound on his back. The word run seemed to urge a hasty retreat. Mr. Giant, actually Chu Qing in disguise, struggled to stand, clutching his chest in shock to find he was still alive. From above, a girl with short gray hair and a giant sniper rifle appeared. She coldly said that if he died, their young lady would be deeply saddened. Struggling to stand, Chu Qing firmly said, "I cannot die now." But the female sniper questioned the ambiguous relationship between him and Yi Qingmei, reminding him he was originally the fiancé of the young lady and casting doubt on Tang Zhuyan as well. Chu Qing stood under the night sky, stunned as he witnessed Yi Chengxi fiercely battling a stranger midair, surrounded by red-purple light. Suddenly, a man dressed in black appeared from behind, rushing toward Chu Qing with clear murderous intent. Before Chu Qing could react, the man delivered a powerful strike directly to his back. Chu Qing fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. The attacker remained coldly standing behind him. An older woman dressed in black with a pearl necklace, Xingwei herself, appeared, smiling maliciously. She taunted, "Mr. Jian, why so weak today? Being buried with Yi Qingmei will at least keep her company in the underworld." Suddenly, Xingwei was unexpectedly attacked by a beam of light, causing her to recoil in pain. Mr. Jian was saved unexpectedly. The man accompanying Xingwei was seriously injured and fled the battlefield in panic, not daring to look back. Mr. Jian struggled to stand, gasping for breath, and was surprised to realize that the person who saved him was still alive, his eyes mixed with astonishment and hope. A short gray-haired girl in a short purple dress, clearly a skilled assassin, carried a gun on her shoulder and said, "If you die, my young lady will be very heartbroken." Mr. Jian affirmed, "I cannot die now." He forced himself to stand and face the girl, ready to continue fighting. The girl asked seriously, "You are the young lady's fiancé, so why are you close to the Yi family? What about Tang Zhuyan?" In the gloomy night, Li Yan stood helpless as she was attacked by a group of 3 women. The woman in the black fur-collared dress harshly criticized her, then decisively ended her life. From afar, Mr. Giant rushed over, shouting anxiously, "Auntie Yi." He immediately sensed that something bad was happening. Mr. Giant ran up and saw Yi Qingmei standing silently, still with a bloody knife stuck in her shoulder. With fiery eyes, Mr. Giant swung his hand to push Yi Qingmei away to protect her from the impending danger. He revealed superhuman strength. Mr. Giant caught Yi Qingmei's bloodied body, calling her name desperately. "Auntie Yi!" His heart felt suffocated with pain. Despite being gravely wounded, Yi Qingmei struggled to rise, grasped the knife handle, and pulled it out with her last strength amid extreme pain. She handed the knife to Mr. Giant and whispered her dying wish: "Throw them into the Van River." Yi Qingmei gave a weak final smile and closed her eyes in surrender. "Leave her, go away." 2 knives fell into the Van River according to Yi Qingmei's last wish. The river water reflected a faint light under the starry sky. Chu Qing appeared on the shore holding 2 knives. He realized, they are the only clues about Tiangxi's father and the key to the feud between the 2 families. The jade dragon was tightly bound by a light barrier, lying prostrate on the ground among 3 people: Chu Qing, Mengqi, and the woman in the black fur-collared dress, the last to arrive. Although sealed, the jade dragon roared angrily. It turned its head toward the woman in the black fur-collared dress, its eyes sharp and cold, seemingly recognizing something unusual about her. Suddenly, the jade dragon shattered the barrier and lunged straight at the woman. She froze, horrified, raising her hands to cover her face, unable to react before the sharp teeth ready to devour her. The girl hurriedly raised her gun in panic, light firing from the barrel. The wind and dragon's aura swept her coat, flapping wildly, her face turning pale with fear. From behind, Chu Qing raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Don't!" signaling to stop. But it was too late. The bullet had left the barrel, heading straight for the sacred creature. Chu Qing and Mengqi are facing a giant jade dragon. Mengqi panics and cries for help, calling Chu Qing's name in fear as the dragon rushes down from the night sky. Chu Qing realizes the dragon is chasing Mengqi. He guesses that it wants to reclaim the dragon energy that was once stolen from its own body. Without hesitation, Chu Qing uses the spell Taming Dragon Seal to stop the charging dragon. The golden barrier immediately binds the jade dragon tightly, preventing it from continuing its attack. Mengqi quickly checks on Chu Qing's condition after the spell. She anxiously asks if he is injured. Chu Qing turns to question Mengqi, why she is not at home taking care of the baby, but instead appears here. Mengqi snaps back, saying that it's none of his business and that it was her decision. Chu Qing smiles and asks if she is worried about him. Mengqi avoids the question. Mengqi excuses herself, saying she only worries that if he dies, it will affect her, an indirect admission of concern. At that moment, a strange girl appears, short brown hair, black dress with a shawl, holding a sniper rifle. She is astonished to see the dragon before her and loudly asks, "Is this a real dragon?" A giant jade dragon is sealed by multiple rings of golden light. In front of it stand 3 people: Chu Qing, Gongyu, and a female assassin with short gray hair, wearing a black dress, holding a gun. The female assassin approaches cautiously, her eyes full of suspicion, gun aimed at the dragon. The dragon begins to thrash in pain. The dragon roars fiercely, tearing through space, causing the female assassin to startle and step back. Its power seems to be increasing. The female assassin panics, shouting in alarm, raising her gun ready to fire. She did not expect the dragon to break free like this. Chu Qing suddenly reaches out, shouting "Stop!" as the female assassin fires. The beam from the gun points directly at the dragon's head. The energy bullet hits the dragon's head, causing a dazzling explosion that sets the entire dragon ablaze with light. The dragon spins wildly in twisted space, creating a fierce vortex. The female assassin screams in panic, not understanding what is happening. Gongyu and Chu Qing both look up at the dragon spinning within the icy energy ring. Gongyu remains calm and observant, but Chu Qing looks worried. Chu Qing turns to Gongyu with determination. Gongyu places a hand on his shoulder, ready to support him. Divine light surrounds them. Chu Qing unleashes all his power, striking with a palm that casts a sealing spell. A ring of light with the character "Seal" appears from his palm, directed straight at the dragon. The giant blue dragon plunges into the lake, creating a powerful wave that splashes everywhere. Chu Qing and a long-haired girl, name unknown, stand on the shore watching in amazement. Chu Qing grits his teeth and shouts in frustration as the dragon escapes. Cairo Wei is stunned upon realizing the rumors about the dragon are true. She questions how Zingli could have said it was just a lie. A quick image flashes, the barrel of Cairo Wei's gun, implying she is about to act again. Cairo Wei raises her long gun with a cold expression, ready to confront. Chu Qing stands beside her while Cairo Wei carefully observes the situation. A close-up of Cairo Wei's determined face. Chu Qing turns his back, silently listening as she prepares to speak. Cairo Wei criticizes that Chu Qing, and she have known about this for a long time, but did not inform anyone. Cairo Wei swears she will not reveal the secret. She suddenly reminds him, "Chu Qing, you are the fiancé of my lady." Both Chu Qing and Cairo Wei are stunned upon hearing the word fiancé. Their eyes are full of confusion and embarrassment. Chu Qing forces a smile, scratches his head, and says, "Actually," making the atmosphere even more awkward. As Chu Qing and his two companions approached the water, they saw a group of strangers standing guard. A curly-haired woman in a black dress with a fur collar sarcastically mocked Li Yan, calling her useless for failing to kill Yi Qingmei. Without hesitation, the curly-haired woman drew a knife and stabbed Li Yan right in front of everyone. Blood spilled onto the grass amid shock and heavy silence. Li Yan fell to the ground. A woman in a red Chong Sam rushed over to hold her. In a fit of rage, Mr. Giant quickly intervened, saving Li Yan from the attacker's hands. Just as tension escalated, a new group appeared. Leading was a purple-haired woman in a black suit, followed by an elderly lady with her hair in a bun, wearing a smoky purple ao dai. Two black-haired female bodyguards with tied-back hair and dark glasses closely escorted the elder woman. The elderly woman, a high-ranking representative of the Xing family, stepped forward with a stern expression. Chu Qing recognized her as the one who once forced his sister to kneel all night to save him. In the elevator, a short gray-haired woman in a black suit spoke with Chu Qing, mentioning that Zingli was waiting for him. Chu Qing responded with a cold attitude and subtle tension. Yi Qingmei is in critical condition, silently rescued by a white-haired man wearing a mask, Mr. Giant. Mr. Giant glanced at the angry women, while behind him stood powerful men dressed in black, waiting to act. Yi Chengxi was surprised to see Mr. Giant appear, while Cairo Wei panicked upon realizing Yi Qingmei's serious condition. Mr. Giant quietly observed as the black-clad woman leading the group began questioning him about Yi Qingmei's existence and the secrets he was hiding. A curly-haired woman in a black dress with gold trim suddenly criticized Li Yan's incompetence, failing to kill Yi Qingmei despite being assigned the task. Li Yan knelt down in fear, and the curly-haired woman ruthlessly killed her with a sword strike. The woman in the black dress with gold trim coldly turned and left, showing no tolerance for any failure. A woman in a red dress, accompanying the group, calmly witnessed the recent actions without any reaction. The third woman, curly-haired with red lips, burst into emotional tears, claiming that someone in the group was an imposter causing this tragedy. Immediately, Mr. Giant teased the crying girl, making everyone even more awkward in the tense atmosphere. A woman in a purple dress suddenly launched a strong attack on Chu Qing, sending him flying backward. This was an angry reaction upon hearing him mention another fiancé. Chu Qing clutched his painful stomach, blaming the woman, Yi Chengxi, for hitting her husband too hard and asked her to help him stand up. Yi Chengxi crossed her arms and coldly warned that if Chu Qing did not clearly explain matters related to Gongyu, she would not hesitate to reveal secrets about Qingyao. Chu Qing weakly begged for help, saying that although he was not dead yet, he might die soon if he stayed lying there. Yi Chengxi showed concern and touched Chu Qing's hand, asking what was wrong with him. A humorous detail, she took his wallet while touching his hand. Chu Qing revealed that Aunt Yi's illness was a consequence of Zhang Hudong's poison. Since there was no cure, she had to seek Li Yan for help. Yi Chengxi anxiously asked about Chu Qing's condition. He admitted he was not dead, but needed time to recover due to exhaustion and inability to use his powers. Yi Chengxi supported the weak Chu Qing. This action showed her silent care for him despite her outward anger. As she helped Chu Qing walk, Yi Chengxi questioned him again about Gongyu. In his thoughts, Chu Qing sighed because she still wouldn't let go of this matter, then explained that Gongyu was a young lady from the Gong martial clan. The two left together into the night, Yi Chengxi supporting Chu Qing. Despite her verbal questioning, her actions were gentle and protective during his weakest moment. Gongyu helped Chu Qing walk through the forest. She sighed and mentioned the martial king, recalling her special identity. Chu Qing, exhausted, could no longer stay conscious. Gongyu suddenly grabbed Chu Qing by the collar and lifted him into the air with a strong jerk, demonstrating superior strength. She questioned him, saying that an unknown person like him was unworthy of a noble lady like herself. Chu Qing retorted, claiming to be a senior envoy of the Jianwu department of the Chu clan. In response to Gongyu's arrogance, Chu Qing angrily mocked her back. Gongyu smugly confirmed. Of course, Chu Qing suspected that the pregnancy Gongyu mentioned was just a lie to provoke him. She coldly replied, "Guess for yourself." Chu Qing tried to hold Gongyu's hand as if to keep her answer, but her eyes remained indifferent and challenging. Suddenly, Gongyu unleashed powerful energy. Her body shone intensely as if bursting with inner strength, causing everything around to tremble. A backlash from Gongyu severely injured Chu Qing. He coughed up blood and looked at his hand in horror. Gongyu panicked when she saw Chu Qing collapse. She rushed over calling his name with a worried expression. Holding his body, Gongyu thought seriously. Chu Qing had investigated the matter of the baby, and she believed that the fetus, having absorbed the divine dragon's energy from him, was the reason for his deteriorating health. Li Yan bowed her head, silently enduring harsh criticism from a woman in a black dress with a fur collar, who accused her of being useless for failing to kill Yi Qingmei. Beside them, a woman in a red dress stepped forward, her cold eyes and contemptuous attitude continuing to question Li Yan relentlessly. A curly-haired woman with black hair, wearing a black dress with gold trim and red lips, burst into tears, saying that someone was an imposter, revealing chaos within the group. At that moment, Mr. Giant pushed the door open and stormed in, his overwhelming presence causing everyone to step back. "Who is the imposter? Let me see." A woman with dark purple hair, wearing a black dress with gold trim, stood sternly to stop them and ordered everyone to maintain order. She was called Third Sister. Mr. Giant drew his weapon without saying another word. The women revealed murderous intent, preparing to fight. From afar, Yi Qingmei appeared, severely injured and supported by someone. Her face was pale, but her eyes remained determined. The person supporting Yi Qingmei was the white-haired man whose face was hidden by a sharp black mask. He silently guarded her side. The woman in the black dress with gold trim and dark purple hair stepped forward, loudly accusing Yi Qingmei of scheming to manipulate the group's internal affairs, presenting evidence that she had once assassinated a senior member. At that moment, a mysterious woman with long silver hair wearing a purple cheongsam and cat ears appeared. She sat calmly, holding a phone, her cold eyes observing all developments. A woman with deep purple hair wearing a black dress with a chest slit was severely injured, her eyes hazy. In front of her stood a young man with blonde hair and a gray shirt, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. An old man with a long beard in Taoist robes stood beside them, advising to first block the victim's meridians. As the energy from the old man's hand was about to touch the girl's body, a shadow suddenly appeared. A long, white-haired man wearing a sharp-toothed black mask unleashed a powerful strike, knocking away the attacker. The masked man's power was immense. His body glowed within white smoke, each move shaking the space and pushing back his opponent. The strike was so strong that the blond young man coughed up blood on the spot. He stared at his bleeding hand in shock, unable to believe the strength of the newcomer. The woman in the black dress shouted in panic, "Chu Qing!" When she saw him collapse unconscious, she rushed over in alarm. Holding Chu Qing, she thought silently, "He must have investigated whether I am pregnant. The baby has taken his sacred dragon energy." Her eyes revealed complexity and heavy burdens. On the tablet screen, shocking news spread. Yi Qingmei, the clan leader of the Yi family, had a life-and-death battle with Li Yan, the clan leader of the Li family. In the hospital room, 3 women sat around a hospital bed. The blonde woman in a white blouse held a tablet, while the other 2, one in a black vest and one in a red shirt, listened attentively. The blonde woman confirmed the news was true. She had sent someone to verify the situation, and worry gradually appeared on all their faces. The black-haired woman in the vest showed anger. She said she had long felt something was wrong, and Chu Qing had also suspected it. The woman in red silently recalled Chu Qing's advice. "If you have time, spend it with Aunt Yi." She now believed Chu Qing knew everything but had deliberately hidden it. The door suddenly opened. A curly-haired woman in a tight purple-black dress entered with a woman wearing a red cheongsam. She called out loudly, "Eldest sister, why are you so badly injured?" The woman in the purple-black dress stood up decisively. She vowed to avenge Yi Qingmei and restore the Yi family clan. She called the 2 girls Yuanqing and Tiangxi, urging them to act. The woman in the black vest, called Tiangxi, angrily retorted. She declared that the Yi family did not belong to the woman in the purple dress. She and Xiaoxi would avenge Yi Qingmei themselves. The woman in purple sneered, mocking the determination of the 2 girls. She called them 2 foolish, sick children, and said she would wait to see how it ended. As she turned her back and left the room, she and the woman in the red cheongsam clearly stated their goal. "Once Mr. Giant is killed, the Yi family will belong to us." The male lead woke up on the hospital bed, his eyes empty as he opened them. In a laboratory, Cairo Wei, a medical student, was injecting a drug into the male lead's body. He was still unconscious at this time. After finishing the injection, Cairo Wei stepped back and observed the patient's reaction, while a small boy named Zio Lair watched him anxiously. In the treatment room, a female doctor wearing a mask closely monitored the male lead's awakening process. Cairo Wei stood beside the hospital bed, talking with Zio Lair. The boy seemed close to her, always staying by her side. Yi Chengxi, a strong-willed girl, entered the room with determined eyes, assessing the patient's condition. Outside the Military Supervision Department headquarters, a group of women wearing purple cloaks were playing cards and smoking. They exuded danger and power. A male police officer appeared, reporting something to the group of women, but was threatened and forced to obey their orders. A young man with gray hair, looking elegant, sighed in the room. He was the son of Mayor Xing, named Xing Tao, and was monitoring developments related to the male lead. Xing Tao turned and walked out, clearly confused and tense. In his hand was an important file related to the case. Chu Qing woke up and was surprised to see his parents and sister Chuxeo suddenly appear in the room. He sat up abruptly, confusedly asking why his whole family had come at this time. Chuxeo explained that Menkui had asked her to bring their parents because the house was no longer safe and that Chu Qing had been unconscious for 2 days. Chu Qing was stunned upon learning how long he had been unconscious, guessing that the outside world must be in chaos. Although many things were unclear, Chu Qing said he needed to go out and promised to explain everything after he returned. Chuxeo hurriedly stepped forward to see him off, but Chu Qing put on his coat and quickly left. Chu Qing's mother quietly stopped Chuxeo, signaling her not to disturb him. Chuxeo angrily questioned her mother, wanting to know why the Yi family was no longer safe and why Chu Qing was seriously injured. Her mother sternly advised Chuxeo to grow up, understand the situation, and not cause more trouble for her brother. The scene shifted to a building named Chu, signaling that Chu Qing was heading toward his important power center. Chu Qing left the room with a solemn expression, seemingly having decided to face something important. In an office, Kaioki stood before Yi Yuanqing, the powerful woman sitting behind the desk, with Yi Tianxi silently beside her. Seeing Chu Qing appear, Kaioki panicked and exclaimed, fearing the truth would be exposed. Chu Qing guessed from Kaioki's embarrassed expression that she had revealed everything to Yi Yuanqing. However, Chu Qing was surprised that Yi Tianxi, the sharp-witted girl, still had no intention of blaming him. Yi Yuanqing coldly ordered Kaioki to leave the office, making her confused and ashamed. Yi Yuanqing approached Chu Qing, faced him, and asked directly, "Do you have anything to say?" In the office, Yi Yuanqing stared at Yi Tianxi with a serious look, seemingly waiting for her to take a clear stance about Chu Qing. Chu Qing looked straight at Yi Yuanqing and said only one word, "Sorry," carrying remorse but also vague ambiguity. Yi Yuanqing angrily shouted, "Is that all?" feeling the apology was too superficial given what had happened. In the quiet space of the office, Yi Chengxi questioned Chu Qing with angry eyes. She wanted to know why he hadn't told them that her mother had been injured 3 days ago. Chu Qing did not avoid it. With calm but meaningful eyes, he asked back, "Why do you think I didn't say?" Yi Chengxi was momentarily silent, but suspicion welled up. She didn't believe someone like Chu Qing was powerless to treat her mother, unless he was hiding something. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Chu Qing stood facing them, while Yi Chengxi and Yi Tianxi, the girl with long black hair and sharp amber eyes, remained silent, quietly watching him. Yi Tianxi finally turned away, but tears welled in her eyes. Though tough, she couldn't hide the painful emotions rising, the loss of her mother and the truth behind it gradually unfolding. The male lead woke up after 2 days of coma. In front of him were his parents and younger sister Chuxeo, looking at him with deep emotion and worry. He asked in surprise, "Dad, Mom, sister, why is everyone here?" His face still hazy after a long sleep. Chuxeo explained that Menkui told her to bring the whole family here because the house was no longer safe. She teared up as she reported that he had been asleep for 2 whole days. The male lead was shocked to realize that so much time had passed. He worried that the outside world might have descended into chaos. He immediately sat up, saying he had to go out for a while and promised to explain everything when he returned. Chuxeo wanted to see him off, but he quietly left. Meanwhile, his mother sat silently, her eyes full of contemplation. Chuxeo was stopped by her mother. She seemed not to understand why her mother was so calm while her brother was seriously injured. Chuxeo angrily asked her mother, "Don't you want to know why he was so badly hurt and why the Yi family is no longer safe?" Her mother replied sternly, "Chuxeo, you have grown up. Look around, don't make your brother worry anymore." The scene shifted to a large building with the name of a company or organization, signaling a new setting about to unfold. Yi Yuanqing shouted angrily, ordering Chu Qing out of the room. She could not contain her fury after everything she had just heard. Chu Qing turned and walked away silently. However, just as he reached the door, Yi Yuanqing hesitated and called him back. She turned to ask Xioxi, her younger sister, in a doubtful tone, "So where is mother's body?" Xioxi's face also showed confusion and fear. Chu Qing stopped and remained silent. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Chu Qing turned back and apologized. He revealed an unbelievable truth. Mrs. Yi's body had been swallowed by the jade water dragon in the Yun River. He emphasized this was the truth, whether anyone believed it or not. Yi Yuanqing was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes red and teary. She clenched her fists tightly, calling Chu Qing's name in anger, ready to explode. Unable to control her rage, Yi Yuanqing shouted that she would kill Chu Qing, launching a powerful attack with her abilities. Her hand reached out full of murderous intent, aiming straight at Chu Qing's neck. But when only a small distance remained before touching him, her trembling hand froze. On Yi Yuanqing's face appeared a struggle between hatred and personal feelings. Chu Qing looked at her without anger or defense, just a calm gaze mixed with a hint of sorrow. The silence between them seemed to burst with all the unspoken emotions. After being rejected and insulted, Tang Ziyan collapsed to her knees, her body trembling, tears streaming from pain and anger. Tang Ziyan remained collapsed, desperate and helpless, while a woman who had just appeared stepped beside her. The woman who arrived was Yi Chengxi. She stood facing Chu Qing, her eyes full of emotion and questioning. Yi Chengxi's eyes welled with tears, her expression sorrowful as if trying to suppress deep emotions within. Without a word, Yi Chengxi gently approached, bent down, and embraced the despairing Tang Ziyan. The hug carried comfort and sharing between the two sisters. Chu Qing quietly watched them embrace, not interrupting that private moment. The atmosphere was full of silence and heaviness. Chu Qing slowly turned his back and walked away from the room in silence. On the way out, Chu Qing bumped into a strange girl, a petite figure with short brown hair. Chu Qing immediately grabbed the girl's collar and questioned with an annoyed expression, "Why are you here?" The brown-haired girl whispered nervously, "Why haven't you been beaten?" A woman in a black dress with gold trim, with cold eyes, angrily scolded Li Yan for failing to kill Yi Qingmei. Another woman wearing a red cheongsam appeared, showing disdain and continuing to criticize Li Yan. Li Yan lowered her head in fear. Another girl wearing a black dress with red lips burst into tears and spoke about an imposter in the group. Entering from outside was a middle-aged woman with curly purple hair, wearing a black suit, leading a group of people with a dignified posture. An elderly woman with silver hair tied up, wearing a smoky purple traditional dress, stepped in. She was the supreme authority in the group. Two female bodyguards with tied black hair and black glasses closely protected the elderly woman, forming a disciplined formation. In the elevator, Chu Qing faced a young woman with short gray hair wearing a black suit. She gave a cryptic piece of advice. The girl continued talking, making sarcastic remarks about the confrontation between Chu Qing and the Yi family. Chu Qing's face was expressionless. The girl remained cold, clearly stating that if he did not side with them, he would be an enemy. In another room, a mysterious girl with long silver hair, wearing a purple cheongsam with fake cat ears, lazily lay on the sofa, holding a phone, observing the situation from afar. As Chu Qing appeared, a woman with long gray hair wearing a pink nightgown stepped out of the room, yawning lazily. Before he could speak, she hurriedly said, "Say what you want quickly, I have to sleep." Chu Qing stood with a forced smile, veins bulging on his cheek, eyes twitching in anger. Although he tried to keep calm on the outside, inside he felt like twitching because he couldn't refute her very reasonable reason. Chu Qing angrily questioned the gray-haired woman, Gong Yu, about forcing him to bear the consequences for an unclear child. Gong Yu calmly smiled, denying any real feelings between them. Gong Yu continued to make excuses, claiming the child existed before their marriage, and considered it a heavenly reward for Chu Qing. Chu Qing clenched his fists, his eyes cold, preparing to use his power to verify the truth. He reached out toward Gong Yu's belly, resolute. "I have to check if I am really the father of the child." Just as Chu Qing was about to unleash his power, Gong Yu startled and stepped back, avoiding him in fear. She immediately shouted in protest against his action, both angry and defensive. Chu Qing suddenly spat blood, showing intense pain as his internal energy was counterattacked. He struggled to stand, gritting his teeth in anger. That damn poison again. From behind the door, Gong Yu anxiously warned him not to use his power if his body couldn't handle it. Though her words were cold, her concern was evident. Chu Qing silently threw a precious jade pendant toward Gong Yu, the only thing he had hesitated to give away. The woman named Gong Yu looked at the jade pendant Chu Qing threw at her, her face full of suspicion. She asked him, "What is this?" Chu Qing replied coldly, considering it a thank-you gift for letting him play the role of a fake father. Gong Yu was stunned by Chu Qing's indifferent attitude when she saw him smiling while coughing up blood. Chu Qing felt bitter. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had been so thoroughly deceived, to the point that he never confirmed whether the child was his or not. Although he could not harm the child, Chu Qing was determined to find the real biological father and destroy him. Gong Yu thoughtfully looked at the jade pendant silently. Inside her, mixed thoughts seemed to arise. Not long after, she suddenly threw the pendant forcefully away, muttering, "This definitely isn't good for the baby." The jade fell onto the clothes laid on the chair near the bed. After releasing her worries, Gongyu gently lay down on the bed. She tossed and turned continuously, turning left then right, trying to sleep, but her mind remained full of turmoil. Finally, Gongyu sat up abruptly, her face weary mixed with a bit of anger. She couldn't fall asleep at all. The green jade glowed faintly, lying quietly on the purple garment left by Chu Qing. Gongyu woke up, staring intently at the jade, her eyes full of contemplation and confusion. She stepped forward and picked up the jade. Her face showed hesitation, unsure what to do with the gift from Chu Qing. Gongyu decided to try absorbing energy from the jade. A blue aura began swirling around her hand. A sudden strong energy burst out, making her dizzy and cry out in pain. She immediately checked her body and clearly felt the baby was fine, but the energy transmitted was pure internal power. Gongyu continued holding the jade in her hand, feeling the aura emanating from it, beginning to understand the meaning of the gift. She meditated on the bed, blue light enveloping her entire body. The jade emitted an internal energy that surrounded her. Gongyu's face gradually became calm. Strength and enlightenment spread through her eyes. She gently called out, "Chu Qing." For the first time, sincere and indescribable emotions surged within her heart. The woman in the purple dress softly wept, confessing a bitter truth. "The baby is yours, I just wanted to make you angry." The city scene at night was quiet under the crescent moon. A blue butterfly fluttered outside the building, signaling a scene change to a new location. Inside the bar, 3 young men happily reunited with Chu Qing. They excitedly boasted about reaching level 2 in martial arts and mentioned Tang Zhuyan, who was always angry because of Chu Qing's absence. Chu Qing sat with his arms hanging down, tiredly replying, "Soon." The vague answer showed his mood was still unsettled. The 2 friends continued to inquire, worried that something was troubling Chu Qing's mind. Both expressed their unconditional willingness to help. Chu Qing looked at his friends and unexpectedly asked back, "After graduation, what do you plan to do?" One person in the group answered hesitantly that they just hope to get into a mediocre university and continue living a normal life. Chu Qing seriously asked, "Have you ever thought about dropping out to live true to what you want?" The group honestly replied that they just liked living outside society and had no clear goals. They suggested Chu Qing could speak to Tang Zhuyan to join the Tang family, a place with great reputation. Chu Qing was silent, raising his beer glass in the sparkling light, as a way to respond to his friends and show determination to prepare for a new journey. Chu Qing raised his beer glass, smiling with a cunning look, suddenly making an offer. "I can take you into Quizhang Menju. Do you want to come with me?" Chu Qing's 3 friends, the familiar male students in the bar, were all stunned. Their faces clearly showed surprise and excitement. One gaped, another stammered. A softly glowing emerald lay on the neatly folded purple garment. It seemed to contain something strange waiting to be activated. The long brown-haired woman, Chu Qing's mother, approached and discovered the gem. She silently observed it intently, her eyes showing suspicion. She picked up the gem, her eyes briefly saddened. The softness in her demeanor indicated this was a keepsake related to a loved one. As soon as she held the gem, green energy surrounded her hand. The gem emitted a strange light, preparing to transform energy. A sudden strong force pushed back, startling her and causing her to drop the gem. The internal power from the gem was clearly abnormal. She placed her hand on her chest to check. Fortunately, the baby inside was unharmed. What entered her body was a stream of pure internal energy. She carefully transmitted internal energy into the gem, lifting it with both hands like a ritual of energy cultivation. The energy began to flow according to her will. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, she entered a meditative state. The emerald light surrounding her body showed a process of harmonization was underway. Her face became calm. In that silence, her eyes glimmered with emotion, as if she had connected with the person who entrusted the gem. She gently clenched the hand holding the gem, tears welling up as she whispered the name, "Chu Qing," her voice soft like a whisper, yet full of emotion and longing. In a lively bar, a group of young people passionately discussed the future. Zhuo Bujun, the young man in black with the red word shine, asked, "So what do you want us to do?" The male lead Chu Qing replied coldly, his gaze sharp, "Find all those who have ever been connected to Menkui." Zhuo Bujun enthusiastically patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, boss, we'll do our best." They all believed Chu Qing was protecting his position as husband. Chu Qing sighed inwardly as he watched his 3 friends chuckle and whisper excitedly, "How could you guys possibly understand?" The next day, the scene shifted to a modern skyscraper, headquarters of Quizhang Menju, one of the 4 great powers in Xin City. Zhuo Bujun and 2 friends appeared full of spirit in matching suits, determined to begin a new journey at this prestigious organization. The 3 entered the main hall and greeted Chu Qing. "Boss," he thought to himself in surprise. "Wow, they really dropped out of school." Chu Qing introduced a beautiful woman with long, curly hair and a sharp demeanor. This is Chuxin, Mengqi's capable assistant. She will be in charge of you from now on. Zhuo Bujun humorously stepped forward to shake Chuxin's hand. I'm Zhuo Bujun, please take care of me from now on, causing Chu Qing to cover his face helplessly at the carefree joke. Chuxin entered a spacious room where a long-haired woman in a seductive purple dress sat with her back turned. Mengqi, leader of Quizheng Mengzhu. Chu Xin, Mengqi's close assistant, reported that Chu Qing's 3 classmates had been assigned here by his order. Mengqi gave a brief order, instructing Chu Xin to return to work, while remaining calm upon receiving the news. Mengqi gazed thoughtfully at the jade block sent by Chu Qing. She wondered if this was the exchange item he used to gain her cooperation. Night fell over the city, the giant Ferris wheel brightly lit beneath the moonlight, creating a dreamy scene. Chu Qing and Yi Chengxi stood together admiring the night view from the entertainment district balcony, the atmosphere between them silent but filled with unspoken feelings. Chu Qing spoke first, allowing Yi Chengxi to ask anything if she still trusted him, showing sincerity and a desire to bridge the gap between them. Yi Chengxi smiled softly, affirming that if she didn't trust him, she wouldn't have agreed to meet here. She admitted she knew Chu Qing didn't care about the Yi family inheritance, and expressed confusion over why he always treated her well. Chu Qing frankly said that it was because she was easily persuaded. He did not need the current Yi family, but waited until she became a powerful clan leader. Then his words would carry absolute weight. Yi Chengxi hesitated and asked what if she was not the clan leader, or if they followed 2 different paths. Chu Qing coldly replied that he helped the Yi family because of her, not because of friendship. Yi Chengxi seriously asked Chu Qing, "Do you know why I arranged to meet here?" Chu Qing calmly answered, his intuition telling him this was related to Aunt Yi, that is Yi Qingmei. The night park scene appeared, showing a little girl playing with her mother, evoking nostalgia in Chengxi's mind. Yi Chengxi opened up. She had no father, only lived with her mother and younger sister. Her sister was often seriously ill, bedridden. Her mother, though busy, still tried to spend time with her daughters. Chengxi fell silent. In the quiet moment, she seemed to drift into old memories with sorrowful eyes. She suddenly asked, "Before she passed, did my mother say anything to you?" Her eyes full of doubt and hope. Chu Qing answered frankly. Yi Qingmei once told him that even if he did not become the Yi family head, he must still take good care of the 2 sisters. But he accidentally blurted out, "Your sister is really troublesome." Yi Chengxi did not avoid but faced him. "Then how do you intend to take care of me?" Chu Qing asked back. "How do you want me to take care of you?" Yi Chengxi boldly declared her goal, her eyes blazing with determination. "I want to become the clan leader." Yi Chengxi looked at Chu Qing and asked who else besides her could become the clan leader. Chu Qing smiled lightly and asked back, "So do you agree to let me help?" Chu Qing seriously asked Yi Chengxi to clearly explain the current situation of the Yi family to start the plan. Yi Chengxi said that Yi Meyer had almost taken control of the entire family. Tomorrow, the 2 would openly confront each other at the family meeting to compete for the position of clan leader. Chu Qing warned Yi Chengxi to be careful, because Yi Meyer might act tonight to eliminate her. Yi Chengxi was worried about tomorrow. She predicted Yi Mukha would take action, and both the Li and Tang families would also exploit the chaos to seek benefits. Chu Qing smiled teasingly at Yi Chengxi. "You've really grown up, huh?" which made her angrily silent. Being teased too much, Yi Chengxi flew into a rage and kicked Chu Qing straight in the face, shouting with fury. Chu Qing still kept a calm smile and reassured her. "This is the real you. Don't worry, the Yi clan leader can only be you. Leave everything to me." Yi Chengxi was moved and just called out "Chu" when her phone in her pocket rang, breaking the gentle moment. Yi Chengxi answered the phone and shouted in panic, "What? I'm coming back immediately," then hurriedly left, leaving Chu Qing standing alone. Yi Chengxi rushed off upon hearing that her younger sister was in danger, her face full of worry and determination. Chu Qing chased after her and anxiously asked, "Is she dead?" which made Yi Chengxi extremely angry. Unable to control herself, Yi Chengxi punched Chu Qing hard in the face, causing both to panic. Yi Chengxi yelled accusingly, "Do you want her to die?" while Chu Qing was scared and bleeding from his hand. Yi Chengxi scolded him for being heartless for not asking how her sister was injured, while Chu Qing just smiled wryly and explained he had misspoken. Yi Chengxi admitted her sister was not seriously injured, but it was her fault. She decided to return immediately. Chu Qing offered to escort her, surprising Yi Chengxi. "You still have time." Chu Qing teased her by asking back, making Yi Chengxi lose her temper, shout angrily, and blush. Chu Qing gently stroked her head and said, "If next time you want to say something, just say it. We're not strangers." Yi Chengxi blushed, embarrassed and sulking as she pushed Chu Qing down but still shouted loudly, "I know already." Yi Chengxi was suddenly pushed hard backward by Chu Qing. His expression was urgent, as if sensing a danger approaching. Cha-Ching turned and ran off, shouting, "A man's head is not for a woman to touch casually." Behind him, Yi Chunxi angrily chased after him. "Women too, just let me touch it again, okay?" Under the quiet night sky, a black car sped down the road carrying two people who had just argued, but were still together. Inside the car, Yi Chengxi warned seriously, "When you meet my sister, you must not be rude or aggressive." Chu Ching smiled faintly. "I'm generous, you know that." Cha-Ching looked through the rearview mirror, his eyes hardening as he noticed two cars closely tailing behind. An exclamation mark popped up in his mind. Chu Ching asked, "Do you see those cars?" Yi Chengxi nodded. "Yes, are you scared?" "I'm not." The two tailing cars suddenly accelerated. One of them rushed up quickly on the right side of Chu Ching's car at a very high speed. From a high vantage point, Cha Ching's car was blocked on both sides by two unknown cars. One suddenly swerved into the lane, pressing close and making the space suffocating and dangerous. Inside the car, Chu Ching gripped the steering wheel tightly, gritting his teeth as he drove sharply. Beside him, Yi Chengxi reacted fiercely, coordinating to avoid collision. The two cars collided at high speed. Sparks swirled around the wheels. The street had become a battlefield of speed. A woman stepped out of the car, her slender legs and high heels striking the ground loudly, creating an aura of majesty and power. The woman appeared clearly, black curly hair, a purple-black cheongsam with gold trim holding a red fan. Her eyes were sharp and cold. Inside the car, Cha-Ching recognized the woman as Yi Ma, a strong candidate for the head of the Yi family. He thought she was truly reckless to act on her own. Yi Ma was surprised to see Cha-Ching, something she had not anticipated. Chu Ching calmly stepped out of the car, the shimmering light highlighting his cold, confident demeanor in front of Yi Ma. Yi Ma was confused, thinking, hasn't Chu Ching already betrayed those sisters? Why is he appearing with Yi Tiangxi? Chu Ching sarcastically said, "Little aunt, no, family representative. How do you have time to come here? Is the Yi family business all settled?" The two faced each other with tense gazes. Yi Ma looked angry, while Chu Ching smiled provocatively. The atmosphere grew more dangerous as from above, a mysterious figure rushed down, ready to intervene in the confrontation between Chu Ching and Yi Ma. In the quiet night, the black car stopped in the middle of the road. Chu Ching stepped out, his eyes determined, ready to face the waiting adversary. An elderly woman with an authoritative demeanor stepped out from the other car. She wore a dark purple cheongsam, her face stern, eyes cold. This was Yi Yema, the representative of the Yi family clan. Chu Ching silently thought about Yi Yeme, the ruthless woman who did not hesitate to poison others to seize the position of family head. Although still poisoned himself, he decided to take the risk. Yi Yema showed surprise when she saw Cha-Ching appear before her. She did not expect him to dare come alone. Chu Ching stepped out of the car, the shimmering lights casting a glow on his figure. Yi Yeme looked at him suspiciously but maintained a calm attitude. Yi Yema was full of doubts. She could not understand why Cha-Ching, who had once betrayed the sisters, was now accompanying Yi Tiangxi. Chu Ching smiled provocatively. "Little aunt, no, representative of the family head, why are you free to come here? Could it be that all the Yi family affairs are done?" The two stared at each other, neither yielding. The tense atmosphere seemed ready to explode. From above, a silver scythe-like weapon flew down, a sign that someone was approaching. Yi Yema and Cha-Ching remained in place, facing each other in silence. The night sky grew suffocating, foreshadowing an unavoidable confrontation. In the hospital room, a long-haired injured girl sat in a wheelchair, facing an elderly woman in a white blouse sitting on the bed. Yi Chengxi rushed in, anxiously asking about her sister, Yi Kengma, while Cha-Ching followed behind with a solemn expression. Yi Qingmei calmly replied. Her leg was broken, but her condition was stable. Yi Kengma began questioning Cha-Ching. She believed he had gone with Munkyoi, so why did he return to the Yi family clan? The elderly woman in white, now called Great Aunt, asked Yi Chengxi to take Yi Kengma out. Yi Qingmei was surprised by the request, calling her Great Aunt with confusion. Nevertheless, she sternly urged to leave the room quickly. Yi Chengxi pushed the wheelchair and took her sister out, both their faces showing sadness and suspicion. Chu Ching turned back and asked the elderly woman if she knew about the recent events. The elderly woman replied she knew everything clearly, and even if Cha-Ching did not speak, Young Kung would tell her. With a reassuring tone, she invited Chu Ching to come closer and sit down for a serious conversation. In the hospital room, Cha-Ching sat opposite a blonde woman who was ill but calm and proactive. She was Madame Zhe, a highly influential figure in the family clan. Chu Ching sat down and seriously asked what Zhu wanted to say. Madame Zhu spoke softly with a subtle smile. Zhu frankly said that although Yuanqing treated Chu Ching harshly, she trusted him because the second sister also trusted him. Chu Ching humorously responded, pointing out Yuanqing's helplessness. Zhe quickly moved to the main issue, the family meeting tomorrow. She affirmed that Cha Ching's appearance meant support for Yi Tiangxi. Cha-Ching did not answer directly but hinted. The Yi family was about to face a demon, but he would ensure only one outcome, Tianxi becoming the family head. Zhu decided to attend the meeting to exert influence. Chu-Ching warned about her health and doubted whether the vote was worthwhile. Zhu was silent, suddenly full of bitter thoughts, her eyes seeming to hold many helpless secrets. Cha-Ching began changing the subject. He called her Aunt Zhe and asked permission to pose an important question. Zhe nodded. Cha-Ching directly asked, "Are Yi Yunkung and Yi Tianxi children of the same parents?" Zhe was startled, surprised, suspecting that Cha-Ching had been told the secret by the second sister. Cha-Ching confirmed but said what he heard was still unclear. Aunt Zhe spoke solemnly, admitting that the woman from long ago had actually given birth to 3 daughters. This was a story she no longer wished to mention. Chu-Ching asked, "Did she not have a son? What about Yemyu?" Aunt Zhu explained. Yemyu was an orphan who was adopted simply because she longed to have a son. The surprising information confused Cha-Ching. He pondered, "Yemo is not a biological child. A good brother of mine, should I tell him?" Cha-Ching switched to ask about the 3rd daughter. Aunt Zhe, with a surprised look, asked back whether her second sister had told him anything. Chu-Ching revealed, both Yi Qingmei and Li Yan possessed daggers engraved with their names, one engraved with Zai, the other with Huang. Aunt Zhu fell silent, not responding. Her eyes became complex and contemplative. After a moment of silence, Aunt Zhu tiredly said, "I'm tired, please leave." Chu-Ching stood up and left the room. A big question arose in his heart. No one wants to mention this past. What exactly happened between the Yi family and the Li family? A young man named Chu-Ching was walking on a quiet street at night. Cha-Ching received a message from Yi Chengxi. "I think you shouldn't see my sister for a while." He agreed to withdraw. "I will go home." Before leaving, Chu-Ching looked up at the building where Yi Qingmei was, his eyes full of regret. On the upper floor, Yi Chengxi stood beside Yi Kengma, who was in a wheelchair, both watching Cha-Ching. Yi Qingmei angrily said, "He should have stayed with my sister, right? He's just using her. Once he achieves his goal, he'll abandon her." She continued to criticize Cha-Ching, saying he had moved to live in the wealthy Quazheng Mengzhe neighborhood and brought his parents along, a clear sign of someone obsessed with fame and fortune. Yi Chengxi gently objected. "He is not like that." Yi Qingmei lost her temper, ignoring the explanation. "Enough, I don't want to hear it." The nighttime cityscape enveloped the glass building where the Yi sisters lived. A new woman appeared. She wore a purple nightgown, looking tired as she stepped out into the hallway. This was a new character. Chu-Ching faced a woman in a sexy pink nightgown. His eyes immediately blushed when he suddenly saw her ample chest right in front of him. The woman smiled seductively, gently pulling down her neckline, and asked in a sweet voice, "Am I beautiful?" Embarrassed and flustered, Cha-Ching cleared his throat and quickly turned his face away, trying to stay calm in the face of the unexpected seduction. The woman casually remarked that no one else but her would want to marry a pervert like him. If she didn't care about him, the chance of betrayal would be very high. The words struck Cha-Ching like lightning. He was stunned, the phrase echoing in his mind, "betrayed." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman noticed Chu-Ching's angry expression, immediately becoming cautious and stepping back, realizing he was serious. She put on a serious face and asked directly, "What are you doing here? Tell me the truth quickly." Chu-Ching seriously proposed, "Tomorrow come with me to the Yi family's house. This is my request." The woman refused without hesitation. "I'm not going." He lowered his voice and confessed, "I need you." The woman smirked mockingly. "And just because you need me, I have to follow. If I needed you, would you help me?" In response to the earnest plea, Cha-Ching seriously replied, "I will help you." Gengyo was stunned, her eyes wide and sparkling with surprise at Cha-Ching's sincerity. Cha-Ching stepped closer, his gaze firm, showing an unshakable determination. Gengyo hesitated briefly, her lips slightly parted as if to say something but then fell silent. She forced a smile and said softly, "Saying it is easy but doing it is hard. I'm going to sleep now." Suddenly, Cha-Ching raised his hand to stop Gengyo from turning away, making her pause. He asked directly, "The baby inside you has absorbed the heavenly dragon's energy, right?" Gengyo glanced at him and sighed heavily. "Now you want to take it back?" Cha-Ching coldly asked, "Tell me who is stronger, a born heavenly dragon or a human?" Gengyo angrily shouted, "What are you talking about?" Cha-Ching threatened, asking how the dragon would feel if it knew the dragon energy it nurtured was taken by a child. His eyes were cold and resolute. The woman opposite him, Gengyo, was stunned, her eyes showing horror, while a purple lightning flashed behind her, reflecting the fear inside. Gengyo stepped back, trembling as she admitted, "Don't scare me like that. I will go with you to the Yi family's house." It seemed she accepted the condition to avoid greater trouble. Cha-Ching had no intention of scaring her. He explained that dragon energy would seriously affect whoever absorbed it, no matter matter who they were, let alone a baby in the womb. Gungya panicked and snapped, questioning him about the real consequences that could happen to the baby. Cha-Ching's answer was a shock. Deformity, or worse, death in the womb. Gungya's face turned pale, horror evident in every feature. She went numb, barely whispering no, while her body trembled uncontrollably. Gungya collapsed, tears streaming down. She couldn't believe the baby she carried could suffer such severe consequences. She broke down completely. Cha-Ching stood silently, his gaze both firm and somewhat regretful. He looked at Gungya, who was bowed down crying, speechless. In that silent moment, he slowly reached out his hand, a gesture full of contradiction between toughness and compassion. Cha-Ching clenched his fist angrily, suppressing his emotions as he saw the woman suffering before him. Seeing the girl sobbing in despair, Cha-Ching spoke to reassure her. "I can guarantee the baby will be born safely." Tears still on her cheeks, the girl trembled as she asked, "So, what do you want me to do?" Cha-Ching smiled gently, his eyes determined. "If I said I would help the baby without asking for anything, would you believe me?" Cha-Ching stood silently in the doorway, facing the woman in the pink dress who was holding his arm, her face showing confusion and hesitation. The woman Gungya looked up at him, tears falling as she asked, "So, what do you want me to do?" Cha-Ching remained silent, his eyes full of complexity. Gungya's question made him think for a long time before speaking. Finally, Cha-Ching sighed, his voice calm but resolute. He would no longer ask her to do anything. He would heal the child and find a way to break the life-and-death curse. He bowed his head to apologize for having hurt her before. After speaking, Cha-Ching turned his back and walked away, leaving Gungya standing silently at the threshold, confused and moved. Gungya gently touched her lips, wondering to herself, did I misunderstand him? Placing her hand on her belly, she silently vowed to protect her child at all costs, never to be like the woman who gave birth to her, the woman she hated to her core. Meanwhile, Cha-Ching quietly sat on the bed, his gaze thoughtful, holding his phone. He put the phone down, acting decisively but with a hint of unease in his heart. Cha-Ching rubbed his forehead and sighed wearily. Although he had informed Zaya, he knew well that she alone would not be enough for what was to come. Cha-Ching sat in deep thought in the room, his heart heavy because the poison hidden deep in his body still had no cure, making it impossible for him to use his spiritual power. Nevertheless, a faint smile appeared on his lips, showing strong faith and refusal to be defeated by adversity. Cha-Ching told himself that having lived through 2 lifetimes, a little current life-or-death situation could not stop him. His will became stronger than ever. The sky had brightened. He walked to the garage, standing before a blazing red supka, ready to set off to face the challenges ahead. Cha-Ching intended to borrow the woman's car without asking. He thought it was a small matter and that she probably wouldn't mind. With a mischievous look, he reached out to tap the window, determined to get the key by his own means. At that moment, a slender hand extended. It was the car key, handed to him unexpectedly. Cha-Ching startled and stopped when he realized someone had intervened. He looked up, his eyes showing surprise. The woman was a new character, Gungya, a beautiful girl with long brown hair wearing a floral dress, carrying a weapon box on her back. She spoke decisively, not because she wanted to help him, but because if he died, it would implicate her. Cha-Ching responded coldly that if that was the reason, she need not worry. He affirmed that no one could kill him. Gungya, the girl wearing a purple floral cheongsam, with long brown hair, casually got into the red sports car Cha-Ching intended to borrow, taking the driver's seat without hesitation. She smiled confidently, declaring that she had changed her mind and wanted to join the trip. She hoped this was an opportunity to grow and frankly reminded Cha-Ching to help her if they encountered Xing Lai, a newly revealed name. Gungya suddenly recalled that Cha-Ching had once been favored by an old lady and hinted that he should use that as support, which surprised her that she had just said it. Annoyed by the teasing, Cha-Ching lightly snapped, "If you want to go, then go," a determined expression showing he was trying to stay focused. Gungya glanced meaningfully and was satisfied to see Cha-Ching did not oppose her joining. A warm glow briefly appeared on her face. The red Ferrari sped through the city streets, carrying both of them toward a seemingly important place, the Yi family's home. In the car, Gungya perceptively asked about Cha-Ching's red-rimmed eyes, guessing he had cried all night because he did not receive the innate dragon chi, some special power. She continued to nag, warning that if anything happened to the child, she would no longer want to live, words that left Cha-Ching silently enduring. Finally, Cha-Ching quietly expressed his thanks. Although he appeared cold on the outside, this action showed that he valued Gungya's concern. Gungya was stunned, her face flushing red. She did not expect that unexpected thank you to stir her heart so strongly. The Ferrari suddenly drifted sharply, startling both Cha-Ching and Gungya. The sudden steering made them scream in shock as the car tilted heavily on the road. Cha-Ching shouted angrily, asking Gungya if she was looking for death. Gungya remained calm while driving, sweat beading but showing no fear. Gungya retorted, blaming the drift on Cha-Ching talking and distracting her. Cha-Ching was speechless, only clenching his fists in frustration. The car continued to speed like flying through the roadside forest, the scenery blurring under sunlight filtering through the leaves. Both regained their composure. Gungya focused on the steering wheel while Cha-Ching pondered deeply, resting his chin on his hand. Cha-Ching explained, "There is a companion creature that often appears beside the young dragon to help regulate the innate dragon chi. Otherwise, the body cannot endure." Gungya was surprised by this information. Cha-Ching continued, "As long as they find that creature, the child will be safe and born with dragon-like qualities." Gungya excitedly asked again to confirm. Cha-Ching nodded firmly, making her eyes shine brightly with hope. Gungya gripped the steering wheel tightly, determined. "After finishing at the Yi family's place, we will go catch that damn dragon." Cha-Ching warned, "The companion creature is not on the dragon. If it were, I would have taken it long ago. It is as precious as the innate dragon chi." The woman in the purple dress murmured thanks to the blue dragon. If the protective creature truly accompanied the dragon, Cha-Ching would have taken it long ago. She closed her eyes, lamenting for the unborn child. Cha-Ching reminded her, only he can find that creature and she can do nothing to the blue dragon. A cold truth but necessary. The girl suddenly squinted teasingly. "You say that because you care about me, right?" Her smile clearly showed joy as she felt Cha-Ching's concern. In the car, Cha-Ching and Meng Jie were heading towards the Yi family. Both of their eyes were silent but full of calculation. Meng Jie coldly announced, "We have arrived." Cha-Ching remained silent, showing no reaction. The two entered the grand hall of the Yi family. Meng Jie carried a large box, walking confidently. In the luxurious living room, many female members of the Yi family were gathered, the tense atmosphere clearly visible. Close-ups of each person, women with burgundy hair, silver hair, elderly and middle-aged, showed that this was an important meeting. Prominently, a woman in a black suit with long hair and sharp eyes appeared to be leading the meeting. Chu-Ching stepped in, his footsteps echoing in the quiet space. He smiled, "Today is really lively." Meng Jie remained calm behind him. In his heart, Chu-Ching silently calculated. Luckily, Meng Jui came along, and Xiao Yu was waiting outside. A girl in a red dress jumped up calling Chu, happily, but was immediately stopped by someone grabbing her wrist. A woman with dark purple hair, wearing a black dress with a chest slit, stepped back angrily looking towards Li Yan. A large wound was clearly visible on her chest. A young man with blonde hair, wearing a long-sleeved gray shirt, launched a strong strike causing a woman in a black dress with gold trim to collapse. A brown-haired woman in a short black dress with a purple scarf held a rifle, her gaze sharp. A long, white-haired person wearing a black mask with sharp teeth rushed into the battle. He appeared to save someone. An elderly man with a long silver beard proposed blocking Mr. Jian's meridians to control the situation. The blond young man standing behind ordered to kill Yi Qingmei first, cold and ruthless. Yi Qingmei fell to the ground, her dress stained red with blood. Mr. Jian hurried over to support her, his eyes full of sorrow. Mrs. Wei, Xingwei, an elderly woman with silver hair tied up and a ruthless gaze, intended to bury Mr. Jian alive along with Yi Qingmei. A short gray-haired woman in a short purple dress fired precisely from a sniper tree position, preventing the killing action. She mentioned her young lady. The sniper girl was the close bodyguard of Miss Gongyu, who had a special relationship with Mr. Jian. She declared that Mr. Jian was her young lady's fiancé. An old lady from the Yi family stood up asserting that Cha-Ching was not qualified to set foot in the ancestral hall, with cold and contemptuous eyes. Yi Chengxi angrily retorted, declaring Chu-Ching was her fiancé, therefore fully qualified to enter here as family. Chu-Ching smiled confidently, while Meng Jui stood behind observing the situation, sharp-faced but not intervening. Tang Rong, a purple-haired woman with a high role in the Tang family, spoke up to oppose, citing ancestral law that men are not allowed in the ancestral hall or to die in the ancestral tomb. She questioned when this law was broken. Another middle-aged woman in a long black dress holding a red fan agreed. Men should not enter the power center of a family like this hall. Tang Rong continued loudly criticizing Cha-Ching, calling him a profane man unworthy to be a husband and involved with many other women. Chu-Ching laughed sarcastically, replying that he never demanded to enter, and compared Tang Rong to a monkey jumping up and down, shocking everyone. Tang Rong was extremely furious, her whole body radiating killing intent, eyes blazing with anger at the public insult. Unable to control her anger, Tang Rong immediately rushed to attack Chu-Ching with extreme speed and overwhelming momentum, shouting, "Disrespectful." The next scene showed Tang Rong rushing like a purple light towards Chu-Ching, preparing a strong strike, beginning a tense confrontation between the two sides. In her rage, Tang Rong threw a punch at Chu Qing, generating an extremely powerful energy wave that shattered even the walls of the Yi family house. Just as the tension peaked, Monkey suddenly appeared in thick smoke, holding a modern sniper rifle with a cold gaze. With just one shot, Menkui sent Tang Rong flying backward, crashing into the wall and leaving a large hole. Her appearance turned the tide of the battle. Tang Rong was stunned, shouting loudly to ask Monkey what she was doing. Monkey coldly rotated the gun on her shoulder, as if the previous action was just a flick of the wrist. Menkui shrugged indifferently, teasingly saying, "Sorry, my hand slipped." Although the apology was light, the power of the shot was enough to silence the entire hall. Tang Rong angrily shouted, mocking Menkui for just coming to watch the excitement, yet bringing a sniper rifle. But Menkui calmly walked on, even winking provocatively. Another elder in the Yi family, a woman with curled hair, wearing a black chong sam, raised a red fan and spoke authoritatively, demanding all guests maintain peace and respect the hosts. Under pressure from the elder, Tang Rong gritted her teeth in anger, turned her back and left, unable to hide her resentment. Monkey leisurely moved inward, still carrying the sniper rifle on her shoulder, calm as if nothing had happened. Cha-Ching quietly followed behind. She suddenly turned her head back, eyes sharp and cautious, then gently asked Chu Qing, who remained silent, why he did not continue forward. A powerful energy explosion struck the wall directly, shaking the entire room. The purple-haired woman was thrown back amid brilliant blue light. A woman in a purple floral dress holding a sniper rifle appeared from the smoke, ready to fight. The purple-haired woman angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" upon seeing the wall shattered by the gun attack. The woman in purple responded indifferently, softly saying, "Sorry, I lost control of my hand." She winked while mocking, using a sniper rifle to get a better look. How interesting. A woman in black holding a fan stepped in gently, intervening. "Everyone here is a guest. Please sit inside and preserve the Yi family's dignity." The purple-haired woman left angrily, turning her back showing clear dissatisfaction but dared not argue. The woman in purple turned toward Chu Qing, holding her gun, walking confidently, radiating a sharp and somewhat provocative aura. A thunderous explosion shattered the wall. A blue energy beam shot straight toward the woman in white with purple hair, causing her to panic and dodge. A seductive woman wearing a purple floral embroidered cheongsam slowly emerged from the smoke. In her hand was a modern sniper rifle, exuding a cold aura. The purple-haired girl, clearly just escaped death, shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Before her eyes, the wall had been breached, dust and smoke filling the air. The woman in the purple dress shrugged nonchalantly, the gun still resting on her shoulder. "Sorry, I really couldn't control my hand." She continued to feign innocence, speaking disdainfully. "You came here to observe and brought a sniper rifle. How interesting." A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup, dressed in a black cheongsam and long gloves, appeared, her voice calm and steady. "Everyone here is a guest. Those who come to the Yi family are all businesspa. Please keep the peace." The purple-haired girl scowled, turned around, and left without hiding her displeasure. The woman in the purple dress kept walking, still carrying the huge gun. Behind her was the familiar gray-haired young man, Chu Qing, silently observing. She suddenly stopped, turned her head with a surprised look, and asked, "Why aren't you following?" Chu Qing smiled lightly and replied calmly, "Many people don't welcome me. If I still go in, it would be boring. I'll just stand here and watch." A curly-haired woman wearing a black cheongsam with gold trim declared that the chosen head of the Yi family must be someone with Yi bloodline and who has made great contributions to the clan. A pink-haired woman with her hair tied up, wearing long earrings and a white shirt, stood up to propose a candidate who met all those criteria and had devoted her life to the clan. She pointed toward the elderly woman in a patterned long dress and named the nominated candidate, 4th Elder Yi Tao. With a confident smile, the pink-haired woman asked everyone in the room what they thought about nominating Yi Tao. Yi Tao stood up humbly to thank everyone, saying it was thanks to clan leader Tang that she could hold this important position despite her old age. Yi Tao continued, gently rejecting the young candidate Yi Chengxi because she was too young, also reminding that Yi Ma's mother once doubted her leadership abilities. From afar, Chu Qing quietly observed the entire meeting. He stood leaning against the wall, his eyes attentively watching. He silently thought, Yi Muk and Tang Rung both did not appear on such an important day. Clearly they still have hidden schemes. The black curly-haired woman was about to announce the vote, and the pink-haired woman loudly interrupted with a "wait." The pink-haired woman stepped forward confidently and asked bluntly, "May I ask, what are the specific conditions for someone to be chosen as head of the Yi family?" Cha-Ching suddenly clapped his hands during the meeting, breaking the serious atmosphere. Yi Mei angrily asked Chu Qing what he was trying to do, her eyes full of suspicion. Chu Qing sarcastically praised clan leader Tang's magic hand, leaving the room stunned. With a mocking tone, he directly questioned Yi Tao, doubting that she had sold out her honor. Purple energy exploded around Yi Tao as she activated her aura to respond to Chu Qing. Yi Tao became angry, called Chu Qing a brat, and warned him not to be arrogant here. At that moment, the woman in the purple dress, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly picked up the sniper rifle with a cold gaze. Yima loudly shouted, suspecting both Chu Qing and the woman were trying to cause trouble. The woman in the purple dress slightly raised the gun, saying she just wanted to watch for fun, and invited everyone to listen to the gunshot again. She calmly pulled the trigger, putting everyone on high alert. A loud explosion echoed from the ceiling as a blue energy beam shot straight down, shaking the entire hall. Gongyu remained calm with the gun in her hand, while Yimei startled and dodged. A woman in a white suit rushed from behind Gongyu, delivering a quick and decisive strike toward her. The woman in white raised her gun, aiming directly at the seated Gongyu, creating an extremely tense atmosphere between the parties. Amid the chaos, Chu Qing tried to calm things down. He emphasized that his words were just a joke and not worth such a strong reaction. Chu Qing continued to hit the core point. If Yi Tao had nominated someone qualified to be clan leader, then let everyone vote openly. Faced with Chu Qing's subtle provocation, the woman in white helplessly threw down her gun, while Gongyu kept a cold expression. While the two sides confronted each other, a girl in a red dress put her arm around a girl in a black dress who was sitting, both silently observing everything. The girl in black, a woman with long red-black hair, wearing a black coat and yellow eyes, silently analyzed inwardly. Everyone was being drawn into the rhythm set by Chu Qing and Meng Zhi. Yimei finally spoke out strongly against Yi Tao's nomination. She held a fan and showed an uncompromising attitude. A new figure appeared, fifth elder Yi Ling, an elderly woman with curly hair wearing purple and thick glasses, also clearly expressing opposition to Yi Tao's choice. Chu Qing suddenly changed his tone, speaking as if siding with Elder Tao, confusing everyone. Tang Ziyan doubted his intentions, not understanding why someone who once opposed her was now helping. A woman in a black cheongsam with gold trim clenched her magical weapon tightly in anger, thinking, "That Chu Qing." A strong young woman in a red coat stood up and declared, "I agree," her eyes full of determination. That girl was Yi Chengxi, recalling Chu Qing's words that had motivated her. It seemed she wanted to use her voice to repay him. An elder, sixth elder Yi Yue, also voiced agreement. The situation shifted as votes for and against became even. Chu Qing smiled meaningfully and remarked, "Now it's 2 against 2, a tie." In his heart, Chu Qing silently told Tang Ziyan that he had paved the way, and now it was her turn to make the decisive move. In the large room, a group of powerful women were attending a tense meeting. As the atmosphere grew heavy, a sound shattered the ceiling. A giant water balloon fell, causing everyone to panic. Immediately after, a thick dark blue smoke enveloped the room, within which a brown-haired woman in a white suit appeared, with cold eyes and decisive gestures. This woman instantly drew a gun, aiming straight at the girl in the purple dress sitting on the sofa. Clearly, she was the main target of this intrusion. A voice rang out from the door. "Everyone calm down. I was just joking, no need to be so serious." It was Chu Qing who had just appeared, looking relaxed. Chu Qing quickly seized the opportunity. Since Elder Tao said she is qualified to be the head of the family, why not let everyone vote? Elder Tao, the purple-haired woman, looked confused and suspicious. "Just now opposing me, now helping me? Is he sick?" A woman in a black dress with gold trim named Li Yen gritted her teeth angrily. "That Chu Qing?" Clearly, she was being cornered. A girl with long red-black hair and red attire, Yi Chengxi, suddenly spoke up in agreement. "I agree," turning the atmosphere around. Yi Chengxi recalled, "Chu Qing once said that to me," her eyes firm, standing up as a strong supporter of him. Another elder Yi Yue, gray-haired, elegantly dressed, also voiced agreement. "I agree as well." The vote was gradually leaning towards Chu Qing. Yimei exploded with anger and murderous intent, ready to act. She wore a black cheongsam with gold trim, cold eyes, holding a large gun radiating fierce momentum. Another older woman with overwhelming presence appeared. She wore a formal patterned long dress, stepping into the dazzling light, exuding absolute authority. Yima was horrified to realize the person appearing was Zhenghua, the powerful elder of the Xing family. Yima's face panicked facing her. Xingwei launched a powerful attack, the entire scene exploding in bright red light. A figure was thrown out amid the wave of energy. After the attack, Yima still stood firm, gripping the gun tightly. Smoke rose from the barrel, clearly showing her determination to resist. Yimei coldly raised her gun, ready to confront. She fired a burst of bullets forward, creating a thick smoke screen, forcing the opponent to retreat. A close-up of Yima as she aimed with determined eyes. Gun smoke swirled around her face, expression cold as steel. The woman in the purple dress, confirmed as Tang Rong, stepped forward shouting loudly, warning Yimei not to use her weapon to kill people, as it would make others mistake them for being on the same side. Blood spread at Yi Mei's feet. A victim had fallen, clearly showing the consequences of her reckless action. A new red-haired woman appeared, angrily shouting, "Yi Mus, how dare you!" Flames of anger flared around her. Yi Mei was attacked directly in the chest by a masked figure while standing calmly, expression unflinching. A group appeared, an old man with a long beard in Taoist robes, Yi Mei in the middle along with two girls, one with short red-black hair wearing leather, another gray-haired with half her face visible on the right side. The purple-haired woman, the leader of those opposing Yi Me, criticized her, accusing Yi Me of colluding with outsiders for personal gain. Yi Me retorted sarcastically, asking if the other was implying Yi Tao as a way to mock the family connection. The purple-haired woman sharply countered Yi Me, questioning Yi Tao's death and questioning the authority Yi Me used to execute. Yi Me told herself that when Yi Tao died, she lost all support. But as long as Yi Chengxi died too, no one would compete with her for the clan leader position. Close-up of two girls sitting and observing the confrontation. The one in red is Yi Chengxi. Next to her is a girl wearing a black vest. The girl in the black vest thought, even with the help of Chu Qing and Meng Zui, Yi Mei is backed by the Li family, a very strong force. The black-haired girl in the black vest calmly presented evidence, holding up a small USB memory device, ready to change the situation with secret information. Close-up of the USB in the girl's hand, revealing that what she brought was not simple, an important piece of evidence about to be revealed. The meeting room became tense as the main characters gathered. Yi Kengme, sitting on a chair, prepared to present important evidence from the laptop placed in the middle of the room. Yi Kengme reached out and pressed the button to start the video from the laptop, her eyes calm but hiding determination. The video was projected onto a large screen, showing an image of a familiar building, Hyeongshun Tea House, where the secret of the meeting was about to be revealed. The screen clearly showed an image of an elderly woman, Xingwei herself, present at the tea house. She is a powerful figure of the Xing family, often behind important decisions. Immediately after, an image of Yi Me also appeared. She stood facing Zhenghua in the tea house setting, showing that the two clearly had a secret meeting there. Yi Kengme explained clearly, this video was recorded at 2 p.m. 2 days ago. The timing coincides with the incident in the family. Yi Me showed disdain and tried to deny it. She brazenly said she only happened to visit Elder Tao's tea house, trying to avoid revealing the true intention behind the meeting. Yi Me reacted fiercely, but Yi Me, the woman wearing a tight black cheongsam, retorted, Hyeongshun Tea House is the property of the Tang family. Yi Me continued arguing with a contemptuous tone, saying, "Are others not allowed to drink tea at my tea house? Does a cup of tea make you so paranoid?" Yi Kengme smiled confidently, raising the small USB. "I have another recording. Want to hear it?" Causing everyone to freeze as more important evidence was about to be revealed. In the tense atmosphere at the Yi family clan meeting, Yi Chengxi and Yi Mukha sat facing each other, each wearing a cold expression. All attention focused on the large screen about to display important evidence. Yi Meyer gently placed her hand on the keyboard, preparing to activate the video as evidence to confront Yi Me. The first image appeared, an ancient tea house, prominently featuring the sign Hyeongshun Tea House, the location of the mysterious meeting earlier. An elderly woman in an elegant cheongsam stepped out of the tea house. She was Elder Tao, a neutral but highly influential figure. Next, Yi Me appeared on the screen, entering the same location, sparking suspicion of a shady collusion between the two. Yi Meyer stood up, affirming that the video was recorded at 2 p.m. the day before yesterday to prove the exact timing of the meeting. Yi Me gave a faint smile, denying everything, claiming she just happened to come to the tea house and had nothing to explain. However, the curly-haired woman in a black dress with gold trim, Yi Tao, sharply rebutted, pointing out that the tea house belonged to the Tang family, indirectly implying collusion between Yi Me and outside forces. Yi Me reacted fiercely, saying it was absurd to be accused of betrayal just for drinking tea, while criticizing the malicious hearts of those confronting her. Not to be outdone, Yi Me calmly declared she still had another recording. Her cold gaze was a direct challenge to Yi Me. A strange woman in a purple cheongsam, with long hair tied high in a bow tie, eyes sharp and cold. She ruthlessly attacked Chu Qing, pressing a knife to his face, an act full of threat and hostility. Zhesheng Mengzhe maintained a dominant posture. Chu Qing was tightly bound, his face covered in wounds, eyes desperate as she interrogated him. Zhesheng Mengzhe arrogantly stomped on Chu Qing's shoulder, pressing him about a person named Yi Kengme, causing Chu Qing to panic and become angry. A new character appeared, a long white-haired person wearing a black mask with sharp teeth design, suddenly attacking Zhesheng Mengzhe to save Chu Qing. Mr. Zheng quickly cut Chu Qing's bindings. The tense atmosphere shifted into a chase and counterattack. Yi Chengxi and Ka Wei appeared in the living room, stunned to see Mr. Zheng entering with a severely injured Chu Qing. Yi Chengxi angrily shouted, demanding medical protection. Kaio Wei quickly ran over to assist, his face full of worry. A female doctor wearing a mask and white coat, along with a small brown-haired boy, Zaya Olaire, were called in to prepare for Chu Qing's examination. Yi Chengxi stood beside the laptop, looking down at the screen as if preparing to play a video or audio recording as evidence before everyone. Xing Tao, son of Mayor Xing, suddenly entered the room. He looked shocked at the chaotic scene and the eyes directed at him. Tang Ziyan ordered her assistant to prepare a target. This time it was the Li family clan. Her face showed decisiveness and ruthlessness. Elsewhere, an elderly woman with an authoritative demeanor, Yi Muk's mother, ordered the clan meeting to begin after unrelated people had left. Yi Muk and her cousin Yi Chengxi stood facing each other. Both had wary eyes, neither was willing to back down. Yi Muk's mother announced shocking news. Last night someone attempted to assassinate Yi Muk, causing her serious injury, and that person was none other than Yi Chengxi. The accusation thundered through the room. Yi Chengxi was the assassin. The girl in red was pointed at directly under the spotlight in the meeting room. Yi Muk sat smirking with hidden meaning. Yi Chengxi looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Chu Qing stepped forward to question. He exposed the collusion between Yi Meyer and the Li family clan, calling the accusation outdated and unbelievable. The entire room fell silent. From a high vantage point, the main characters and elders of the Yi family clan quietly observed the situation. Yi Meyer's mother was speechless, unsure how to respond after Chu Qing's accusation. Her face clearly showed tension. Trying to regain the initiative, Yi Muk's mother attempted to cover up. She said she had wanted to meet Chengxi since last night, but Mukkai stopped her, citing a misunderstanding, and today she brought her here for a direct confrontation. A hand signaled, and immediately 2 nurses appeared, pushing a stretcher carrying a fully bandaged body into the room. A close-up of the person covered entirely in white bandages, motionless, identified as a critical patient. Chu Qing silently watched as the stretcher passed by, his eyes deep and contemplative, as if waiting for something. He gave a slight smile, his sharp eyes flashing with cunning. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. An unexpected move, Chu Qing stepped on one of the nurse's feet, causing her to stumble and fall. A scream rang out as the nurse lost her balance, while Chu Qing maintained a cold smile. The person on the stretcher, seemingly unconscious, suddenly opened their eyes wide with anger and surprise. Chu Qing drew his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation, attacking the target on the stretcher. A powerful force blasted the person on the stretcher into the air, the bandages torn to shreds. The true identity was about to be revealed. The person was revealed, a girl with long black hair, wearing a red dress, her cold eyes radiating strong killing intent. A new character officially appeared amid the chaos. Chu Qing mocked the girl's bandaged condition, saying that despite severe injuries, she could jump, run, and even dodge bullets. He could not hide his contempt. With a sarcastic tone, Chu Qing told her to rest and avoid gravity causing more hair loss, making the whole room burst into laughter. Yi Chengxi laughed loudly, joining others in mocking. The middle-aged woman, Yi Muk's mother, blushed with anger, unable to refute a word. Unable to hide her embarrassment, Yi Meyer suddenly stood up, her face flushed red, eyes full of fury, both ashamed and angry at being teased by Chu Qing in front of many people. Yi Meyer raised her hand and shouted loudly at Chu Qing that he was truly shameful, preparing to strike because she could not bear the humiliation. In the conference room, a group of women from the Yi family were having a tense discussion. A curly-haired woman in a black fur-collared dress loudly criticized a girl named Li Yan. Li Yan was scolded as useless for failing to kill Yi Kengma. Her face showed panic as she faced the anger of the female elder in the family. Another girl wearing a red cheongsam spoke up, asserting that those with the Yi surname must know right from wrong, while signaling the bodyguards to take Li Yan away. At that moment, Mr. John, wearing a black mask and long white hair, suddenly appeared in midair, creating a fierce wave that shocked everyone. Mr. Jian gently landed on the floor, his sharp eyes scanning those present. Li Yan was stunned as she recognized the person who had just appeared. Li Yan immediately shouted, confirming the identity of the newcomer as Mr. Jian, the person she had tried to kill before but failed. A woman with deep purple hair, wearing a tight black high-collar dress trimmed with gold, the leader of the group, was shocked and angry to see Mr. Jian still alive. Shi Yi Qingmei stepped forward, ordering the bodyguards to withdraw so she could face Mr. Jian herself. The girl in the red dress with her hair tied high tried to stop her, but Yi Kengmo was determined to fight on her own. A woman in a black ao-dai with neatly tied purple hair, representing the opposing faction, signaled an attack, launching a direct strike at Mr. Jian. Just as Yi Yue finished criticizing Yi Xing, 2 gunshots rang out. One bullet grazed her cheek, blood spurting out, shocking everyone. Just as Yi Yue finished criticizing Yi Xing, 2 gunshots rang out. One bullet grazed her cheek, blood spurting out, shocking everyone. Amid the tense atmosphere, she arrogantly declared, "From today onward, I am the head of the Yi family." Behind her, three powerful figures, a woman with red-black hair, an old man with long white hair, and an elderly lady in a black dress, all nodded in agreement. The red-black-haired woman stood with crossed arms, seemingly waiting for the next reaction, while two strong energies rushed in from two directions. A beautiful woman in a purple floral dress with her hair tied high sat calmly in the meeting. Beside her, a black-clad bodyguard holding a gun rushed forward to protect her. The old Taoist priest quickly approached Mr. Jian with cold eyes. Opposite him were Mr. Jian's calm eyes. He did not back down. At the height of tension, the woman in the black fur-collared dress suddenly clutched her stomach, screaming in pain amid swirling purple energy around her body. In another corner, Yi Chengxi and a woman with curly hair and a black vest simultaneously jumped up, their eyes blazing with anger as they witnessed the chaos. The woman in the black fur-collared dress frantically charged forward, unleashing a deadly strike toward Yi Chengxi, but a counterattack light was ready to meet her. Provoked by Yi Chengxi and a girl in gray, Mrs. Wu angrily lunged forward as if to counterattack. Chu Qing and the silver-haired old man were stunned witnessing the scene. Chu Qing quickly took out 3 pills, chanting the name Great Huenten before swallowing them, preparing to unleash his power. Immediately, Chu Qing's whole body was engulfed in fierce spiritual energy flames, his aura exploding and shaking the entire space. Without hesitation, Chu Qing shot up into the air, attacking straight toward the silver-haired old man standing below. The battle erupted. Both charged at each other, one with youthful vigor, the other with the seasoned experience of an elder. Chu Qing's powerful punch sent the old man flying far back, cracking the wall behind him from the impact. Not stopping there, Chu Qing summoned a spirit sword. A golden mystical sword slowly appeared from his hand. Chu Qing gripped the sword hilt tightly, dazzling light enveloping his entire body as he prepared to deliver the decisive strike. He leapt high, spiritual energy swirling around him, his sword-wielding posture aimed straight down like an angel descending to earth. Mrs. Wu looked up, shocked as she saw the young man standing high above, ready to unleash an unprecedented, powerful attack. Li Yan angrily rushed forward to attack Yi Kengma, but was struck by an invisible energy wave, flying far back with blood spilling from her mouth. Yi Kengma stepped forward with icy eyes. The girl in the red dress beside her also showed clear anger, preparing to act. Li Yan desperately counterattacked, unleashing a palm-shaped energy strike toward Yi Kengma with fierce power. At that moment, a woman with curly purple hair wearing a black vest appeared with the group. She led the older delegation to the scene. 2 black-haired female bodyguards with neatly tied hair and wearing black glasses escorted closely beside the older woman, protecting her tightly from all sides. In the elevator, the young woman with short gray hair chatted with Chu Qing, showing a confident and challenging attitude. She continued to provoke, making disparaging remarks and signaling warnings, causing Chu Qing to clench his fists to suppress his anger. When the door opened, Chu Qing saw the scene ahead, including the powerful older woman and 2 bodyguards waiting. The face of the older woman was Zhenghua, a powerful figure in the Xing family, who coldly ordered Chu Qing to kneel to atone for his mistakes. From afar, a woman with long silver hair, wearing a purple cheongsam and cat ear accessories, lazily lay on a chaise lounge, watching everything with a mocking gaze while using her phone. Li Huenger, a new woman with dark purple hair, dressed in black and possessing unique skills, launched an attack with an extremely powerful purple lightning strike. She charged straight at Chu Qing, who held the golden sword, creating a fierce clash of power between golden light and dark thunderous energy. The collision sent Chu Qing flying strongly backward. Although he still held the sword, he could not avoid injury, falling to the ground in a defensive posture, indicating severe internal damage. Chu Qing knelt on one knee, pressing the sword to the floor to maintain balance. He clutched his chest, his face showing pain amid the hazy smoke. The power of Li Hyunjke's attack was clearly not to be underestimated. Chu Qing gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead. He muttered inwardly, "When did Li Huenger learn such a unique skill?" Showing he was completely surprised and unprepared for his opponent's current strength. Chu Qing coldly wiped his mouth, commenting that Li Hyunjke's poison skill was even stronger than Zheng Ziyedeng's, indicating he had just gone through a fierce battle with Li Hyunjke. The middle-aged woman in a black dress angrily scolded Chu Qing, accusing him of killing an elder of the Yi family and demanding an explanation. Chu Qing remained unshaken, pointed outside, and calmly replied, "I am already outside the door," showing his confidence and indifferent attitude. The angry woman shouted at Yi Chengxi, questioning why she did nothing to punish the culprit of the family. Yi Chengxi crossed her arms and coldly responded, "What crime did he commit?" affirming her support for Chu Qing. The woman shouted fiercely, accusing Chu Qing of killing Elder Ling, a crime punishable by death. A file was presented, signaling the appearance of important evidence. Another woman, wearing a black suit with long curly hair, spoke up, revealing the truth. Elder Ling had committed many cruel acts and abused his power for personal gain. She believed Chu Qing did nothing wrong and deserved praise. Chu Qing slightly tilted his head, his eyes half mocking as he muttered, "Go ahead and reward her," clearly showing a sarcastic attitude. The woman in the black dress looked embarrassed. Although she admitted Elder Ling was guilty, she still believed Chu Qing's unilateral action violated the rules and declared she would make a decision. Chu Qing used a light sword to strike away a female elder dressed in purple. She screamed in pain and was thrown far away. Elder Yiling received a fatal blow, blood splattering in midair. Two women standing nearby were stunned. The woman in a black dress with gold trim exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qing launched a counterattack, his eyes determined, preparing for the next strike. Chu Qing was knocked backward, fell to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain while firmly holding the golden sword. Chu Qing pushed himself up with one hand, clutching his chest, his face showing pain but full of willpower. He wondered when Li Hyunjke had trained her poison skill. Chu Qing thought to himself, her internal poison power is even stronger than Zhang Zudong's. He realized the danger of this new opponent. The woman in the black dress angrily shouted at Chu Qing, "Daring to kill an elder of our family, you must answer to the Yi family." Chu Qing coldly pointed toward the door. "I am already standing outside that door," implicitly challenging the opponent's authority. The woman turned to call Chengxi, questioning why she did not deal with the criminal. Yi Chengxi calmly replied, asking back, "What crime did he commit?" When the tension reached its peak, Chu Qing remained calm, facing the Yi family members, ready to launch a counterattack with reason. Chu Qing smirked, challenging his opponents. "Do you think I am alone?" revealing that he was not solitary in this confrontation. He continued to boast about support from Miss Yu, who was waiting for him outside the Yi family gate, adding pressure on the opposing side. An elderly woman with short hair, wearing a black long dress and a pearl necklace, a new character identified as a senior member of the family, temporarily called Xingwei, appeared, revealing that Chu Qing had been poisoned by Zhang Zudong and severely injured when killing Yi Ling. Hearing this, Chu Qing was shocked and internally disturbed because he did not expect the opponent to have discovered his poisoning, something he thought only he knew. Yi Chengxi and the brown-haired woman with a high bun, wearing a purple floral Chong Sam, a new character, added to memory as Menkui, both tensed up realizing Chu Qing was in serious disadvantage. Chu Qing spoke up, declaring he was not using any tricks this time, only wanting to tell the truth about the Li family, emphasizing that the opposing side should examine themselves before criticizing others. He did not forget to hint subtly, "Don't blame me for not warning you, someone has already withdrawn," causing the opposing forces to become even more unsettled. The short-haired woman with red-black hair, wearing a gray vest, a new character, added to memory as Tang Rong, panicked upon learning the truth, shouting her own name, indicating she was the one who had just withdrawn from the confrontation. Tang Rong angrily confronted Chu Qing, questioning why he only revealed this now and doubting whether she should take action against him. Chu Qing coldly issued a challenge, asserting that if Tang Rong left now, all she would bring back would be the corpse of the Tang family. Madame Mei shouted angrily, ordering Tang Rong not to trust Chu Qing's words and proposing an alliance to kill him. Li Yan, the woman in the purple dress, immediately fired a high-tech weapon, launching a powerful attack. The fierce explosion shook the entire room. Madame Mei was thrown back, proving the great destructive power from the opponent. Madame Mei slammed hard against the wall, blood spattering from her mouth, completely overwhelmed after the sudden attack. Tang Rong and the older woman standing behind had to retreat, covered by smoke and dazed by the explosion. Tang Rong was pensive, her face clearly showing hesitation, remaining silent amid the heavy atmosphere. Finally, Tang Rong decisively turned away, ordering everyone to withdraw immediately from the place. Madame Mei struggled to rise, screaming in despair, recalling the promise of support to become clan leader and merge the Yi family into the Li family. In another scene, a long-haired woman in a white vest and fitted skirt with a leadership aura was observing the developments, alongside a woman in red with cold eyes. They are important new characters about to enter the game. A woman wearing a black dress with golden trim, curly hair, and cold eyes entered with an overwhelming aura. Three other women were standing and waiting, their gazes focused on the newcomer, as if her appearance changed the entire situation. The woman in the black dress spoke out in criticism, and then rushed forward to kill Li Yan, the kneeling and injured woman. Everyone around was terrified and dared not intervene. Another woman in a red dress stepped forward to stop her. She disagreed with killing within their ranks and warned that such actions would push everything beyond control. The woman in the black dress sneered contemptuously and asserted that Li Yen was worthless. Meanwhile, another woman with a sorrowful face suddenly burst into tears, claiming it was all a deception. Immediately, Mr. Giant, with long white hair, wearing a black mask with sharp teeth, stepped out. With sharp words and a cold demeanor, he silenced everyone. Another woman, serious and cold-eyed, ordered those around to remain calm. She was called Third Sister and seemed to hold a leadership position. Mr. Jun coldly mentioned the actions of another young woman with long black-purple hair, wearing a tight dress. She looked at him with worried eyes, called Mother, and was protected by her mother. The female leader, Third Sister, affirmed that Yi Qingmei was the one who manipulated the military forces and betrayed them. She directly named Yi Qingmei in the tense atmosphere. The woman wearing a black dai, with purple hair tied up, representing the Li family faction, suddenly launched a deadly strike at Ms. Wu, the new head of the supervisory department. Yi Qingmei appeared, covered in blood, standing to protect Mr. Giant. She spoke her final words, her eyes filled with anger and hatred toward the entire family persecuting her. Cha-Ching angrily drew her sword, her eyes flashing determination as she realized she was about to face the enemy directly. Looking up, Chu-Ching was astonished to discover a mysterious purple energy surging across the sky. Before taking action, a voice from behind stopped Chu-Ching's steps. It was a woman with long gray hair tied high. Yi Wangqing, sitting on a chair with a cast on her leg, shouted an order to kill Yi Mei immediately. She instructed the woman in the purple floral dress to pursue her. However, the woman in the purple dress silently looked at Yi Wenkeng, showing no intention of following the order. Yi Wenkeng was startled, clearly sensing the rebellious attitude from a woman who had once been a loyal subordinate. Yi Wenkeng questioned whether Li Yuan's warning about Cha-Ching's critical injury was true. Cha-Ching only smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying, making Yi Wenkeng unable to guess his true thoughts. Inwardly, Chu-Ching remained cautious. If Yi Wangqing knew his real health condition, she would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Cha-Ching quietly observed through the window and coldly declared, "Yi Mo will not escape." A loud noise echoed in the clear sky, signaling a serious incident had just occurred in the Yi family mansion. A woman's silhouette strode decisively and fiercely into the corridor, carrying a terrifying pressure. A new female assassin appeared, short brown hair, wearing a blue cloak, carrying a rifle and dragging the injured body of the woman in the purple dress. She was Li Hyunjka's mother. The face of the woman in the purple dress was covered in blood, her eyes numb and expression lifeless. Mrs. Li was completely defeated. Zoya brought Mrs. Li before the employer and coldly declared, "As promised, I have completed the task." Chu-Ching smiled in acceptance and replied, "I will pay the full agreed amount," thinking silently that he could not ask for Zhao Yu's help without proper compensation. Zhao Yu said nothing further, turned around, and left coldly and decisively just as she had appeared. At that moment, a young girl wearing a red cheongsam appeared, shouting in panic, "Mother!" It was Li Huinger, Mrs. Li's daughter. Li Huinger hurried past Chu-Ching, her eyes frantic and full of worry for her mother, who was barely breathing on the floor. Chu-Ching gave a cold smile, his eyes sharp. A magical energy began to gather at his fingertips, signaling the next action. After retreating, Chu-Ching activated a mysterious purple energy and lightly touched the shoulder of the girl in the red dress. The girl in the red dress burst into intense tears, clutching the curly-haired woman in her arms, desperately repeating a vow to kill Cha-Ching. Yi Wangqing coldly announced her mother was dead and Yi Chengxi would become the next head of the family. The face of the girl in the red dress broke out in pain and hatred, tears streaming down but her eyes blazing with fury. She shouted loudly, pointing at Yi Wangqing, "You killed my mother, you must be buried with her." In anger, she raised a detonator and declared that thousands of explosives lay beneath their feet, challenging to see who was stronger, her bones or the explosives. Cha-Ching was shocked to realize the Yi mother and daughter had prepared this sinister plan in advance. Still calm, Cha-Ching asked the girl in the red dress, "So, what do you want?" The girl tightened her grip on the detonator, shouting, "I want to leave here and no one is allowed to follow." Yi Wenkeng shouted loudly, vehemently opposing, "No way." Suddenly, Chu-Ching used internal power to push a palm strike into Yi Meyer's shoulder, preventing her from acting. Yi Meyer held her mother's body, crying and repeatedly saying with hatred, "When I become head of the family, I will kill Chu-Ching." A girl with black-red hair, name unknown, coldly announced, "Your mother is dead, Yi Chengxi will be the next successor." Yi Muk cried out in anger, her eyes full of rage and tears, unable to accept the truth. She pulled out the detonator, shouting, "You killed my mother, you must be buried with her." Yi Muk had continued to threat, "Beneath the floor are thousands of explosives. Let's see whose bones are tougher, hers or theirs." Chu-Ching watched and realized this evil plot was a premeditated plan by the mother and daughter. He stepped forward and asked, "So what exactly do you want?" Yi Muk shouted loudly, "I want you to let me go, and no one is allowed to chase me." The woman with dark purple-black hair, third sister, stepped forward, eyes blazing. "No way!" Firmly rejecting that condition. Yi Chungsi sat on a chair, coldly mocking after hearing Yi Mu's demand for 5 billion. She could not hide her skepticism, wanting to see how Ching would manage such a huge sum. While standing with a panicked expression, Yi Mei suddenly dropped the detonator to the ground. She had completely not anticipated this situation, revealing turmoil in her mind. Ching immediately stepped forward and quickly picked up the detonator. His decisive action and cold gaze shifted the situation entirely in his favor. Ching clenched the device in his hand, facing Yi Me directly. In his eyes was seriousness and warning, leaving the opponent confused and unable to resist. Yi Me collapsed to her knees, strange purple spots appearing all over her body. She panicked as she realized her internal power was sealed off, her body growing colder. The price for her scheming actions seemed to have arrived. Yi Chungsi angrily questioned Ching for letting the enemy slip away, warning that if they only cut the grass without uprooting it, the danger would return. She revealed that her mother was once murdered by the enemy's mother and child. Ching remained calm, declaring that he was the final decision-maker in this situation, showing determination and control. A woman wearing a purple cheongsam appeared, holding a large gun with a serious gaze. This is a new character, identified as a senior member of the family, name unknown. The girl in the purple cheongsam wondered why Ching let Yi Muk escape. She believed he was trying to buy time. Ching stood before Yi Mei, affirming that he agreed to the condition she just stated, and asked if there were any other demands. Yi Muk shouted for a 5 billion check from Empire Bank. Her face was full of ambition and tension. Ching hesitated briefly and was surprised by the unreasonable demand, clearly showing confusion. Yi Chengxi showed contempt, declaring she would watch to see how Ching would manage to get 5 billion. Yi Muk carelessly dropped the bomb control device onto the ground. Ching quickly picked up the control device, his eyes turning cold, affirming that the advantage of control was in his hands. During a pause, the woman in the wheelchair confessed that the Yi family had witnessed too many deaths. She turned to Yi Chungsi and ordered her to push her sister over to Ching. Yi Chungsi silently complied, pushing her sister's wheelchair toward Ching. Face to face, the woman spoke sarcastically. "Ching, congratulations, you have achieved your goal. So when will you marry into the Yi family to enjoy the fruits?" Ching turned around without saying a word. From behind, a familiar figure approached. Gungya stepped forward, holding up a marriage contract, declaring that Ching was already her husband. According to imperial law, he could not marry anyone else. Yi Chungsi and her sister were stunned, their eyes wide open in disbelief at the truth. Gungya advanced, pushing the marriage contract into Yi Chungsi's hands, shocking her. Gungya responded, "Yi Wenkung, never say such foolish words again. The Yi family is not qualified to confront my drunken dreams." Yi Chungsi wept against her sister, holding the marriage contract, whispering softly, "Ching." Yi Chungsi held the marriage registration paper, standing frozen as she watched Ching and Gungya walk away with their backs turned. She felt frozen by the revealed truth. Ching clutched his chest, thinking about how Li Hyunjka's palm strike caused the toxin in his body to spread. He wondered what kind of technique could help the opponent increase strength so quickly. Ching struggled to drag himself forward. The pain from the poison made his breathing rapid, and his strength gradually depleted. The toxin took effect, and Ching spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body could no longer endure. He was shocked to realize the severity of his condition, trying to hold on to his last bit of consciousness. A pair of legs appeared before him. It was the woman in the wheelchair with a servant pushing from behind. Ching realized today was an important day for the Yi family. Despite being injured, Yi Chungsi's mother still came to attend. He worried he could no longer hide the toxin's effects in his body. Yi Chungsi's mother nodded with a determined look as she faced Ching, as if silently acknowledging his role and strength. She was pushed away by the servant, leaving Ching standing silently, exhausted and full of thoughts. Ching turned away, his face covered in cold sweat and traces of inner struggle. The toxin was gradually eroding his physical condition and mind. Monkey coldly slung her gun over her shoulder, firmly stating that Ching belonged to her and warning no one to look for him anymore. Monkey turned her back and left with a satisfied smile, leaving Yi Chungsi and Yi Wenkung stunned in defeat. Yi Chengxi stood frozen, tears streaming down her face, emotions overwhelmed and uncontrollable. Unable to hold back, Chungsi rushed into her sister Yi Wenkung's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Wenkung comforted her sister, advising Chengxi that Ching was a reckless man who did not appreciate good things and was not worthy of her. The old woman with blonde hair, wearing pink, appeared, wondering what had happened. Yi Wenkung calmly replied that it was all just a broken love, a gentle way to describe a bitter failure. Yi Chengxi's mother announced that she had just met Chu Qing in the yard and noticed he was seriously injured. The unexpected news shocked Yi Chengxi, who immediately looked up at her sister in astonishment. Chengxi confirmed her suspicion. Chu Qing was indeed seriously wounded. The two sisters immediately became serious again, preparing to deal with the new situation. Chu Qing was standing by the roadside, his gaze fixed on a strange girl. She wore a short purple dress and a blue scarf, leaning against a black car. The girl stepped forward to support Chu Qing, who was clutching his chest, clearly weakened. His body trembled from internal injuries or poison within him. Chu Qing weakly requested the girl to take him to a place called Drunken Dreams, showing a specific goal in his critical condition. Immediately after, Chu Qing lost consciousness and fell into the girl's arms. Although surprised, she tried her best to catch him. As the girl was helping Chu Qing to the gate, Li Hyunjke, a woman wearing a purple dress with roses, suddenly appeared, her eyes full of suspicion and surprise. Li Hyunjke looked at the scene before her coldly and silently. She said nothing, but her eyes showed displeasure. The scene changed, revealing a high-rise building, possibly the place Chu Qing wanted to reach, Drunken Dreams. A bird's-eye view showed. The girl in the purple dress and scarf was supporting Chu Qing, while Li Hyunjke had just stepped out of a red luxury car, approaching hurriedly. Li Hyunjke approached, grabbed Chu Qing's shirt and pulled hard, causing him to leave the girl's arms. Both their eyes were tense. Li Hyunjke embraced Chu Qing and ordered the other girl to leave. She asserted that in his current state, Chu Qing could do nothing and could only talk after waking up. On the way, Chu Qing accidentally met a brown-haired girl in a purple dress with cold eyes. Without hesitation, she drew a knife and tortured Chu Qing, forcing him to reveal the location of something called Heavenly Dragon Aura. The girl continued her brutal attack and then coldly walked away, leaving Chu Qing gasping on the ground. Meanwhile, Gungya, Chu Qing's nominal fiancée, appeared. She received information that he had been seriously injured. Chu Qing weakly stepped out and met a bob-haired girl wearing a black dress and scarf, Gungya's bodyguard. Chu Qing requested to be taken to Drunken Dreams, indicating he was hiding something. He staggered and fell into the bodyguard's arms, making her worried as she caught him. Both appeared before the mansion, but unexpectedly encountered Gungya, who was coming out with a gun on her shoulder. Gungya looked at them with cold and suspicious eyes, making the atmosphere tense. She decisively stepped forward, separated Chu Qing from the bodyguard, and carried him on her shoulder, despite both of their confused looks. Gungya stared directly at the bodyguard and asserted her right. "I am his wife, why should I avoid suspicion?" Then she carried Chu Qing away, leaving the bodyguard doubtful. Who exactly is Gungya? Why does Junman have someone like her? In the bedroom, Meng Jie angrily scolded Chu Qing lying motionless on the bed, demanding he stop pretending. She reproached him, recalling that when he was weak, the first person he sought was Zhe, not her. Chu Qing immediately sat up, rubbing his head and responding sarcastically. "Could you be a bit gentler? Don't torment your husband anymore." He looked intently at Meng Jie and asked directly, "Are you angry about Gongyu?" Meng Jie burst out emotionally. She blamed Chu Qing for being too tolerant of others, like when Li Hyunjke hit him or Yi Chengxi despised him, but irritable with her. That made her feel like the most hated person. Chu Qing was stunned by that reaction and half-jokingly asked, "Are you praising me or scolding me?" Meng Jie angrily replied, "I'll do whatever I want. Who are you to interfere?" Chu Qing brushed aside the argument. He focused on writing a list of medicinal herbs needed, preparing for seclusion to heal his injuries. He handed Meng Jie the list, instructing her to gather everything before nightfall. He also ordered someone to guard the door so no one would disturb him unless he himself came out. Meng Jie read the list worriedly and asked, "Is it really that serious?" Chu Qing half-jokingly replied, "If you don't prepare, just get 2 coffins ready to bury us both together." Meng Jie tightly gripped the paper in her hand, her eyes thoughtful, her heart filled with worry and doubt. A woman with dark purple hair, wearing a black dress trimmed with gold, angrily scolded Li Yan for failing to kill Yi Qingmei, calling her a waste, and coldly killed her. Li Yan collapsed, her eyes full of despair. The woman and another woman in a red dress left coldly, clearly showing disdain. Li Yan in her dying moments was supported by someone. It was Chu Qing, who appeared just in time, angry and shocked at the cruelty that had just occurred. A new group of people entered the scene. Leading was an older woman with her hair in a bun, wearing a smoky purple dye, protected by 2 black-haired female bodyguards wearing glasses. Beside her was a young woman in a black suit with curly purple hair, seemingly a member of the Xing family. Chu Qing held Li Yan, his eyes full of pain and determination. She had been severely injured and might not survive. A young man with gray hair approached the elevator. He met a short gray-haired woman in a black suit, youthful in appearance but with sharp eyes. Inside the elevator, they exchanged brief words. The woman from the Xing family sneered, mentioning Chu Qing's injuries as if to reopen old wounds. She spoke cruelly, referring to how Chu Qing's younger sister had knelt all night begging the Xing family to spare him, yet he was still punished. The scene shifted to another room. A woman with long silver hair, wearing a purple cheongsam with cat ears, appeared to be relaxing on a chaise lounge, holding a phone. The silver-haired girl gazed into the distance, seemingly observing the situation from afar with interest. She had not acted yet, but was certainly the one in power and would intervene at the right moment. Li Yan raised her head to look at Chu Qing, her tone full of doubt and challenge. She sharply questioned, "How could the Li family be destroyed? The Yi family is weak and the Tang family lacks courage. Are you really planning to wipe out the entire Li family alone?" Chu Qing woke up in a strange room, his eyes wary. A short brown-haired girl wearing a white lab coat gently inquired and introduced herself as Cairo Wei, the person who saved him. Cairo Wei said she meant no harm to Chu Qing and advised him to trust her because his body was currently very weak. Chu Qing saw a boy named Zio Lair, who appeared to be injured. Cairo Wei revealed that the boy was a close relative she was taking care of. In the laboratory, a female doctor wearing a mask and white lab coat was busy checking various indicators, showing concern for Chu Qing's condition. Chu Qing showed signs of becoming more alert. Cairo Wei gently gave him medicine and advised him not to exert himself, her eyes filled with worry. Chu Qing seemed to recall his past, his eyes becoming complex. Cairo Wei curiously asked, but he remained silent, revealing nothing. The scene shifted to a group of women in purple robes smoking and playing mahjong comfortably. The atmosphere was unusually ostentatious and arrogant. A male police officer appeared, reporting that he had inspected the vehicle as ordered. However, his eyes showed fear when one of the women coldly told him to bring the person over. The male officer hurriedly left. A girl in the group sighed in boredom, saying today was dead boring, implying they were waiting for someone or something more interesting. A car rushed in. A cold girl stepped out, exuding a strong and dangerous aura, clearly an important person. A symbolic image of the queen was depicted with authority on the throne, representing supreme power and absolute control. Zhao Yu explained that Wu Sha and Wang Chuan were the two ultimate strategic weapons in the hands of the queens. Chu Qing pondered, nodding this was a manifestation of a despotic and autocratic regime, where power is concentrated in a single individual. Zhao Yu joked, warning Chu Qing that he had insulted the queen and threatened to send him back to the military for punishment. But Chu Qing retorted that she did not respect the queens either. With seriousness, Zhao Yu said that the queen had taught them, the new generation of warriors, to be resilient and move forward. Chu Qing was unconvinced, arguing that anyone who dared oppose the queen would be killed first by her. Zhao Yu just sneered in response. Chu Qing changed the subject to training Wu Sha. He was shocked when mentioning Li Hyunjka, just a few days ago an ordinary warrior, now nearly at the peak level thanks to this skill. Zhao Yu was surprised by Chu Qing's reaction and affirmed that such results were normal. She continued explaining that the Li family only possessed part of the Wu Sha skill from the royal palace. The entire skill was held only by the queen. Even other high-ranking leaders could only borrow it temporarily. Zhao Yu ended with a sharp, meaningful look, preparing to reveal something important related to Wu Sha and the power behind it. An illustration of a queen sitting on the throne symbolized absolute power in the old dynasty, where Wu Sha and Wang Chuan were the ultimate tools of power. Zhao Yu explained that Wu Sha and Wang Qian were the two ultimate weapons used by the queens to consolidate power and control the world. Chu Qing bluntly rebutted, pointing out that system only led to dictatorship and despotism, where power was concentrated in one person. Zhao Yu pretended to be serious, threatening to punish Chu Qing for disrespecting the queen, but Chu Qing responded wittily, exposing contradictions in her attitude. Zhao Yu countered, saying the queen had taught that new generation warriors must have the will to advance and dare to face challenges. Chu Qing continued to emphasize the autocratic nature of the regime, implying anyone opposing would be eliminated by the queen. Zhao Yu just smiled lightly as confirmation. Chu Qing suddenly mentioned Li Huanger, who had just trained Wu Sha and dramatically increased his strength. He felt that progress was too irrational and dangerous. Zhao Yu coldly replied that it was normal. The sudden surge was a result of forcibly triggering potential. Zhao Yu explained clearly, Wu Sha is not meant for long-term training, but is a technique used only once, exchanging all potential and cultivation path. The practitioner will be forever stuck at the realm reached at that moment. Chu Qing asked if there was any way to remedy the consequences of Wu Sha. manhwa. Zoya shook her head, saying this technique is a dead end, only used to control those who are already dead, and most people dare not practice it. A group of powerful women in dark dresses appeared. Among them stood a woman with black curly hair who coldly killed Li Yan for failing to assassinate Yi Qingmei. Another woman in the group, wearing a red cheongsam, stood beside silently observing, but did not stop the brutal act that had just occurred. A woman with curly hair and tearful eyes trembled and sobbed hysterically, panicked over Li Yan's death. She stammered about an impostor causing the failure. Third sister, the woman leading the group, appeared. She gave a decisive order for everyone to retreat. Her strong aura and authoritative voice left no room for disobedience. In another space, Mr. John was seriously injured. A woman dressed in black carrying a gun approached, mentioning that the young lady had been waiting for him. Mr. John woke up. Beside him was the young lady with long brown hair and cat ears. She called him affectionately, revealing her identity and informing him that he was her fiancé. Gong Yu looked at Mr. Jian tenderly, reminding him of their shared memories. Despite his severe injuries, his eyes were full of emotion, hinting at their complicated relationship. Another girl appeared, her face angry. She interrupted the conversation between Gong Yu and Mr. John, her eyes full of suspicion, implying unresolved issues between them. Yi Chengxi confronted Gong Yu. She did not hide her suspicion and frustration, gritting her teeth as she questioned why Gong Yu lied and claimed to be Chu Qing's fiancé. Mr. John, Cha Qing, finally spoke up, cutting through the tense atmosphere between the two girls. The situation seemed about to escalate into a real confrontation. A week had passed, and Chu Qing still had not appeared. The woman with long red-black hair angrily reiterated the Yi family's critical condition, while worrying about the lurking threats of Tang Rong and Meng Zui. Yi Kengma sat pensively in her room. She knew her current identity as the Yi clan leader no longer suited marrying Cha Qing. Nevertheless, she still hoped he cared about her. The red-black-haired woman decisively stated, if Chu Qing did not appear soon, Tang Rong would surely launch an attack. A young female doctor excitedly ran in to announce, King I 2 has been successfully formulated. Its effectiveness surpasses all existing medicines. Both Yi Kengma and the red-black-haired woman brightened with hope upon hearing the good news. Joy spread after gloomy days. The red-black-haired woman happily accepted the medicine bottle from the doctor and praised it highly. Very good, excellent. However, immediately after, she sternly warned, this must not be leaked. With our current strength, we cannot protect King I 2. Yi Kengma and the female doctor nodded seriously together. They fully understood the importance of keeping this secret to protect this precious result. Cha Qing's grandmother held Meng Zui's hand tightly, her eyes stern. She asked directly, Meng Zui, tell me, what is happening to Cha Qing? Meng Zui looked down, silent. Her eyes clearly showed contemplation and hesitation. A memory began. A few days earlier, the sky was clear, and a peaceful atmosphere enveloped the modern headquarters building. Cha Qing's mother, along with his father and younger sister Chaksa, hurried inside, their faces full of worry and anger. Chu Qing's mother questioned, what have you done to my son? She shouted the question at Meng Zui, who was sitting arrogantly with her legs crossed on the chair. Meng Zui replied with a calm expression, didn't Chu Zio tell you? He and I are already married. The three, mother, father, and Chuxeo, were stunned into silence. Everything seemed beyond their imagination. In anger, Chuxeo pointed at her father and shouted, it's your fault. If it weren't for you, Qing wouldn't have been forced to marry. Meng Zui smiled coldly and presented a red marriage certificate. She said briefly, I am married to him. Chu Qing's mother trembled as she opened the marriage certificate, her eyes wide with shock. Chu Qing's father standing beside her could not hide his embarrassment, while Chuk Seo lowered her head, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. In the quiet night, the tall building appeared cold under the starlight, signaling an uneasy night ahead. Zuisheng Mengjai, in a purple high-slit dress, stood frozen in the room, her face showing confusion and tension in the unusual situation. She saw a table full of delicious dishes, where Chu Qing's parents and Chuk Seo were smiling, waiting to welcome her. Mengjai's expression showed she was not used to this intimate scene. Chuk Seo gently told Mengjai that from now on they were a family, and the parents had invited her to dinner. Mengjai stepped into the dining table, still not fully adjusted to the sudden change, while the whole family welcomed her with warm smiles. Chu Qing's mother, light brown hair, wearing black, raised her glass and said that from now on, they were a family and would love and support each other. The three raised their glasses together. Only Mengjai remained bewildered, unable to fully integrate. Mengjai's face softened as she whispered family, something she had not felt for a long time. An old memory surfaced, the image of a little brown-haired girl with a purple bow running up to call her Ma. But immediately, painful memories struck. Mengjai in the past coldly slapped the little girl who was running toward her. A small girl with ash-purple hair and a large bow on her head knelt in a white space. Fear and despair were clear in her tear-filled eyes. A piece of chicken thigh was picked up and placed into a bowl of white rice, a warm gesture of invitation at the family dining table. Chukseo's father smiled as he served food to Gongyu. He encouraged her to try the dish he cooked, hopping to know if she liked it. Chukseo tilted her head and remarked that Gongyu was a strange girl, even older than her mother, making the atmosphere awkward. Chukseo's father could not hold back and scolded his daughter for her thoughtless words. Gongyu remained silent, keeping a pensive expression. Gongyu smiled gently, holding the piece of chicken thigh, her eyes shining with warmth she had not felt for a long time. Gongyu and Chukseo's mother sat together on the bed, holding hands. Soft light spread throughout the room. Inside, Gongyu was moved. She had never been treated so gently by her parents. She decided to tell the truth in case something happened to Cha-Ching. A woman with long hair tied low, wearing a black suit, hurriedly ran over calling Gongyu's name, delivering urgent news related to Cha-Ching. Gongyu immediately stood up, her eyes sharp and cold. She guessed that Chu-Ching had either recovered or something worse had just happened. A brown-haired girl wearing a purple bow called the woman in the purple dress, Mom, with eyes full of joy. The little girl ran up, arms open, waiting for affection. But immediately after, she was slapped hard by that very woman. The woman's eyes were cold, without hesitation. The little girl fell to the floor, her eyes confused and tears streaming. She did not understand why she was treated so cruelly. Back in the present, a warm dinner was taking place. A man served a hot chicken thigh into the female protagonist's bowl. The kind man spoke to her. Why is the girl so stunned? Try it and see if you like the taste. The short purple-haired girl sitting beside teased. So strange, even bigger than my mom. Scolded by her father for talking nonsense, the purple-haired girl had a chicken thigh pressed to her face, making her angry. The female protagonist remained silent, not reacting yet. After a moment of hesitation, the long-haired girl with the purple bow smiled gently and lifted the meat to eat, experiencing a real family meal for the first time. After the meal, she and an older short-haired woman went into a private room. They sat together, hand in hand, bathed in warm sunlight. The female lead thought silently, my parents have never treated me this well. I will tell her just in case something happens to Chu-Ching. Cha-Ching explained that he had an accident during cultivation which caused injury. However, he was now fine, and his strength had even increased. Cha-Ching's mother worriedly scolded her son for causing everyone concern, and asked why his complexion was so pale. Chu-Ching reassured that he would recover in 2 days. He humorously said he needed to shower urgently because he hadn't bathed for 7 days and felt very uncomfortable. Seeing his mother still worried, Chu-Ching quickly grabbed her hand, signaling her to be at ease. He adjusted his expression to appear mature. Kyo-Wei stood behind, silently watching. Kyo-Wei thought to herself, she needs to be more careful with Chu-Ching in the future, or she might easily be deceived by him without realizing it. Chu-Ching had just finished bathing and was drying his hair with a towel, worried that if his mother continued to ask, his secret would be exposed. However, when he left the room, Chu-Ching was stunned to see Kyo-Wei, the girl with cat ears, lying comfortably relaxed on his bed. Chu-Ching immediately asked, why are you here? Where is my mother? Kyo-Wei replied that his mother had left for work at the company and inquired about Chu-Ching's injury. Chu-Ching answered vaguely, it's okay for now. This made Kyo-Wei sit up abruptly, dissatisfied. What do you mean? Chu-Ching had to clarify that he hadn't expressed himself clearly, then changed the subject to the situation in Jinmen, asking if the Tang family was unstable. Kyo-Wei angrily replied firmly that she didn't know. Chu-Ching then admitted that the wuxia inside his body had only been suppressed, not completely eliminated. Kyo-Wei further analyzed. Currently both the Yi and Li families are weak, only the Tang family is dominant. If not for certain taboos, the other 2 families would have long been replaced by the Tang family. After hearing this, Chu-Ching confirmed to himself that everything was happening just as he had thought before. Kyo-Wei became furious, stood up and shouted loudly, what do you intend to do? Sacrifice your life for the Yi family? Is it worth it for Yi Chengxi? Kyo-Wei's question made Chu-Ching thoughtful, but he did not hesitate to answer firmly, it is worth it. Chu-Ching sat silently, his gaze resolute, saying that if she were the one in danger, he would be willing to risk his life just the same. Cha-Ching confessed that he had promised Aunt Yi to make the Yi family the most respected force in Junmun, and he would never break that promise. The girl in the purple high-slit dress, Zesheng Mengja, suddenly turned and left, overwhelmed with emotions she could not express. Mengja sighed and said, whatever, an evasive response but clearly showing hurt feelings. Chu-Ching looked after Mengjai in confusion as she walked away. In his mind, he wondered if she was jealous. Chu-Ching lowered his head and tightened the towel on his shoulder. Feeling heavy-hearted, a promise still remained unfulfilled. He decided to go to the Yi family's house, because if he still wanted to keep his promise, he had to continue taking action. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Yi family, where a formal gathering with many distinguished guests was taking place. 3 young men dressed neatly in suits excitedly called out loudly when they saw Chu-Ching enter, "Boss!" One of the three eagerly said he had been waiting for Chu Qing as promised, despite the disbelief of the other two. Chu Qing asked in surprise, "Waiting for me? Why?" Chu Qing firmly stated that if it were the woman instead, he would not hesitate to do the same. He expressed his determination to the woman, named Mengqi, that he had promised Aunt Yi to make the Yi family the most respected family in Jinmen, and that he would keep that promise. Hearing that promise, Mengqi silently turned away without responding. She uttered whatever, hiding her true feelings behind an indifferent exterior. Chu Qing was confused with the question lingering in his mind. Is she jealous? No way. Nevertheless, he maintained his resolve, reminding himself he needed to go to the Yi family's house, where he still had many tasks to fulfill his promise. A formal scene appeared, with many people dressed properly in the main hall, suggesting this was the headquarters or conference of the Yi family. As soon as Chu Qing appeared, three young men in black suits happily ran over, calling him boss. One of the three confirmed that he had kept his promise to wait for Chu Qing here, despite others' doubts. Chu Qing asked in surprise why they were waiting for him, still unable to imagine what awaited ahead. Chu Qing immediately turned and ran away, leaving his followers confused and standing there bewildered. At that moment, Meng Zhui, a long, brown-haired girl in a pink nightgown, stepped out with an annoyed expression. What's going on? Without a word, Chu Qing went forward and hugged Meng Zhui tightly, surprising her and causing her to freeze in place. A strange golden light emanated from Meng Zhui's belly, shining down and revealing the image of a growing fetus. Chu Qing was stunned and whispered, "Really? I'm going to have a child." Meng Zhui angrily pushed Chu Qing away and questioned, "What the hell are you doing?" Chu Qing calmly faced her, his eyes full of reproach. "It's clearly your child, yet you've been hiding it from me all this time. Are you happy about that?" He lowered his voice and asked seriously, "Do you have something to tell me? Something related to me, very important." Yimaka, a powerful and sharp woman, coldly demanded the young man to leave the room if he had nothing more to say. The harshness in her voice showed she was losing patience. Chu Qing stood opposite, smirking with dissatisfaction. In his heart, he silently complained, "This woman is really annoying." He turned his back and left, but not before leaving an implicit challenge. "You don't want to talk? Let's see how long you can keep that secret." Yi Meyer angrily punched the door, her frustration rising due to Chu Qing's defiant and arrogant attitude. She muttered in anger, suddenly coming and leaving without a word. What exactly is he up to? Yi Meyer still did not fully understand Chu Qing's true purpose. The night sky cast shadows over the Yi family building, where hidden schemes intertwined between power and interests were unfolding. In another tense conversation, Yi Muk angrily shouted at Chu Qing, "Are you crazy? Revealing the Kung of Formula number 2 now is like declaring war on both the Tang and Li families." Chu Qing remained calm, sitting firmly in his chair, responding coldly, "I didn't come to discuss, but to inform, so you can prepare yourself." At that moment, another Yi family girl, with long hair and wearing a red coat, spoke anxiously. "The current situation doesn't allow it. The Yi family cannot protect the King I Formula number 2. Chu Qing kept his confident smile. "Indeed, you cannot protect the formula, but look further. Eating the same dish all the time isn't always good if you're alone." Yi Meyer stepped forward to face Chu Qing, asking directly, "What do you mean?" The tense atmosphere in the room seemed about to explode. Chu Qing smiled confidently, announcing the large-scale medicine auction by the Shizhen auction house scheduled for tomorrow, attracting forces from Jinmen and 3 neighboring cities. He continued analyzing. Both the Tang and Li families would definitely attend. The Li family, having stolen Tang's medicine before, now wants to use this opportunity to reverse the situation. The Tang family, on the other hand, is determined not to lose their medicine-making status and wants to crush both Li and Yi. Yi Meyer began to realize the key point. No one expected the main item at the auction to be the Yi family's King I Formula number 2. She nodded, appreciating Chu Qing's vision. She added, "As long as Yi shares the benefits from King I number 2 with major powers, they will have a strong alliance. Then, if the Tang family wants to monopolize, they will have to face the entire new alliance." Chu Qing suddenly asked back, "Such a big auction and I never heard of it. Is this all your plan?" He smirked. "Opportunities are created by oneself. Tomorrow's auction will proceed as planned. You should prepare. If you can't do it, I will run away with Chengxi." Yi Meyer narrowed her eyes challengingly. "I also want to see if you can do as you say, but what if you fail?" Chu Qing stood up, eyes determined. "There is no if." The decisiveness in his words plunged the room into silence. The next morning at the Yi family mansion, the clear sky signaled the start of a decisive day. Chu Qing entered a room full of traditional costumes, preparing for his role at the auction. Chu Qing entered and found Zhe Ye wearing an opera costume, humming a song from Farewell My Concubine. He sighed, "Too much free time." Caught off guard, Zhe Ye turned around in surprise upon seeing Chu Qing, not expecting him to come at this time. Seeing a familiar face, Zhe Ye immediately rushed to hug Chu Qing tightly, happily shouting, "You finally came. I'm bored to death. When will you take me dragon hunting?" Chu Qing smiled reassuringly. Just wait 2 more days. Today I came for something else, Jia Yu sadly murmured. Afraid you'll leave again and not come back. Chu Qing seriously proposed. I need your help organizing a medicine auction. The two sat down to talk in more detail. The cozy atmosphere in the room contrasted with the tense topic being discussed. Jia Yu complained. You really gave me a tough task, big brother. He showed a bit of reluctance but did not refuse. Chu Qing anxiously asked, is there any inconvenience? Jia Yu explained. He had to report to superiors, arrange the venue, and handle various trivial matters, but still promised. I'll finish it for you in 3 days. Chu Qing calmly replied. I need it done by tomorrow night. Jia Yu was startled and shouted, tomorrow night? Then I'll have to be busy all day to finish. His face showed despair at the huge workload ahead. Chu Qing pulled Jia Yu off the sofa, urging him to go immediately to the auction house to start organizing the medicine auction. Jia Yu hurriedly objected, complaining about his sloppy home clothes and worried that his handsome appearance would make the girls unable to resist. Chu Qing reassured him, saying these things were not worth worrying about, praised Jia Yu for looking fine as he was, and pulled him along. Jia Yu reluctantly agreed to go with Chu Qing, but still worried that if his mother found out, he would be scolded severely. The scene showed a car gliding under the night sky, taking both of them to the Shizhen auction house. Sitting in the car, Jia Yu said they needed to report the auction organization to superiors to get permission to borrow the Shizhen auction house's name and invite major powers. Chu Qing asked how long it would take if done urgently. Jia Yu replied 2 days, surprising Chu Qing because it was too long. Jia Yu then proposed skipping the official procedure, borrowing the family name to invite people directly. He decided to break the rules this time, because following rules all the time was really boring. Chu Qing immediately asked about the consequences of breaking the rules, showing caution about this risky plan. Jia Yu recounted how last time he was called back by the family, confined for a whole month, and pressured by uncles in the family. They even stripped his financial rights and arranged a marriage. Jia Yu was startled when Chu Qing suddenly slammed on the brakes, almost causing him to fall off the seat. His face panicked, not understanding what had just happened. Chu Qing calmly turned and said they should just follow the official approval process for safety, while Jia Yu blushed and covered his nose in frustration. Jia Yu confessed his feelings, saying he was too tired of living timidly within family rules and wanted to leave everything behind to freely travel the world. With an innocent smile, Jia Yu recalled the promise of dragon hunting from before, seeing it as hope to achieve something to make up for his grandmother. Chu Qing gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes firm and full of determination, loudly swearing, "Dragon, I will definitely catch you." In the quiet darkness, an ancient architectural building appeared, with a signboard in front reading, Toachlet Kwanaba of Tren Auction House, alongside brightly glowing red lanterns. Chu Qing and Jia Yu entered the grand hall of the auction house. At the reception desk, Mrs. Lu looked up at the two with surprise. Mrs. Lu reminded them, "Young Master Yu, why do you come looking like this? Please maintain your image to avoid gossip." Jia Yu smiled absent-mindedly, unconcerned. Jia Yu replied jokingly, "Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Lu, but this is because of my master, Chu Qing. Let whoever wants to say whatever say it." Jia Yu placed his hand on Mrs. Lu's shoulder, instructing her, "Tomorrow night, I will hold a pharmaceutical conference. Please send invitations to 15 major forces in Kim Mon and nearby areas. Send the electronic version first, official invitations later." Mrs. Lo was flustered. "A drug trial conference? Why didn't you say earlier? Have you informed the family? Isn't this too sudden?" Jia Yu smiled confidently. "I decided myself. If the family asks, just tell the truth. No hesitation, do as I say." The scene shifted to the modern building of Yi Pharmaceutical Group, the headquarters, where Chu Qing was preparing to launch the auction plan. Chu Qing stood before the table, eyes determined. He asked, "I have prepared everything. Are you ready? Who will accompany me? How is security arranged? Who will ally with us?" A strange woman, wearing a suit, with reddish-purple hair and a serious expression, remained silent, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly flustered by Chu Qing's question. The Yi family businesswoman angrily slammed her hand on the table, declaring she would complete everything before tonight to prove herself. She turned her back, resolutely warning that if things failed, she would give up managing the family affairs and only protect Yi Chuxi. The male lead quietly left the room, leaving her torn between duty and emotion. A nighttime view covered the corporation's building, signaling that the decisive phase was approaching. The male lead walked thoughtfully, telling himself he had completed his mission. The rest belonged to the Yi family. He returned to his room, surprised to see the ash-haired girl sitting on the bed with a scrutinizing gaze. She questioned why he wasn't at the auction house but had come back, showing clear suspicion and sharp intelligence. The male lead was stunned and asked why she was in the room and how she knew about the auction. She calmly replied that she deduced everything thanks to his relationship with Zhe Ye. He admitted that the Qing Di letter 1EC7P number 2 drug was successful, and this was the first step in the plan to seize power in the Yi family. The girl smiled sarcastically, acknowledging his efforts for the Yi family with a half-admiring, half-mocking look. The long-haired cat-eared girl, a person in charge within the Yi family, coldly declared she would kill the male lead's 3 friends, warning him first because they were his people. The male lead was shocked and asked again, unable to believe it and wanting to know why his 3 friends were sentenced to death like that. The girl explained they had mistakenly killed someone they shouldn't have. Although it was unclear which force was behind it, she was hesitant and asked for his opinion. The male lead frankly admitted he was the one who ordered those 3 to act, clearly taking responsibility. The sharp girl questioned him again, exposing his true purpose in sending them into the Drunken Dreams organization was to investigate her, not to seize power. The male lead did not deny it, coldly replying with a short word, yes. Unable to contain her anger, the girl grabbed his collar, her movements clearly showing her fury reaching its peak. Her voice trembled with outrage. Why did you do that? Her eyes full of hatred, hurt, and doubt. The male lead smiled slyly and responded unexpectedly, because I am your husband. The girl's face flushed red, her mind in turmoil as she thought. He must have known the baby in my belly is his, which is why he is so smug. The male lead angrily thought to himself, this woman once deceived him about the child, and now she stands up for justice. But she can do nothing to him, even if she wants to discipline him, there is no way. He suddenly pulled the girl close, firmly holding her waist. The atmosphere between them suddenly became tense, then erupted into an emotional explosion. The two unexpectedly shared a passionate kiss. There was no more anger or argument, only closeness and long-suppressed emotions bursting forth. Chu Than angrily and suddenly pushed the male lead. She could not contain her emotions after being teased. The unexpected slap from Chu Than made the male lead's cheek flush red. The atmosphere between them became tense. The male lead held his cheek angrily and questioned her, while Thin also refused to back down, loudly blaming him for teasing her. In her heart, she was still angry because last time he almost endangered the baby in her womb. The male lead irritably told himself, although living in another world, he was still a man and could not easily let it go. However, he quickly suppressed his personal feelings and decided to rescue his 3 friends before M1EA1NH Tai took action. Chu Thin stood silently, her eyes angry but also showing some helplessness as she watched the male lead leave. The scene shifted to a quiet night outside a modern skyscraper, a sign that the upcoming events would take place here. The male lead arrived at the entrance of a building and met M1EA1NH Tai. He anxiously asked about the condition of his 3 friends, hoping they were still okay. M1EA1NH Tai turned around calmly and pointed inside the room, where the 3 were noisy and showed no signs of injury. She asked him what had happened. The male lead gritted his teeth, thinking, M1EA1NH Tai did nothing. Once again, she easily deceived him. M1EA1NH Tai angrily declared she would kill Chu Than's 3 friends because they were his subordinates, but she still came to warn him first. Chu Thin confusedly asked again, what did they do? M1EA1NH Tai replied that they killed people they shouldn't have. She suspected there was a mastermind behind, but had not yet confirmed. Chu Than calmly admitted, no need to look for one, I ordered them. M1EA1NH Tai was shocked by the confession and asked, so what is the purpose? Not to seize power, but to investigate me. Chu Thin did not deny it, simply answered briefly, that's right. Overwhelmed by emotions and hurt, M1EA1NH Tai grabbed Chu Thin's shirt, her eyes sparkling with questioning. She angrily shouted, why did you do that? Not only because of being investigated, but also because of emotional pain. Chu Than smiled and confidently teased back, because I am your husband. Chu Thin's wife, i.e., M1EA1NH Tai blushed angrily, thinking to herself, he definitely knows the baby in my womb is his. Chu Than complained to Zai that she had tried to enter other markets, but failed. Zai encouraged her that the situation would change when Than Di letter 1EC7P number 2 pharmaceutical was launched. At the conference, the host solemnly introduced the Yi family's new pharmaceutical product, Than De Alet Kwana number 2, about to be announced. Night fell, and the entire hall where the pharmaceutical conference was held was filled with lights. The decisive moment for the Yi family had arrived. Outside the hall, Tang Rong, a member of the Tang family, staggered forward, shouting family head with a panicked expression. Tang Rong admitted in shock that although the Tang family had a tradition of pharmaceutical cultivation for hundreds of years, today they were surpassed by the Yi family. Mrs. Le and the short-haired girl beside her, representatives of the Yi family, stood at a distance witnessing the chaos, maintaining maintaining a calm demeanor. The short-haired girl frankly analyzed. The Tang family's failure was unexpected, but the Yi family was truly the big variable. Mrs. Liu worriedly advised caution against the Yi family. The entire Yi family group, led by Cha Thin Thin and Zai, appeared confidently, attracting all eyes as they stepped out of the hall. An elder emotionally praised Than Di letter 1EC7P number 2 as comparable to the Tang family's pharmaceutical products. Chu Than Than humbly responded, hopping for cooperative development. Jia Yu stood proudly at a distance taking a selfie reporting mission accomplished, causing Tang Rong, a high-level martial artist, to almost fall due to defeat by the Yi family. After completing the mission supporting the Yi family at the conference, Jia Yu made a video call to Cha Thin to report the results. Cha Thin smiled and promised, "I will definitely fulfill what I promised you," Jia Yu replied decisively. Of course. An article is spreading online, asserting, the Tang family has suffered a disastrous defeat against the Yi family thanks to the new medicine Kunga number 2. The Yi family officially replaces the Tang family, becoming the leading clan in pharmaceutical manufacturing in Junmun. In a severe coughing fit, Tang Rong could not hide her anger upon reading the news. Her daughter hurriedly intervened, reminding her that the doctor had advised her not to get agitated. Tang Rong choked up as she admitted the painful truth. In just a few days, the Yi family had captured up to 80% of the pharmaceutical market and established alliances with numerous powerful forces. A green-haired subordinate of the Tang clan suddenly rushed into the room, shouting with a panicked expression, "Clan leader!" The green-haired woman brought bad news. Even raising the price of medicinal materials could not stop the Yi family. She revealed the past of Yi Qingmei, who had invested all her resources to secure enough materials for King I number 2 for 3 years. Hearing this, Tang Rong was stunned and could no longer hold back. She vomited blood, her strength drained by the overwhelming shock. Her daughter cried out in panic, embracing her in distress. "Mother, mother!" The story shifts to the Li family mansion. A clear blue sky contrasts with the turmoil brewing within this great clan. Madame Liu urged Huang to take decisive action to save the Li family. She suggested using the weak as examples to establish authority and prevent retaliation from the Yi family. Contrary to expectations, Huang calmly replied, "Killing chickens to scare monkeys is useless. The Li family has declined. Whoever wants to live can leave, no need to force anyone." Qing returned after a failed meeting with other market merchants. Zai comforted him, saying that when Kunga number 2 launches, the situation will change. Qing nodded in agreement, a new hope being kindled. Jia Yu stood on stage, announcing the next item at the conference. The Yi family's new medicine, King I number 2, attracting curious and expectant gazes from the entire hall. The moon hung in the quiet night sky, while the conference continued solemnly in the building showcasing the new medicine. Tang Rong, head of the Tang family, could not accept defeat. She staggered out of the hall in shock, with worried servants calling after her. Tang Rong bitterly admitted that the Tang family, with hundreds of years of pharmaceutical experience, had lost to the Yi family, something that had never happened before. Madame Liu and the woman in black, representing the Yi family, appeared on the steps, proudly looking toward Tang Rong. The power transfer seemed to have begun. The woman in black told Madame Liu that although she once thought they would lose to the Tang family, winning against them was unexpected. She reminded her to be cautious of the opponent's revenge. At the hall's entrance, members of the Yi family confidently strode away. The woman in red and Zai led the group amid admiring looks from other clans. An elder praised King I number 2 as far superior to the Tang family's medicines. Zai humbly thanked him and expressed a desire for long-term cooperation for mutual development. Jia Yu proudly video-called Cha Qing, reporting the mission was complete. Tang Rong almost collapsed from shock. Cha Qing responded with a calm smile. Of course. Jia Yu video-called Chu Than to report the results. He smiled happily, pledging to fulfill the promise made. An online article rapidly spread. The Tang family suffered a crushing defeat to the Yi family's new medicine King I number 2, losing their number 1 position in Jinmen. Tang Rong was so angry she kept coughing continuously. Her daughter, a long, purple-haired girl, worriedly advised her to stay calm, as the doctor had told her not to get too emotional. Tang Rong still could not control her anger. She felt humiliated that the efforts of several generations of the Tang family were wiped out in just a few days. A green-haired female subordinate of the Tang family hurriedly ran in, calling out loudly, "Clan leader!" She brought important news. The green-haired girl reported that even raising the price of medicinal materials could not hold back the Yi family. Previously, Yi Qingmei had invested all her assets into a stockpile of medicinal materials sufficient to supply King I number 2 for 3 years. Hearing this, Tang Rong was so furious that she coughed up blood, unable to endure the pressure any longer. Her daughter, panicked, embraced her mother and screamed in fear. A shocking article spread. The Tang family completely failed against the Yi family's new pharmaceutical product, Kunga number 21. With this success, success, the Yi family officially replaced the Tang family, becoming the #1 clan in the pharmaceutical refining industry in Kammon. Tang Rung, the head of the Tang family, could not contain her anger at the defeat, coughing violently from the shock. Her daughter, the pink-haired girl, hurriedly stopped her in panic. "Mom, the doctor said you must not get angry." Tang Rung choked up and said, in just a few days, the Yi family had captured up to 80% of the pharmaceutical market and allied with many powerful forces, making her unable to suppress her fury. At that moment, the green-haired girl, a close member of the Tang family, rushed in urgently, shouting an urgent message. "Clan leader." She reported, even if the Tang family raised the price of medicinal materials, they could not stop the Yi family, because Yi Kungma, who had passed away, had invested all her assets into medicinal materials, enough to produce Kunga #2 for 3 consecutive years. The bad news caused Tang Rung to become extremely agitated, coughing up blood on the spot, her face pale. The pink-haired daughter panicked and hugged her. "Mom, Mom," in despair and fear. Scene shifts to the Li family mansion, a magnificent villa. A tense atmosphere enveloped it, like a sign of a new undercurrent. Inside the room, an elderly gray-haired woman, a veteran member of the Li family, angrily shouted, "A bastard will always be a bastard, unworthy to be the head of the Li family," implying a power struggle was erupting. Meanwhile, at the Yi family's pharmaceutical company, Yi Wenkung sat in her office, seriously pondering. Although they had hired a group of warriors, their strength still could not compare to the top 3 masters of the Li family. To seek revenge, they needed Cha Qing's help. Madame Le angrily dismissed the possibility of allowing someone with illegitimate blood to become the head of the Li family. The scene shows the building, the Yi Group's headquarters in the modern city. Yi Wenkung sat in the office, thoughtfully looking at her phone. She assessed that their current forces were insufficient to confront the Li family and needed Cha Then's help. Yi Wenkung called Tran Hai, but received no response. She was worried because Tran Hai had disappeared since last night. Yi Wenkung suspected that Tran Hai had discovered something when she rummaged through her mother's belongings a few days ago. Cha Then and Tran Hai had a conflict. She scolded him for angering her while she was pregnant. After being pushed outside, Cha Then was surprised to hear unusual sounds from the hallway. He immediately became alert, listening to noises coming from a mysterious room. A call from Yi Wenkung surprised Cha Then. He answered with a slightly mocking tone. Cha Then showed the guard a photo of Tran Hai, asking if she had come here. The guard confirmed seeing Tran Hai, but said she left early. Cha Then thanked him and left immediately. Suspecting that Tran Hai had just left, Cha Then guessed she had gone straight to the Li family. He immediately drove away from the parking lot, heading toward the Li clan in the sunset light. At nightfall, Cha Then's car sped down the deserted road, chasing his target. Upon arrival, he found Tran Hai standing next to his car under the starry sky. The atmosphere between them became tense. Tran Hai faced Cha Then with determined eyes. She asked, "You already know everything, so are you still going to stop me?" Yi Wenkung angrily called, demanding Cha Then not to beat around the bush, but just reveal where Chunxi might have gone. Cha Then coldly replied over the phone, "I don't know." Yi Wenkung shouted in frustration, blaming Cha Then for being close to her sister for so many years yet knowing nothing. She warned that if anything happened to Chunxi, she would not forgive him. Cha Then immediately responded. If something happened to Chunxi, he would not let it go either. He declared, having saved the Yi family, he could also destroy it. Yi Wenkung softened her tone and agreed to reveal information. She said that recently Chunxi had rummaged through their mother's belongings and might have discovered a secret. Yi Wenkung further revealed that she and Chunxi were actually not from the same parents. Cha Then calmly replied that he already knew that. Yi Wenkung was stunned and shocked to learn that Cha Then had known this secret beforehand. Cha Then clarified. He knew she had 2 younger sisters and that Yi Mao was not her biological brother. He asked her to get straight to the point. Yi Wenkung recounted. When she was little, Chunxi was taken to the Li family by her biological father before she was even 1 year old. She added, the man who took Chunxi away was a spy for the Li family, planted there beforehand, and had been close to Li Yan since childhood. Wenkung angrily informed Cha Then over the phone that as a consequence of the incident, their sister had gone missing. Cha Then was stunned upon hearing the news, missing. Wenkung confirmed that only her mother and Li Yan knew what had really happened. Cha Then speculated that Zhou Zai had uncovered the secret from their mother's relics. He suspected the lost sister might be Li Hyunke. Wenkung shared her worry that Chunxi also believed Li Hyunke was their biological sister and would go to the Li family to seek revenge for past grievances. Cha Then decided to set out to find Chunxi, while instructing Wenkung to prepare to go to the Li family. Wenkung began to think differently. This might be an opportunity to destroy the Li family. She quickly called people, ordering them to prepare forces to act during the night. The scene shifted to sunset. The amusement park appeared, marking the beginning of the search for Chunxi. Cha Then arrived and showed Chunxi's photo to a security guard. This girl often comes here. Do you remember her? A woman's foot stepped out of a luxury car, decisive and sharp movements signaling the arrival of an important figure. Tang Zhe, Zai's older sister, leader from the supervisory department and defense force, strode forward with authority, car lights following her every step. Zai suddenly recognized her sister's presence and wondered why they couldn't leave when no one in the Li family noticed them. Chuthin explained that because Tang Zhe was present, they could not leave easily. Her resolute attitude would not allow it. The entire lawn in front had been surrounded by vehicles and forces that had just arrived. A group of strangers in purple cloaks stepped out of cars, led by a girl with ash-brown bobbed hair and cold eyes. A female officer wearing dark glasses, a member of the supervisory department, along with her uniformed team stepped out, creating a solemn and intimidating atmosphere. Zai was horrified to realize these were the supervisory department and defense force, units specialized in monitoring conflicts that risk civilian harm. Tang Zhe clearly declared they were here to supervise the upcoming battle to ensure no harm came to bystanders. She also said she volunteered to support Zai. Chuthin thought silently. If Tang Zhe had shown up, then clearly Tang Rung, leader of the Tang family, could not sit still. Immediately after, he called Let Kwanoananuch Ta, requesting someone be sent to protect the Yi family. In a quiet space, a girl with long ash-brown hair wearing a purple bow gently held the phone to her ear. She teased playfully, asking with curiosity, "Why?" The girl walked leisurely in a high-slit purple evening gown, her hair lightly blowing in the wind. Still teasing, she continued, "Could it be that the Yi family and the Li family are about to reconcile? Do you need me to come save you?" Chuthin just met Zai, the girl who wanted revenge. He said that although her sister asked him to stop her, he always went against her wishes, so if Zai wanted revenge, he would go with her. Zai was moved and grasped Chuthin's sleeve. Zai smiled and advised Chuthin not to follow her example, a gentle warning. Chuthin announced they had arrived near the Li family's house. Zai confirmed she had arranged a life-or-death duel with Li Hyunk at the front gate, a battle with no third-party interference. Chuthin was worried about the Li family possibly cheating. In his heart, he compared Zai to Dup Van Kun, strong and tough like an ant. Zai admitted she was a bit afraid, but Li Hyunka only agreed to duel at the Li family's house, leaving her no other choice. Under the moonlight, the two stood before the main gate of the Li family's house, ready to face their enemy. Chuthin asked if Zai was ready. She nodded decisively. Zai anxiously reminded Chuthin that even if the Li family didn't play dirty, Li Hyunk was currently very strong. Chuthin asked again, "Is she as strong as you?" Chuthin confessed, at present, he was no longer stronger than her. Tang Rung, the head of the Tang family, stepped down from the car with a dignified demeanor. She calmly thanked Chuthin for holding back the Li family, which allowed her to seize territory. Chuthin responded gently, mocking Tang Rung's ambition. She did not reply, only remained silent and observed. Tang Rung stood silently, looking toward Mrs. Le and Hung Anacha kneeling by the roadside, their faces cold and scheming. She slowly spoke with hidden meaning. "Do you think the Tang family's prescription is that easy to use?" revealing an upcoming price to pay. Hung Anacha was in pain and exhausted, no longer able to resist. Mrs. Le looked at her worriedly, full of helplessness. Tang Rung turned to Dup Van Kun and Chuthin Thin, provoking them by saying, if they didn't want to join, then the piece of cake from the Li family had nothing to do with them. Dup Van Kun and Chuthin Thin refused to back down. Both charged forward, ready to fight. Chuthin Thin whispered softly, "Chief Tang is overly ambitious." Her eyes shone with determination. Chuthin smiled lightly, adding, "Only knowing how to eat without seeing who's at the table." His words clearly expressed sarcasm. The three, Chuthin, Dup Van Kun, and Chuthin Thin, walked shoulder to shoulder forward. They were ready to face the Tang family's interference. Tang Rung smiled confidently, warning the young members of the Yi family not to blame her if she didn't give them a chance later. Her eyes were cold, revealing her intention to seize control. Tang Rung ordered Tang Lun, "Stop Li Yuan," a strategic move to block the Li family's counterattack. Tang Lun, the Tang family's main warrior, responded with determined eyes. His body surged with fierce energy, ready to fight. Tang Rung gently removed her cloak, a sign that she was about to enter battle. The pressure around her gradually increased. Tang Rung's whole body emitted a fierce purple light, showing she was exerting maximum power. The Tang family's medicinal force began to erupt. Tang Rung suddenly dashed forward like lightning, delivering a deadly strike while Tang Lun behind maintained a defensive stance. Her target was Li Yuan. Li Yuan, with fiery eyes and surrounded by purple energy, also began summoning power, ready to confront Tang Rung head-on. Tang Rung once attacked Li Hyunke with all her strength, the powerful strike causing the air to recoil. Surprised that the blow was not as effective as expected, Tang Rung showed clear astonishment and confusion. Meanwhile, Hyunke's cold eyes flashed with killing intent. Li Hyunk twisted her body to dodge the strike in an instant, launching a quick counterattack that caught Tang Rung off guard. Lee Hyunk initiated a powerful attack, her whole body bursting with deep purple killing intent, charging straight at her opponent. In another corner, Mrs. Le also began fighting Tang Lun. The two opposing forces officially clashed fiercely in the night. Suddenly, Lee Hyunk appeared from above, delivering a deadly kick that severely injured Tang Lun, blood pouring from his neck. Tang Lun fell down, eyes wide with shock. Lee Hyunk still stood coldly there, the killing intent not yet dissipated, her hands clenched tightly. Lee Hyunk breathed heavily, her gaze still fierce. She had just won but showed no sign of lowering her guard. Tang Rung shouted angrily upon witnessing Tang Lun, an elder of her clan, being seriously wounded, blaming Lee Hyunk for the cruel attack. Without waiting for a response, Tang Rung rushed forward, attacking both Lee Hyunk and Mrs. Le simultaneously, determined to settle the fight decisively. Tang Rung thanked Chuthin for helping block the Lee family's path, making it easier for her to seize their territory. Chuthin smiled, praising the ambition of clan leader Tang, leaving her only to respond silently. Tang Rung saw Chuthin and two young girls, Dup Van Kun and Chuthin Thin, tending to the wounded, her eyes showing displeasure. She provoked, "Do you think the Tang family's medicine is easy to use?" Chuthin Thin and Dup Van Kun were angry at Tang Rung's arrogant and overbearing attitude. Chuthin Thin disdainfully said, "Clan leader Tang is truly greedy," while Chuthin sneered, saying she only knows how to benefit herself and abandon others. Tang Rung warned the younger generation of the Dup family, declaring that if they did not act, the Lee family's share would have nothing to do with them. Provoked, Dup Van Kun and Chuthin Thin charged together to respond to the Tang family's challenge. Tang Rung cautioned that if anything happened, they should not blame her as an elder for leaving no way out. She ordered Tang Lun, a silver-haired man in a stern uniform, to stop Lee Naya. Lee Hyunk landed beside the body of a fallen man, his hand still dropping the gun. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and grabbed the weapon. Raising the gun, Lee Hyunk's eyes were cold and sharp, ready to fire. Without hesitation, she fired at the woman in uniform who was dragging an injured person. The Tang family woman reacted quickly, immediately leaning aside to avoid the bullet. The bullet missed its target and struck directly into the chest of a Lee family elder, leaving her stunned. Blood spurted out as she was shot backward, falling to the ground in panic. The main group, including Chuthin Thin, and Zai, were all stunned witnessing the whole scene. Lee Hyunk coldly threw away the gun, her gaze unwavering. She quickly rushed toward Chuthin, ready for the next confrontation. Lee Hyunk threw a powerful punch, colliding directly with Ching amid an explosion of energy light, creating a fierce spiritual force blast. Knocked back, Ching flew far away while Lee Hyunk maintained an aggressive stance, determined not to let him counterattack. Lee Hyunk landed firmly on the ground, her eyes cold and sharp, preparing for the next move. Ching was thrown high into the air, flying out of the villa area in the dark night, leaving a long streak of light in the sky. Ching fell to the ground, clutching his chest, gasping for breath due to severe injuries from Lee Hyunk's attack. A long-haired girl with cat ears and ash-colored hair, wearing a purple dress, hurried over to support Ching, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Ching coughed up blood. The wound on his chest flared up, indicating internal injuries more serious than expected. The two girls, one with cat ears, the other wearing a red jacket, both screamed in shock. Ching, extremely worried about his condition.